Infinity, we rise again. No limits, no end. Faster every time. We don't break, we ascend. Together we run. Together we
In the land of the rising sun, we are ready to go for the 5th edition of VCO Infinity, a 24-hour race like no other. 24 individual races, 5 cars, 5 tracks as we crisscross the globe to crown our 2026 VCO Infinity champions. Hi folks, Arjuna Kankipati, so glad you joined us here for the first of 24 races that lie in front. There's lots for us to look forward to, but we'll get into all of that in just a moment's time. Alongside myself is Jeremy Scott. And Jeremy, such a unique 24-hour event, something that's only possible here in the virtual world.
Exactly, because if you try to do 24 hours, 24 different racetracks, well, it would be a logistical nightmare to begin with. But here you can, different cars, different tracks. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. I, for one, can't wait for this race to kick off.
What we've seen in years past is a real mix through the different cars that we've often seen being raced. A mix of high downforce and then often working our way down into lower power cars. And that's no different here today, where we have something as slow as a Formula Ford, of course, used to build up the racecraft for so many young and upcoming drivers. Then a NASCAR truck machine, a GTP car, a Radical SR10, a couple of downforce cars alongside of Super Formula lights. An interesting mix and match. And Jeremy, there's a limit of 5 drivers that a team can have, but each driver that races needs to compete in at least one race in 2 cars.
And, you know, you talk about the 1600s and the Super Formula Lights. Super Formula Lights, basically, it's downforce in name only. But, yeah, you have a high downforce with the SR10s and the Acura GTP. I'm excited to see what these trucks can do. We saw what they did last night at Daytona, and that's going to be a lot of fun for some of these drivers.
So 5 cars. Let's talk about the 5 tracks as well. Fuji Speedway, a trip to Silverstone, Road America, Okayama, and Charlotte. 2 Japanese tracks. But, of course, only one track with really defined night lighting, and that, of course, is the trip to the Roval. But for those that can do the math, 5 times 5, 5 tracks, 5 cars, 25 combinations. There's one that needs to be dropped in a 24-hour event. And so, Jeremy, maybe no surprise to those that have been curiously pondering how it would go. But GTP's at Charlotte Roval, that's the one we'll drop.
And that's a shame, because I think that would have been an absolute fantastic race, because you've got the high, fast GTPs going around the tight Roval. But you know what? Sometimes you just got to think discretion's a better part of valor. That that could have been nasty if they would have run it.
Yeah, we've seen some interesting races at Daytona with things like the Super Formula Lights and VCO Infinities in year past. Charlotte replaces that as our Roval this year. Look through some of our teams, and of course we've got the big teams, the Red Lines, the Coandas, of course. Drago Racing, Grid and Go, got to keep an eye out for BS+ competition as well. But what makes this event so unique is the fact that we've got some community teams as well. Some teams that will strike out on occasions, and I'm thinking of the likes of Dutch League Racing, who had some good efforts in our last VCO Infinity. It's always interesting, right? Because 24 different combinations, Jeremy. There may be one where one driver on one of those smaller teams is able to use the fixed setup to great effect.
And I wouldn't be surprised if you see some of these bigger teams kind of take notice, because they're always looking for new drivers. You see a couple of the grid and go teams there, but either way, this is going to be absolutely fantastic. And I think we're going to see some surprise winners, names that you and I don't normally see up at the front.
I know the What's Cooking Racing Adventures crew hoping they can cook up some masterpieces. Speaking of masterpieces, if you're listening to the music in the background, that is our official VCO Infinity soundtrack, which you can now listen to on Apple Music and Spotify. Always interesting the things that our big boss Florian comes up with, and no surprise that once again he's come up with something unique. Let's listen along to the new VCO Infinity soundtrack. Of course, we had a orchestra come together to film some of the and record some of the pieces that we've had in previous VCO Infinities. But let's get underway then with the on-track action, where qualifying rolls through right now. And qualifying for these races, it's always difficult, Jeremy, to kind of get a feel for how important they are, because I guess to some degree it's only important to get yourself out of the danger zone.
It really is, especially these shorter races. You know, the longer races, you and I both know, yeah, qualifying is not as important, but this is everything. A good grid position will keep you up at the front and away from danger, because you really want to stay out of the way. If you're, 5th, 6th, you're in a good position, but if you're 14th, 15th, that's where you start to get that buffer zone for being in some trouble.
And what an interesting combination to start things off. The NASCAR truck machine that has raced at Suzuka, at least NASCAR machines have, going back 2+ decades, but we break the Chevy Silverado out around the track with the longest main straight, and therefore the most interesting run down to turn 1 potentially as well. On the left side of the screen will pop up those teams and drivers that are competing and doing battle. Johan Royer in one of the grid and go machines has gone to the top, but as ever, look at the margins. Pipped by Damon Woods, 5 thousandths of a second, covering the top 3 drivers right now.
And that's what we mentioned too. You'll see some top drivers up there who we're all familiar with, others not so much, as you're watching one of them come down the front straightaway. That is the number 89 across the line. And that's the thing, what's going to be interesting about Fuji, it is such a long straightaway. Phil Dinez goes up to 6th. No surprise to see him do so well in that NASCAR Craftsman truck.
Dinez, who's been doing some GT3 racing. Not the only BS+ competition car we have. This is the BS hybrid machine. This is one of the programs that Dinez has helped to bring to the fore as Andre Castro works his way through. Andre was just racing actually in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, but he's done some racing in NASCAR as well. What's he going to be able to do as he winds out onto that main stretch and works through the gears? 48 times on the board. I've seen at least 2 teams fail to set a lap time, either track limits or something else. It's one and done in qualifying. It's always a pressure cooker of a situation, and Castro slots in directly behind Phil Dinez.
So on board with the 20, using the new paint scheme that you see in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series with the Colleague Racing, and I think that those are some of the slickest paint schemes also, but it's also really close to what it is. Either way, we're seeing 33 into the pits as well. A lot of these drivers just might decide that it might be best just to give it up and not really waste your equipment, but some who are close to that danger zone, they may be going out there. As you see the number 44 on a green sector 2. Grab them up to about 7th, as yeah, some drivers are just coming around right now for the final time.
50 seconds left to go. Only Fiercely Forward and Delta Sports Sim Shop, who have some new colors. We've seen them in black and red in the last handful of years. They're now orange and black, so great to see some updated looks for 2026. I think only Nicholas Laubish is going to get a chance to finish the lap. So 50 times on the board. Only 54 teams entered for this first race, hoping to get the full complement of 55 for the next one. Laubish will stride to line. We've seen his speed in GT3 cars. It's about a second off, it would seem, in the truck machine. Only 28th on the board. But I guess 28th, Jeremy, is better than 50th.
Exactly, yeah. And here's the thing. You can fight from 28th with a little bit of luck, but with as similar as these trucks are, it's going to make things just a little bit difficult. Laubish takes the stop in turn 1, and we've taken the checkered flag on this qualifying session.
And so officially done and dusted, and Damon Woods is fastest of them all. First time of asking. Great effort in the Falcon Sim Racing machine, but let's get ready to go for the first of our 24 races. And the great thing that we have now is an opportunity to breathe for a second, to run our way down through the entirety of the qualifying grid as the drivers get ready to take to the green. Now, should point out, these truck machines are capped at 80% of their fuel capacity. That means they will need a trip down that pit lane. Pit entry on that right-hand side will be crucial.
It really will, because you're setting yourself up for this.
But let's take a look at the starting grid for the first of our 24 races. Damon Woods, 4,000th clear of Johan Royer as Falcon Sim Racing and Grid and Go will challenge each other. Team Redline and Enzo Benito, who have won so many of our races in VCO Infinities across the years, alongside of Aaron Vasquez. Brand new team for him in that map performance, black, orange and blue entry. Sindre Set Source, whilst cooking Racing Adventures, cooking something decent up to open up qualifying. Phil Dinez, the best of the Zebras. He's got the BS+ hybrid directly behind on row 4 with former Zebra Norby Kish, now alongside of Sheza Esports, of course, in the Hungarian esports outfit. Commander Esports in the purple and orange, alongside of Carlos Venelosa in the black and gold for TC Esports to bookend the top 10. And just a quarter of a second splits those first 5 rows, with Blake Reynolds then in the Solpec Precision Racing machine. Watch for the former NASCAR driver to maybe pick his way through the chaos. He'll have Francis McGinn for company on row 6. Alberto Senau in the MG18 Simtech Pro machine. He's got Loic Grabier and Stealth Black Movano machine on row 7. Alexei Nesov in the PGZ crew. I saw a rather creative social media post from them. No VCO Infinity logo, instead a certain manufacturer logo to great effect used. Grid and Go, second car for them, down in 16th position with Luca Alpert in the EMM Esports entry. Of course, our VCO Esports Racing League champions down in 17th. ERE Race Esports Team 18th with the Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy crew qualifying 19th. Alongside of Vitality Sim Racing, formerly of course known as Roman Grosjean Esports. 07 Racing, Eclipse Sim Sports 21st and 22nd. Visceral and the second of the Falcon cars 23rd and 24th. And we're only halfway through the starting lineup, where we find Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage and the Bumblebees for Sim RC. Shera Esports and Fiercely Forward then behind them as we officially get 1 second off the qualifying pole. Absolute Motorsport Aslith and Impulse Racing bookend the top 30. Fast Repair Motorsports, Brabham Motorsports, Blue Mercury Esports, and Capybara Racing your top 34. Thomas Eng Sim Racing and Lion GP, Fenster.com, 35th and 36th respectively. With Ride Sim Sport, Bike 500, Drago Racing, Avalon Motorsport, GT Spain 92, and the Inspect Sim Sport crew 1.7 seconds through the top 42. With Delta Sport as the orange, white and black I mentioned. Samantha Tan Racing Esports alongside with Big Green Machine for Maniti, Tatum, Restec Endurance, and then Sorrento Motorsport Esports, Armentario, Dutch League Racing. Slightly wrong team for Tem Metha Sit Clan Chawi, but should hopefully still score points with U Amateurs Prism Motorsport, Olympus Esports, Stint 1 Motorsports, 54 trucks. And Jeremy, finally a chance for me to breathe as we get ready to go for the first of our races.
Yeah, as the grid will be lining up right now, and thankfully it's not going to be a full pace lap. But like we said, it's going to be interesting to see how these trucks handle turn 1. But that's not the only thing I'm worried about. That final sector, you've got the Grand Prix chicane and you have the tight stadium section. These things are beasts, and to get them around at full speed, it's going to be like a tank, and there's going to be a lot of drivers who are going to be beating and banging on each other. We're going to see a lot of leaning. That's okay, but it's going to make life a little interesting. I think the drivers that can get through it in the first couple of laps, well, they're going to be the ones who are going to be at the front. And you mentioned also the 80% fuel tank. Pit strategy is going to be king.
I wonder if tires is less of a factor because, Jeremy, we reduce the laps that are capable. We're only reducing it slightly. I'm not saying that 80% is much less than the full tank, but that could be a factor in the 45-minute race that we've got ahead.
yeah, I think it's going to be a big factor in this race, and we'll see how it plays out. You know, we do know these heavier stock cars, or stock trucks, I should say, they do wear through tires a little bit faster. However, this is a facility that the trucks haven't been on a regular basis, so we'll see how some of these teams and some of these drivers manhandle these trucks around this fantastic classic circuit.
And I should give a big thank you to Michael Conti and the Team Conti setup shop for providing our truck setups for today. They're all fixed setups. Every other car is just using iRacing defaults, but we've given these drivers a special treat. A setup approved by former NASCAR driver himself. 54 trucks down to turn 1. It's going to be a long wait. Once that pace car pulls off and away, the instructions to the drivers: wait for the drop of the green flag. It slightly negates the importance of pole position. Once again, staying out of trouble, starting to rack up points across of 24 races here in the return of VCO Infinity. We are ready to go. It's Damon Woods, Johan Royer on the front row. Team Redline and Map Performance then directly behind. Could these be the contenders in 23 hours time when we race for the final time? We fan out, the green flag drops, and off and away we go. Watch for the zebra on the left-hand side of the screen. Another one on the right-hand side of the screen. Aggression shown early doors by Redline as Enzo Benito searches. But the spin for Phil Denez is the first sign of chaos. A couple of trucks will scamper off as we stretch our legs. Up into the grass goes, I think, Lion GP Fenster. Damon Woods, Enzo Benito, Andre Castro, 1, 2, 3 as we sweep our way to the carousel.
Oh, we got a spinner also at the back near 4th or 5th place. We'll continue on racing. But yeah, things are getting just a little tense, especially at the front. But Damon Woods, Benito, Castro, 1, 2, 3, as we see Royer trying to go around the inside of Zetas as he makes that position for 4th. We're still 2, 3 wide at the back, Arjuna, so everybody trying to find position. And unfortunately, one of our front runners suffering from a little bit of blinkage.
There's lots of chaos. I think Denez has picked it back up and rejoined inside of the top 30 or so. Meanwhile, to the chicane, we are using this layout. And there is that blinkage for Johan Royer. Holding back Sindre Setsource, and chaos behind. Oh, through the chicane, more madness as we pick up Lewis Woods and the other of the Falcon Sim Racing machines. He's plus 10, bullies his way in front of Blake Reynolds, who's showing some of the battle scars of this opening lap.
And yeah, lots of drivers taking damage, especially near the middle of the back of the pack, something that you and I talked about. You don't want to be qualifying. Filanosa falling back well into the 30 spots. So he's one of the ones who had the damage. Some of your fast runners that we expected to do well also at the back. Like I said, Blake Reynolds down to 18th. And now starting to feel ourselves, get single file, feel how the truck is, 43 minutes left. And you're starting to see a couple of groups already break out into drafting down the straightaway. That's going to be key as we're 3 wide once again.
That's all the way back outside of the top 20. Big puff of smoke as Nicholas Laubish has to concede to Alexander Delatraz. Meanwhile, Phil Denez is already back up into the top 20. I mentioned how much chaos there has been. Kind of see from the left side, Laubish plus 17. Behind him, Delatraz plus 13 now. Very, very gingerly they tiptoe their way through. And I wonder if fuel saving starts to be a factor slightly further up through the field, because as much as there's chaos behind, if you can minimize time you spend stationary in pit lane, that's to your advantage. They are 3 wide though off of the left-hand hairpin. Sindre Setsource in the bright pink holds the inside, trying to challenge Johan Royer still. Nessov, Alpert tucked in behind and trying to make their way through.
Tell you what, Royer, no surprise that he's able to hold off those Nessov and Sentas at the back as we're looking on board with Royer, and both the 5th and 6th have decided to kind of get back in line. But like we said, this is the section. This is going to cause these drivers a lot of headaches because you're at low speeds. I wouldn't even be surprised if they're barely getting out of second gear here, especially around the chicane. But the field working their way around once again. Top 3 have really fanned out with Woods holding on to a 7/10 of a second lead, but Nessov and Setas still single file.
And given that not many of these drivers race regularly in these trucks, I have to assume they are using formula rims and potentially not taking a hand off the wheel to shift. Sindre Setsource been racing around the Nordschleife in the last couple of years. He feels the pressure from Luca Alpert. He's currently running in the Porsche Esports Endurance Nürburgring Trophy as part of the DNLS campaign. Former champion of the class. Put the power down nicely. Watch the rear end squirrel even as they shuffle out through the right-hand kink. Aaron Vasquez has got a great view of all of this. I really enjoy the respect being shown here. Yes, track limits likely a factor there as Alpert bobbles for a moment, but Vasquez sees the opportunity through the long right-hander, Jeremy, to try and plug the hole, but Sindre Setsols has the inside into the next braking zone.
And that's going to be the key here, is trying to figure out which line you need to take to make some sort of pass, as Setas still sitting in 7th place. Vasquez looking around to see what he can do to get up into that 2nd place, but this is Norby Kiss, an interested spectator, in 9th place. You don't want to make moves too early. Here comes Vasquez to the inside. Little bit of rubbing there. No harm, no foul. But like you said, yeah, there's some rubbing, but everybody being kind to each other, respectful. I don't think we'll see that 35 minutes down the road.
Francis McGinn, Nicholas Laubish, and then Alexander Delatraz catching back up to these drivers. Haven't seen too much of a breakaway just yet, as we'll unwind out of the final corner and head back onto the longest main straight that we will see today at the Fuji Speedway. We're on our way back down to turn 1. It's 10 seconds that splits the top 16 for the time being. And if you are wondering, well, there was so much chaos on the start, what's going to happen to all of that? We do have race control, and we're going to see penalty points accumulate and build up through the course of the day. Enzo Benito showed the nose. Oh, but Damon Woods able to close the door.
Yeah, Woods now, he has his first attacks of the race, as Benito closing in once again on your leader in the number 44. This is the tight battle for the lead, but Woods, I'll tell you what, this is a fixed setup, but he has that truck hooked up. There's a go through the winding, the I wouldn't say tight areas, but still the nice winding open areas of Fuji. It'd be interesting to see what happens when what he does in Sector 3. Here's that battle between Nessov and Royer as well.
And I think Nessov has made the move. He's now plus 11, so taking advantage early. But again, hard to judge if we're going to see some differences the deeper we get into this race. Of course, knowing that one pit stop is to be expected. Let's see if we can start to pick our way through some of the madness, and I make no promises that we can find all of it. But let's start at turn 1, Jeremy, and pick up Phil Denez on that outside line, trying to hold on.
Yeah, Denez, he's used to running these heavier stock cars, but still able to get straightened out there, which was absolutely huge for him. He could have lost a heck of a lot more position. Not sure who that was that spun off at turn 1. We saw that in the distance, but yeah, here's Denez, gets that touch from the 26, and yeah, that kind of set off the chain of events that we saw throughout the lap.
There was a lot more that went on. Hard to pick through all of it. Although I can tell you that only Ride SimSport had to make a trip to pit lane, so they seem to have got the worst of then what happened out through 100R back up to turn 1. Let's see if we can now grab that look at what's going to happen. First out of the left-hander, the kink at Coca-Cola. So 3 wides always nervy already. You can tell that something was brewing. And there's chaos in front. Coanda Esports have gone around, and as they all take avoiding action, Thibaut Courtois pinched on the nose. And that's why Ride SimSport heading back to pit lane and sitting there for a little bit. But, Jeremy, the benefit of the unique format that we have here, more esports maybe than sim racing, every team does get one fast repair, so they're already back out on track and trying to get some points.
And that's a big thing. But here's the thing. You knew that somebody going off in Coca-Cola corner at the start would cause a bowling effect over there through the 100R. And it took a lot more trucks than we thought. But again, this is the first race, so I'd rather have the calamity early on than maybe a little bit later on. I think these trucks are going to be the ones that cause the issues for some of these drivers, as we see Norby Kiss try to hold off Alexandre Delatraz. You know how good these Delatraz vehicles are, but again, a lot of these drivers not used to running trucks on a regular basis, so they've got to figure this out, and they got to figure it out quick.
Got 2 very different stories here. Alexander Delatraz, we've seen the team and the driver be so successful in LMP2s in particular in 2025. On the other hand, in front, you have multiple-time European truck racing champion in the real world, Norby Kish. A very different truck, though, to what we're seeing compete today. Those are the big trucks. These are much smaller in every sort of comparison. Andre Castro is holding on quite decently right now to the top two, who are still continuing to pull away from those behind. Early stage of this race, only 10 minutes complete, and well, maybe I've just cursed Norby Kish slightly. He slips off the track at turn 1, Jeremy, and if you don't believe in the curse of the commentator, oh, he's down to 13th now.
Oh, I believe in it all day. It's almost like I believe in a thing called love, but Kiss gonna try and make his way back up towards Delatraz. He's got some fast drivers ahead, and here's the replay there, and yeah, just overcooks it in turn 1. That's quite common, especially these big heavy trucks. Let's listen in.
Did a good job to avoid actually locking the tire and just going deep through the braking zone. While behind them, we've got Sherry Esports closing in. The F1 Team Gaming Academy. That's a mouthful of a team name. A big break, though, from Lewis Woods as he sends it up the inside. And able to secure the move on Delatrav. This is costing them some time, though. Last lap alone, they lost about a second to those in front. And that move's probably cost them another couple of tenths.
And tenths of a second are pretty big here, especially because you have just one long straightaway that you can really draft off of. Too, if you count the Daiichi to Coca-Cola corner, quote-unquote straightaway with the kink in the middle of it. But you really can't be losing too much time early on. Oh, who is that I saw go a little wide there? Was that, I'm sure who that was, but either way, you can't be losing tenths of a second. Yeah, you have the pit stop, but if you're that far back, it's not going to matter how you do your pit strategy.
And pit entry, it's so fast here. Got a little chicane of sorts. Big blocking coming. Alexander Delatraz does not want to let Loic Rabier through, but Rabier slightly sideways under the brakes. It pinches him into Delatraz. They'll work through the corner safely. Francesco Petalin loses out, though. He squirrels around the rear end, and Griffin Gardner drives around him in that Eclipse interval machine. Another sign of just how easy it is to make a mistake, and Loic Rabier very lucky that wasn't worse.
Exactly, he's able to save it, which, you know, you're going into a braking zone, so it's easier to save those trucks than if you were, say, through, like we said, a hard R, the hairpin, where you're kind of at a faster speed through the apex. And of course, it's getting a little push from Gardnier there in that 14th spot, the number 16 truck, trying to knock on the door and say, hey, I'm sitting right here. I'm not going to let you get off as easy.
Let's go back up into the chicane where Aaron Vasquez, Johan Royer, former teammates, Ingrid and Go. Vasquez just holding on in front. Remember, that number 2 started in second position, but unfortunately we have seen the technical issues hold it back slightly. Maybe on the chaos of the race start wanting to avoid any sort of madness. And to talk of chaos very briefly, yes, we have live race control, but teams are only allotted 3 protest tokens. So that means that if they get protests rejected and, you know, turned away for no further action, basically race control says this was not worth us looking into. Well, burn 3 of those and you can't submit any more protests for the rest of the day. So not only are we talking fuel strategy in the races, driver strategy and picking which driver races at what time in what cars, we're also trying to figure out how you use your protests as well, which is not necessarily something I thought we'd be talking about.
Yeah, I don't envy race control when it comes to protests, I should say. So that's always not the fun part of the sport, but unfortunately, it is quite necessary as we're just keep watching this battle for 13th. And what's interesting on our timing, Arjuna, I'm seeing that they're saying that the striking distance for 8th and 9th could be about 4 laps. So we'll see what the Royer-Laubush battle is. God, isn't that kind of common to hear Royer and Laubush go toe-to-toe?
Interesting to see it in trucks. Laubush is going to cut underneath the Ronco 300R. He's there. He is there. There's 2 configurations of this track. One where you just sweep that speed through. And can you imagine what the trucks would be like? Oh, they're so cumbersome at slow speeds, and Laubush lethargic as he goes out wide. And this is costing them handfuls of time right now, and 4 laps to those behind. It's becoming even less as continuing to rumble. Laubish will cut back underneath as they sweep up in through turn 15, but he's now left himself on a long way around the final corner. I love this. This is why VCO Infinity is great. But if you're those drivers, Jeremy, you're thinking, oh, why have we just done this and brought those guys behind that little bit closer to us?
I think that these trucks in and of itself are going to be the ones where you do see you're in a battle and the people that are driving behind you are going to get closer. The drivers in front of you, they're just going to start to look away. So Vasquez and Cetas all saying, yeah, that's fine. Keep battling as you start to see trucks go into the pits.
That was Phil Denez. Yeah, that was a very early call to get him maybe out of the bubble, the danger zone, if you will, of all the trucks fighting for 10th on back. They have really started to lose themselves some ground. And so let's check back in with pit lane as off the way goes. I think that was the Ride SimSport entry. There comes Phil Denez. He's also showing some damage on the front right, so this will be a double whammy. Oh, instantly, front right gets repaired as the iRacing fast repair fixes things up. And he's also going to get 4 tires to get him to the end.
And not even past halfway, we'll see how quick that these Goodyears just fall off. I kind of question pitting this early, but yeah, Phil Denez had that damage. It's going to be tough, but more and more cars going, trucks going to the pit. That's odd.
I think if this is the window to the end, maybe with all this fighting that we're seeing, Lewis Woods bottom right, Alexander Delatraz chasing him down just to his left as we grab our first look at these driver webcams. And I've no doubt we'll be looking at a variety of different setups through the day. Delatraz does seem to have a full round wheel as opposed to just a formula-style steering wheel in front of him, but I'm almost 100% sure as he puts the power down here, we're going to see both hands stay where they are. And yeah, he's shifting gears with those paddles.
That is something that I think will be interesting for some of these drivers who are going to do the truck and then hop into one of the Formula cars or even the GTP. Are they switching out their wheels? If you're driving a truck and you have that big round wheel, that might not be a bad idea.
I always go back to Bobby Zelensky, who raced eNASCAR with Formula rims for so long and just made it look so easy. His teammates in Coanda Esports, I wonder if Bobby's been giving them a bit of coaching. Victor Wolfson fighting with Yuri Toman in the Vitality sim racing machine. For those who watch iRacing, you may not be so familiar with Yuri Toman, but Vitality, formerly R8G for many of their drivers and management behind the scenes. Great to see them back in the world of VCO Infinity and hoping for a bit more. Jeremy, you were right about number of cars in pit lane, because now we've got about a full dozen, I would say, that have made their first trip down. And I wonder if any of these drivers at the front, Andre Castro, Alexei Nesov starting to squabble, will think they want to pit and get out of trouble. Oh, trouble as Castro disappears for a second.
If you're trying to get out of traffic, a little bit of a slide there going through the next corner. If you're trying to get out of traffic, it's a great move, but I still question it. I figure we would start to see most of your pit stops within 7 minutes, but I mean, Albert Nessoff still neck and neck going down that final corner. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, probably just get out of traffic, which is a smart move if you think about it.
You can see Alexei Nessoff bottom left, Luca Alpert to his right. Alexei Nessoff, another one who's been doing his fair share of GT3 racing in the last 12 months. Great to watch in front of them. I mentioned Andre Castro has some experience in these cars as we see one car blending off of pit lane. He's run a total of 5 races in what is now known as the NASCAR Xfinity, or used to be known, I should say, as the NASCAR Xfinity Series, now the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. Don't actually know if he's racing these trucks before. You know, they are very different machines fundamentally, especially the modern Xfinity cars. Jeremy, they have, what, 900 horsepower, and they're just trying to rip the rear wheels off the ground underneath you.
Well, it sounds like it. Of course, if you think back a couple of years ago, that rear axle got ripped off of Marco Andretti at Coda, so it is possible to see that. But, you know, it's a very different fundamental race that you have to do here in the trucks. Look at you last night with Cletus McFarland. He's so used to doing ARCA. Well, you know, here's the thing. You have all that downforce at the back because of the bed, so that makes things just a little bit difficult. Ended his night a little early as you're watching Zetas look at the Nessoff Alpert battle for 4th place. We'll see if any of these guys come into the pits as they've caught up to the Team USA scholarship winner and Andre Castro.
Yeah, that's the other thing about Andre Castro. Let's not forget he does have those road racing credentials as well. Not seeing traffic be a factor necessarily, which could always be something to watch given the varying levels of skill we have and the pit stop battles that we are seeing. Now that is definitely a couple that are indicating to drivers right-hand side and down towards the pit lane. I'm not sure if that's anyone outside of Nicholas Lauder. So the first strike, nope, never mind. It was Aaron Vasquez in the map performance number 30. So the first driver from inside the top 10, Jeremy, has called it down to pit lane.
And it's still a little early, but I think, you know, it might be the right call, especially since he was in traffic for quite some time. Get out there and try the undercut. Maybe it'll work, but either way, we're starting to see more and more of those drivers at the back of the pack coming in to make their compulsory pit stop. And still watching this battle. And yeah, you're talking about Castro as well. I think he might be the only one who has real-life experience, at least in the stock cars in the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. I don't think he has any Craftsman truck experience. I could be mistaken, but then again, most of Castro's experience in road races is on the street course in Chicago.
Feeling the pressure from behind, though. And this is a very different road course to anything, I think, in the US, really. Wide open expanse on either side to make mistakes. It's rather new in that regard, but old school in the way the elevation still flows. Ride the anti-cut curve on the inside that, well, for Super Formula Lights that we'll see later on tonight, will be a very different story about how they can run aggressively through there. I think the main thing that Andre Castro probably can take from his stock car experience is the patience that you need to drive these cars. It's the time off throttles occasionally, the willingness to stay at partial throttle and slowly ramp up as you feel the traction. Sindre Setsource, What's Cooking Racing Adventures, they're cooking up a pit stop. Here he comes.
So the front runners coming into the pits, and yeah, you talk about Castro. He's using that experience to kind of keep Alpert, Nessoff, and Laubish, well, Laubish further away, but Alpert and Nessoff at bay to try and keep them behind them. Let's see what Zetas can do here in the pit stop. I'm sure that the pit crew's just simmering, ready and waiting for the 4-tire fuel stop.
I guess really the question is, where does he bleed relative to, well, driver back out on track already. Aaron Vasquez winding his way to the line. Now, they do the left sides first, run around the left side, then scurry over to the right. And Vasquez, with the momentum already on his side, is going to be flying down to turn 1 and already clear of the now exiting Sindre Setsource. No driver changes in these races, just for the record, as we watch this little grouping now changing positioning. Castro back to 5th, Alpert and Nessoff slingshotting their way forward, and they want to do it before they enter pit lane because of how difficult it is to get into pit entry. You want clean road in front of you.
Because you have to sacrifice Panasonic corner to signal that you are coming into the pits. So you really want to get these in laps as good and as quick as you can. As we see Nessoff losing a little bit of ground to Alpert, but Castro falling back just a little bit. I wonder what happened there to the young American. It looks like he's coming in the pits. That's what happened.
I think his tires are gone. That's why he is going to be the next from inside the top 10 to dive in. Might be Lewis Woods that follows suit in the second of the Falcon Sim Racing entries. Falcon Sim Racing, by the way, will be loving how this 24-hour event has started off as they fly the flag up front. Yes, they've now got some traffic behind, but Damon Woods, bottom right. Oh, glorious mustache as well, I've got to say. And then Enzo Benito on the bottom left. Look of focus on their face. And, well, there you can see Formula Rim on display for the Falcon Sim Racing driver.
That's interesting to see who's running the Formula wheel, who's running the stock car wheel, and really at this point it's just up to driver preference, as you're seeing Damon Woods holding off Benito. Either one of these two, I think, will have to come in the pit within the next couple of laps, but Woods has had basically an easy lead in spite of Benito closing in. Oh, good morning. That was a little close, as you almost saw that front end get chopped off the 3 of Benito, but, you know, Woods, from the get-go, has had nothing but success in that Falcon number 44.
Last year, we saw some signs of success for the Door Esports team, hoping now to continue. They've become a large group as well. There's no question about that. Are they going to head to drivers right? We're now officially halfway through this race, so you could make the call to come to pit lane and still have relatively fresh tires at the end, but the lap time's not falling off too badly. Still, only about 1 second off of the fastest laps for our race leaders, and in fact, Damon Woods actually picking up a bit more speed last time across the line. But we are going to see pit stops. Alexei Nesov dives to the right-hand side of the track, followed in by Nicholas Laubish. Luca Alpert does stay out there, though. So some drivers do feel like tires are worth it, and lap times from Aaron Vasquez, 1:43.9. He's 1.5 seconds quicker than those at the front of the field.
I feel, yeah, it's going to be, I would imagine if Woods and Bonito don't come in next time by, they'll come in after that, so that way they could have those fresher tires for a little bit shorter time, as you see quick pit stops out of Bonito and others as they make the quick pit in and out.
Benito and Woods still out on track, of course. Let's take a look at Aaron Vasquez on the bottom of your screen, who now rejoins with all that momentum. It's worked out beautifully for him. Gained that track position, and now Alexei Nesov straight away with tires maybe slightly cool compared to Aaron Vasquez. Trying to get himself back up into the rhythm. We're only 20 minutes removed from our first checkered flag of the 2026 VCO Infinity, our 5th edition of this great event. And heart rate for Nicholas Laubish, dinged for speeding on pit entry. And that was such a big factor in these cars with no pit limiter. Alexei Nesov able to get away without that pit lane penalty, but Aaron Vasquez really hounding him as they now switch up towards the chicane.
Yeah, that's not good speed in these trucks, because you really got to figure out what your RPM and what gear you need in order to use it. Granted, you still have the speed overlay, but still, that's just heartbreak to see that pit road speeding penalty get slapped.
Some drivers in certain road cars don't run pit lane speed limiters because they want to try and risk it and get as close to the limit as possible. That was not the case here. Luke Alpert blinks from 3rd. He was, 8 seconds removed from the race lead. We're also seeing very different pit stop times now, by the way, so I wonder if we're seeing 2 tires versus 4 tires, Jeremy. Alexei Nesov stationary for 8 seconds, as was Luca Alpert. 13.5 for Aaron Vasquez.
I think the later we get into this pit cycle, we will start to see the 2-tire versus 4-tire change. And of course, if you're looking for pit position, I should say, out of the pits, you're definitely going to want to take that gamble, as you see Alpert get tossed into this battle for position between Setas, Castro, and Espis, as they're working their way through turn 1. 17.5 minutes left, and now we're starting to see groups really form. But here's what's interesting, Arjuna, your top 6, they still have yet to pit, with the 16th place driver of Griffin Gardner still needing to pit as well.
Yeah, Griffin Gardner is in 16th and yet to transition. Meanwhile, Benito still keeping it close as Vasquez finally gets in front of Alexei Nesov. Benito's going to do something different. This is what we were waiting for. So he's going to get a slight undercut here. The ability with fresh tires to push. Damon Woods has got to respond, Jeremy, and drive as well. Lewis Hamilton would call it in hammer mode.
This is where Damon Woods puts on the best show that he can, as he's got 14 seconds ahead of 3rd place, soon to be 2nd place, Johan Royer. We'll see if Benito did lose 2nd place. We'll see where he ends up but Royer still needs a pit as well, so plenty of pit stops left to go for the front runners. I would say that's probably a smart move by Benito.
Benito in the marks. One of the most adaptable drivers we've seen in VCO Esports competitions. Back in the Esports Racing League days, would be most valuable driver across multiple different platforms, able to deliver across multiple cars as well. And so far in front of Luca Alpert, there's not even a battle. It's still 7 seconds between the two of them. And so now, Enzo Benito, the one that goes into super Enzo mode as we wait for Damon Woods to complete his 17th lap around the track and then dive down towards pit lane. This is where as well the driver can make such a difference. We've talked about pit lane entry being difficult, Jeremy. This is where Damon's looking to try and perfect what he's practiced in the last handful of days.
And Damon hasn't put Joe wrong so far this race. Let's see if he can continue this perfect streak. As you saw, right side tires on Benito getting tossed in. And I don't think Damon Woods is, he's angling to the right. Does he come into the pits? Yes, he's going to come in. We'll see if he takes right sides or 4 tires. I think he's going to take right sides to try and nip that undercut.
Yes, you still need to take some fuel, so we're not really thinking of a no tire call. There has been drama further behind. Oh, and Luca Alpert's trying to pick his way back through with a slow machine. I see Aaron Vasquez. Sindre Setsos was off the track as well, but we'll grab a replay in just a couple of moments' time because this is the race for the first win in 2026. VCO Infinity as Damon Woods slowly makes his way into the box. That could have been a couple of tenths of a second there alone, you know. And as he now just waits to be released, off and away. Benito in the bottom of your corner, already up to speed. And already through. The undercut works a treat. And Team Redline in control with 14 minutes to go in race 1 of Infinity.
And now Damon Woods sets off to chase instead of being the chased to get back up to the lead. A fantastic pit stop by Redline and Benito. It works. Let's see how long it takes these two to catch up to one another, or if Benito can shake off the early race leader.
It's great to see Redline back. We missed them in the last season of the Esports Racing League that of course was won by what they were then known as Rafa ERA Esports by EMM, but let's see what happened to the EMM Esports truck as Luca Alpert into the chicane behind the Impact SimSport number 6. Oh, he tries to clear himself working through the second part of the corner. Contact with Nessoff, hard contact as well. Vasquez runs into the 6 truck. Sindre Setsos, I think, is the only one, Jeremy, that comes through that unscathed.
And that's always a good thing when you come unscathed, especially with these trucks. So still, even though everybody's spread apart, there's still going to be a little bit of argy-bargy, as our friend Calvin Fish would say. Watching the 66 making his way around it on the inside. That is Pablo Espez that you see trying to hold off Nessoff once again, but close in on Castro, who's watching the Setas Vasquez battle heat up as we're going through the 3rd sector.
Yeah, great drive through the field for Pablo Espez. A traditional, old school Williams Esports livery going back many a year now. As final takers to pit lane, Loic Rabier and Matthias Leitao, Mivano Infinity and the ERE Race Esport team. I think that is Alexei Nessoff, unfortunately, who is also going to be headed back to pit lane with the damage on that truck. And so Team PGZ, unfortunately, race 1 not going to go the way they would have hoped. Let's see if they can rebound in the next couple. Through all of that, Luca Alpert, Sindre Setsos, they still sit 3rd and 4th positions. And Andre Castro back in the thick of the action after waiting a little bit longer than Aaron Vasquez to come down pit lane, and now up the inside and back into the top 5.
Fantastic recovery. Now he'll set his sights on Setas, as you said, but either way, Castro looking pretty good for that top 5 and a good start for the BS Plus hybrid team as we were running race 1 of 24, but still plenty of time left to go in this race.
Pablo Espez sweeps past Vasquez. You can see the damage to the front of that Chevy Silverado. They're all running the same truck as much as on iRacing. They are all identical in physics. No preference allowed, unfortunately, for that. Slightly further back into the chicane. Battle between the Blue Mercury Esports crew, up 22 spots. Although Victor Wolfson, recovering after being spun around at the start of this race, started in 9th, back up to 11th, and 11 minutes left to go for a potential top 10 finish. What an interesting opening race we are seeing, with Redline establishing themselves at the front of the field. Falcon Sim Racing maybe playing the part of Urano Esports from a couple of VCO Infinities ago, pushing Redline all the way to the end. EMM, Wasker King Racing Adventures, great to see them towards the front. But a couple of drivers with crucial errors on pit lane, Jeremy, that will be kicking themselves to dropping their teams out of contention.
Well, it's better that they get these errors done and out of the way early instead of, an hour 20, 21, so on and so forth, because now you have the rest of the day to go ahead and set yourself up for a, to recover, a redemption race. So, yeah, you don't want to get that pit road penalty, but it might be a good thing to get it done out of the way early, so that way you can really hone in on it for the next time you're here.
And I'm just going back through the schedule, the final 4 races, so effectively that stretch to potentially crowning a winner. Radical SR10s at Road America, NASCAR trucks at Silverstone, a potential rain race with the Acura GTP here at Fuji, and then to close, let's have a bit of madness, is what the organizers have decided. It's going to be Formula Fords at the Charlotte Roval, potentially to settle on 2026 VCO Infinity. Bottom of the screen, you'll see Andre Castro on the bottom right, hunting him down. It's Pablo Espez on the bottom left of the screen, or hands quickly sawing at the wheel for Espez. And I guess the deeper we get into this race, 10 minutes now left on that clock. Any tire left underneath you, Jeremy, it's usable material.
Well, yes, you gotta make sure you save it. And like I said, the one driver that I think is gonna benefit most from this is Castro. He's had to run more, when he's run the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series races, he's running some of the lower teams. Now, they don't get a chance to have as many sets of tires as some of the bigger teams because, maybe they don't have the budget for it. This is going to set up a good battle for Espez as, Castro, as Espez takes a look to the inside. Behind them, you got Vasquez and Wood going side by side for position as Woods gets into 7th.
So 2nd and 7th for the Falcon Sim Racing teams. Now in our championship across 24 races, each car is scored individually. So it's not the best of the Falcon Sim Racing entries, no. It's just 2 separate entries from them. Going back to the point on teams that have paid the price, Grid and Go, Johan Royer, remember, he sped on pit lane, so did Fiercely Forward, so did BS+COMPETITION Phil Denez, by the way. So there's 3 teams instantly who will be turning their attention to our 2nd race of the schedule, which, well, I'm not sure if we're going to get any rain, but rain is in the potential for the Formula Fords at Road America, which, well, it's going to be a lengthy lap. Might even be able to bike around Road America as fast as those Formula Ford machines.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It's uphill from 12 all the way to the start-finish line. It's funny because my dad actually is a bike trainer, and one of his athletes raced in World Challenge. Well, he did that bike challenge around Road America, and it was interesting to see the elevation changes that you get in that whole lap. But either way, 1600s at Road America, I love it. The chance that there's rain, we're going to have some fun.
The question will be how much rain as well. That's not necessarily settled. This race is not settled either, with traffic potentially a factor as back up towards Coca-Cola for the 22nd time in this race. 7 minutes left on the clock. Damon Woods has reeled back in Enzo Benito after the pit stops. The 70 is going to stay all the way out of the way. That's nice and courteous from the U amateurs. Arsene Petrosian going 1 lap down and looking like he will score no points in 51st position. There's 50 points for the win. Trickles all the way down through the fields, but those final few finishing positions, no points on offer. And therefore, endurance racing spirit very much needs to be on display, Jeremy. If one of our contenders is in an incident at the start of race 19, you're going to expect to see them patch the car up with that fast repair and head right back out.
Just get as many points as you can early on. And it's good that we got the trucks here at Fuji. I always thought it was going to be a little bit of mayhem and calamity. While it is, yeah, we do have these wide open spaces. The rest of the tracks that these trucks are going to be racing on, not so much. And it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of the truck races go. And it's just going to be fun. But here's what's fun, too. Damon Woods, remember how far away he was on pit out? He's about 3 seconds closer than he was on pit out.
And he has 1 lap fresher tires as well, so not such a factor maybe right now, but as each lap ticks away, it increasingly becomes something to talk about. What a lineup for Team Redline as well. It's going to be really fascinating to see which driver ends up in which car. Remember, each driver needs to race in 2 cars across the 24 hours, but only 1 race in each of those cars. So, Enzo Benito, I've talked plenty about his credentials across all the platforms, all the cars, all the tracks. He's joined by world champions Sebastian Jobe, Cooper Webster, and Diogo Pinto. Between them, you've got 3 Porsche Esports Super Cup champions. And, well, Diogo Pinto also has won the IndyCar iRacing Pro Series back in 2024. Don't discount Gustavo Ariel as well, who, the Brazilian, is going to have plenty of fans in our chat, so I'm very careful to avoid saying anything that will get them on our backs, Jeremy. But he's also one of those drivers that no matter what car you put him in, raced in the World Championships across multiple cars, IndyCar and Porsches, capable of doing anything.
And here's what's interesting about Redline. Any one of those drivers, you put them in a separate team, and they would be the lead driver. So it's basically a bunch of all-stars racing for Team Redline. Woods, though, taking a peek to the inside, coming out of Net's corner. They're side-by-side lockup, and that's going to be a little bit of contact.
And so I think Damon Woods is going to probably just redress this. That's what they would say down under, although still drag racing down to the opening corner. I would have thought he'd tuck back in behind and wait to go again, and eventually he will do that. That's what we like to see. How patient is he going to be? Because Benito defends like a lion down below the white line momentarily. Allows the door that Damon Woods is going to try and pry ajar. Once more, slightly wide off the apex, and Woods back to the lead.
That was a fantastic pass, and shows patience down that front straightaway. Now Bonito has a couple of chances to possibly make something happen here. I would say we probably got 2 laps left to go in this race, so anything can happen. But I have a feeling that this battle for the lead is not over yet.
And that move kind of came out of nowhere. It wasn't as though Benito was slow on tires. I mean, watch the exit here out of the hairpin down at turn 6, or rather at turn 15, excuse me, up towards the final corner. You can see that, I mean, Damon Woods is almost a full truck width off the apex there. Then slightly bleeds off the throttle. Race control will have to decide if they feel like that was enough of a redress, or if there will be some penalty points potentially for some argy-bargy. But, you know, between all the different cars that we have on display this VCO Infinity, Jeremy, this is the car that can take the rough and tumble the best.
Exactly. So, you know, if he takes a lick and keeps on ticking, and I think that was really a light tap as Benito closes in once again on Woods on Panasonic corner. It's just 2 to go this time by when it comes to plenty of opportunity for Bonito to make something happen. But look at the distance that Damon Woods is opening up on Bonito. Of course, that was also due to a compromised exit off that final corner.
Tell you what, anyone who's playing golf in the surrounding areas of Fuji Speedway, they are now all eyes locked on this battle. A send from the golf course from Enzo Benito. Damon Woods with the crisscross door handles barge as they shovel out down through turn 2. And this is where the best will not compromise. Woods squeezes Benito into the left-hander, and while there was some contact, they both hang on to it. Long way around through 100R for Benito. If he can hold it, he's got the inside into the hairpin, but Damon Woods says no.
And you take a look at both of them on the bottom right of your screen, they don't look like they're stressed at all. They're just calm like it's a Sunday drive around the Fuji countryside, and still Benito trying to do all he can to get inside the head of Damon Woods, which you know as well as I do, Arjuna, is easier said than done. Little bit of a tap as they work their way through 300R, setting up for the Dunlop corner.
And look at this aerial view of the chicane. It's such a different sequence, and it is cumbersome to get through in the trucks. It will be one final lap next time by, the 26th and final trip around the Fuji Speedway. That seems rather fitting in our 2026 edition of VCO Infinity, and the 5th edition starting off with a bang, it would seem. Enzo Benito started in 3rd, picked his way forward early doors, past the grid and go machine that tumbled down the order. Gets a great drive onto the main straight now, and with one final run down to turn 1, Damon Woods is forced to go defensive. This race is only 1 in 24. It might not mean that much, but neither willing to back down as they shuffle back up to the left side of the track, onto the brakes for the final time into turn 1. And Damon Woods has a chance to return the favor and send Benito slightly wide, and that's what he will do. Holds on out of the braking zone.
It's still not over. A couple of tight spots to get into a position for the pass for the lead. And these two have gone nose to nose all race long, as you're looking on board with Benito trying to size up Woods through the 100R for the final time and into the hairpin. Not close enough to make anything happen, but Arjuna, I've got to say this, no matter how this finishes, this has been a fantastic start to our 24 races.
And I want to call out Vitality Sim Racing, Samantha Tan Racing Esports. They've been having a fun fight further down through the running order, but how can you take your eyes away from this? Luca Alpert's only 3/10 in front of Sindre Setsource as well, but for the lead in towards turn 10 for the final time. Did Benito show his hand a little bit too early? Maybe one last chance, Jeremy, into that final corner.
And still plenty of opportunity as long as you set yourself up through Net's corner, which we have seen both Woods and Benito do. They've been able to close in, headed towards Panasonic corner. Look at the lean that Benito has on that truck. I don't know, it might be too little, too late for the Team Red Line.
Here he comes! He tried touching up the right rear, but Damon Woods saw it coming, and they will run to the line. And after an incredible opening race of the 2026 VCO Infinity, strike one goes to Falcon Sim Racing to Damon Woods here in the NASCAR trucks at Fuji Speedway. Oh, love to see the emotion. And behind him there will be some drama on the run to the line. Luca Alpert's going to edge out Sindre Setsource. There was a calamity down at turn 10 that involved the Acura Esports trucks and a couple of others. But like you said, what a way to start our opening race of VCO Infinity, Jeremy.
Yeah, that was absolutely great. Benito, as you saw coming around Panasonic, knew that he did not have enough to get up to Woods, but still, you got to hand it to Benito as he tried his best to keep that lead. Woods was just too good, too fast here at Fuji, so we got that one done and out of the way, and still some battles near the back of drivers who are finishing. Even some of the faster drivers near the back, they did quite well today, but now we set our sights on race number 2.
And I have a sneaking suspicion that Damon Woods is going to be a very, very happy driver. Final teams still struggling their way towards the checkered flag. Before we can grab a look at our race results. Race results won't change, remember, as mentioned earlier, we don't have in-race penalties. Instead, everything is penalty points. And so the points that the teams have started to rack up and accumulate will slowly be whistled away. Oh, chance to breathe for the first time tonight. But the joy of Infinity is it's only temporary. Quick look through our results and then maybe a chance to catch up with our race winner. Damon Woods, 4/10 clear of Red Line's Enzo Benito as Falcon Sim Racing strike first. Behind them, Luca Alpert, 3rd on the board. Great drive through the field for EMM after struggling in qualifying, whilst cooking racing adventures in front of BS+ Hybrid with the Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy. In front of the second of the Falcon Sim Racing entries, Matt Performance, Stellar Traz Automotive by Majors Garage, and the Eclipse Sim Sport team rounds out the top 10. Great drive as well for Griffin Gardner, one of a handful to be double-digit gains. Although think the biggest mover, not quite for Blue Mercury Esports with +20, at Drago Esports, another car +20 for their team manager. Instead, biggest mover that I can see, +21 for Samantha Tan Racing Esports, finishing just behind that Vitality Sim Racing crew. But as we were talking about earlier as well, for every team that has big gains, there are teams that have big losses. That includes the likes of TC Esports, -23 for them, -34 for Johan Royer in that grid and go machine. Unfortunately, the speeding penalty really hurt him, as well as for Phil Dinez, although tagged around in contact in the opening stages. I think it's fair to say he had a pretty torrid time. Just a handful more drivers, most of them seeing the checkered flag, and that is the most important thing. But with race 1 officially in the books, let's see if we can catch up with Damon Woods, standing by with Jeremy Scott.
Well, Damon, it was an absolutely fantastic race that you had. For the most part, you led, but I've got to say, let's talk about that final stint coming out of the pits. You fell behind a little bit, but you're able to claw your way back to the front.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit hesitant on jumping in the pits because I didn't want to try and get too smoked when Enzo came out if he did overcut me. But yeah, I was wary of that he would probably undercut me to try and get some track position, and obviously that's what he did. I got the boys to make sure that I knew what tyre strategy he used, so yeah, we hopped on the same tyre strategy. And yeah, I was pretty much just like, I put in quality laps, try and hunt him down. I noticed that under brakes the car was a lot better than his, so I knew that when I eventually did catch him, I was going to have a fair advantage. And it was evident, I was able to make a couple good outbraking moves, and yeah, played a bit of the NASCAR card. Give it a bump every now and then, but I mean, that's racing. We're allowed to do it, I would say. So I would, yeah, fuck it, I'll go with it.
And of course, it wasn't over once you passed him for the lead. He still had a couple of attacks. Did you know that it was going to be easy to defend off those attacks, or did you think that it would be tough to keep him out towards the back?
Look, obviously he did throw a bomb into T1, which was a fair effort. Obviously I did the switch back, and he was able to get back past me, even with getting back underneath him. But yeah, I mean, pretty much parked the bus the last sector. Stop him getting a good run onto the straight, and if he does get near me, I just white line it, see what he does. Yeah, in the end, I prefer being in the lead and managing the situation. I'm the one in control. It's on him to try and get past me. So yeah, once I got in front, I felt that I could do everything that I needed to, and yeah, we did in the end.
All right, Race 2 Road America, good luck.
Thank you.
Always good to be able to catch up with the drivers. Apologies for any of the language used there, as a very excited Damon Woods celebrates a victory. Right, race 1 in the books. That therefore means we can roll forward to race 2 and the joy of sim racing. Oh, how fun it can be. We travel from a great track like Fuji to a great track like Road America, and we break out the Formula 4s, which means lap times, Jeremy, going to be, well, I'm going to guess 2-minute 20-ish, 2-minute 30, somewhere in that ballpark. Are going to have a lot less laps than what we just saw with the trucks, I think.
I don't think it's going to be a 230. It might be a high 210s, low 220s for these Formula Fords. And of course, it's going to be a big drafting fest for these cars. Absolutely love the low horsepower, low downforce momentum cars here at Road America. It's going to be an absolute blast to see what these Fords can do around here. Now,
technically, drivers could go back to back, but I think that's a rather interesting change to put your driver through. And again, it's one-shot qualifying and close at the front with 45 thousandths covering the top 3. And Thomas Enge Sim Racing, Jamie Hopper, what a lap from him to put it into 3rd. I never try and look too much into experience with the platform, but not necessarily the team that I would have expected to ride at the very front of the field. We got some drivers still looking to finish up their qualifying efforts. Here's Garrett Higgins. Technically, actually, already finished his qualifying effort because he burned his first lap and is now running around on lap 2 by himself. Here comes Michael Romanidis, the Greek driver, after Drago Racing had to really fight their way through the field. He's short on time. There won't be many more drivers that get times onto the board. And now just really 2 more corners left to go. And in a car like this, Jeremy, they are committed corners.
No, they really are. And it sets yourself up for that long run down to turn number 1 as you're watching just a little wiggle coming off of Bill Mitchell Bend. And now this is where you really got to make sure that that run off of turn 14 is a good one, because you're going to have that momentum. Let's see what Romadis can do across the line. Yet to log a best time, 24.606. Okay, I was kind of right, but I think that's what we're going to see. We're going to see times in the 220s.
So Michael Romanidis jumps his way into 15th. That gives the Jaguar Racing crew a lot less work to do in this second race of 24. What a dichotomy. Trucks at Fuji to Formula Ford at Road America, but we are in for some fun. And once more, we've got a bumper grid to work our way through. So let's take a look at how they'll line up for the second of our 24 races as we inch closer to the night, although slightly disappointingly, threat of rain is not what we were really hoping for. It looks rather dry so far as the drivers finish up in qualifying. Isaac Phelps for Grid and Go gets it done, and hoping that they can avoid any sort of dramas as the other Grid and Go car had after starting on the front row in race number 1. Diogo Pinto trying to make it 2 podiums in a row for Redline, while Thomas Ains Sim Racing and the ERE Race Esports team, great effort from them to be up there in qualifying. Elliot Veyron, TC Esports, purple and orange, black and gold on row 3. With Jerome Fisher in the EMM Esports machine, lining up alongside of Kazuki Fujita in the Visceral Esports black and red. Lion GP Fenster, Jaden Sherwood's up inside of the top 10, alongside of Cody Deef. Eclipse Sim Sport making sure to pick the right car this time, and paint schemes loaded in correctly. Elias Riker for BS+, alongside of the Was Cooking Racing Adventures crew. Stealth black for them here. Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage. Fast Repair Motorsports, that's row 7, and about half a second off of pole position. Romanidis in 15th, Dennison in 16th for Project 91 Racing Team, with Olivier Piatic for Blue Mercury Esports alongside of Daniel Ola for the Sheza Esports crew. Those are 2 teams that were in the wars in race 1, as were Matt Performance and potentially Stint 1 Motorsport as well, as the first 10 rows filled up. Ride Sim Sport, trouble for them to open up the first race of the season. They've got Grid and Go's Roger Christensen all the way back in 22nd. That's the one that started second in race 1. Lots more work to do once again. Falcon Sim Racing, Brabham Motorsport 23rd and 24th. Bike 500, Shera Esports, Mivano, Impact Sim Sport, and then Sorrento and Vitality. The top 30 now covered by just 1 and a bit seconds. Prism Motorsports, PS+ Hybrid, 07 Racing, Impulse Racing, the U Amateurs, Delta Sport crew, all through the top 36. Absolute Motorsport, Aslith, the other of the Falcon Sim Racing machines with Gregory Hoverson at the wheel. This is where I would say the danger zone is. Tatum Restec, Armentario, Team PGZ, Capivara Racing, and still a full 10 more cars or so to come. FCB Racing Sim, Olympus Esport, Solpec Precision Racing, the Dutch League Racing crew. As we get to those with no times on the board, Altitude Freeam, Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy, they've got lots of work to do after a good effort from Pablo Espez. MG18 SimTech Pro, Maniti Racing, SimRC, Fiercely Forward, Avalon Motorsports, GT Spain 92, as we get ready to go. It's always interesting, Jeremy, trying to look through the field and see who has run afoul of the 1 lap qualifying that we often had in VCO event. Track limits, so easy to fall afoul of at a place like this.
It really is, especially on 1, 5, coming on 7, 8, 12, plenty of places where you can run afoul of the track limits slap on the wrist. So it's going to be interesting to see some of those fast drivers that we saw at the back of the pack make their way to the front. We don't have much time. Well, technically we do, about as long as what a normal club race is, especially with the June sprints here. So really got to think about how you're going to strategize moving up near the front and getting to the pointy end of the grid.
So Formula Fords at Road America, after this Super Formula Lights at Silverstone, and then Acura's at Okayama in what might be a fascinating race. My Junior Kanki Party alongside of Jeremy Scott as we continue to ratchet up the intensity. The nights when things will get interesting. There's one race in particular that I think could be wild, and that is a night race with a threat of rain at Silverstone in the Acura GTPs, Jeremy.
Oh, really will, because those Acuras like to throw up the rooster tails. So those headlights might be a little blinding for some of those drivers, but either way, that's going to make life just a little bit more fun. As you see down the hurry downs, that's where we're gridding up, and the Porsche pace car gets underway. So I don't know, there's a lot of interesting combinations here, but yeah, the GTPs at Okayama and possible wet race at Silverstone at night, those both really intrigue me.
So we run out from the kettle bottoms rather than the hurry downs. Actually, we have a short pace lap, which means less time for us to sit and wait, which ultimately is what we kind of wanted. It does mean that these drivers at the very tail end of the grid, though, are going to be a long way removed from those at the very front. This is going to be an angry hornet's nest that we kind of see, Jeremy, fighting their way on the run up through the opening couple of laps.
It really will, and drivers will be slicing and dicing their way to find a good position. We might see some contact that we don't normally see in the Formula Fords, but with the pace car off, I think we're in for a good 45-minute race.
And once again, wait for the green flag. The advantage of pole position is the clear air in front that Isaac Phelps enjoys right now. They are struggling to get formed up at the tail end of this field. As race 2 of VCO Infinity is underway, and in low-powered machines, we barely see them jump forward. 3 abeam instantly outside of the top 10, and they'll be 3 wide momentarily for the race lead, as well as Diogo Pinto, the Portuguese driver on the outside, has got to be aware of Jamie Hopper. Thomas Eng Sim Racing fighting with Isaac Phelps and grid and go on the run down out of turn 1. Don't get me started on the fact that technically we've just gone through turn 2. Elliot Veyron looking aggressive in the purple and orange Coanda Esports machine as out through turn 3. A crucial run now down the moraine sweep in towards the braking zone of turn 5. And I think 1 or 2 got shoved wide into the grass and have lost a bit of momentum, and it's causing some checkups further behind. But crucially, 53 machines have got through the opening 3 or 4 corners safely. Isaac Phelps cuts back down low to fend off the advance of Diogo Pinto, but it will be Jamie Hopper that leads, as look at that chaos in the background.
More cars going end over end. That's half the field involved heading into turn number 5. And of course, with everybody making their way through, I mean, look, we're surprised we made it through turns 1 through 3 with no problem. 5 was going to be the big bite your tongue moment, but Phelps and Pinto side by side for second place heading into turn 8 as Phelps goes high, wide, and handsome around turn 8. And yeah, this is what we're talking about. Everybody kind of stressing to get a good position early on.
Well, I get a sense the replay is going to have lots of stories to tell us when we get to it. But for the time being, Pinto slips behind Sherwood. Oh, that was a nervy moment. That was Jerome Fisher in the EMM machine that dropped off the track, that sort of green entry. And now through the kink, we've got a full couple more that have decided to invoice for some lawnmower services. Not quite 3 wide, but Jamie Hopper is challenged. Jaden Sherwood in that bright white and green Lion GP machine's the one that's looking the most feisty. It's a 45-minute race, gentlemen.
No, it is, but it's also Formula Fords around Road America. The only thing that's a little bit more spicier than that is a bunch of Spec Miatas or, Spec Racer Fords making their way around this 4-mile national park of speed. A little bit of wiggles, and track limits be darned. These drivers are using all of the pavement and then some. You paid for the whole racetrack. You're going to use it, as Isaac Phelps, for the time being, has the point. Jamie Hopper not too far away. We're 3 wide for position as well.
He led at the end of the opening lap after starting on pole, but boy, what a messy story the opening 2.5 minutes have told. There's the black and gold Ricardo Ferreira for TC Esports. There's lots of gravel that's been dragged back onto the track from turn 1 alone. And I think Diogo Pinto here has gone into a bit of conservation mode, wants to make sure he keeps all 4 corners square on the car, and then we'll go from there. We're going to have to keep an eye on what happens down to turn 5, the second time of asking. 3 wide outside the top 10. Maybe after that we'll be allowed to go back in time. That was aggressive from Elliot Veyron. Thought better of it as he dipped 2 wheels into the grass. Almost 4 wide, slightly further behind. But as we navigate underneath the Corvette bridge, it's an angry hornet's nest. And the reality is, Jeremy, this is the type of race that we're in for. And so, as much as we got excited on lap number 1, probably time for you and me to kick back slightly and relax as well.
Oh, exactly. Oh, we got multiple cars off in turn number 7, and that's just going to happen. A one-car incident is going to quickly turn into a 5-6 car incident because of this pack racing, and that's just the nature of Road America and these low downforce, low horsepower cars. But Jamie Hopper, he's got his biggest lead of the race so far, 0.2 of a second, so he also better sit back and breathe and get comfortable.
So let's start the replays down to turn 5. There's already a couple on the right, and one gets spat off into the grass, and so there's kind of similar to what's now happening in the live pictures as Isaac Phelps gets shoved off into the grass. When one car has a moment, it can have a compounding effect that just trickles down the field. And while we haven't seen as much moving and shaking as we did in the Truck Series race, from the 54 starters, only 41 make that 39 with the 2 meatball flags that we have as well, will have yet to make a trip down to pit lane in the opening couple of laps. The other thing to consider, Jeremy, is they are going to need to pit. There is no fuel saving to be done that can cut out a pit stop in this car, and a pit stop in this car is going to be somewhat slow, so I would have thought some fuel saving would have been important.
It would have been if you're sitting in a draft. I'm surprised that they're not in a single file line, knowing that they could fuel save as you look at Piatek trying to get on the back of Phelps. That's for 6th place. And yeah, I'm surprised at the pace of this race, at the aggression in this race, because, you know, we know that these cars like to draft off each other. Connor Jupp, by the way, into the lead as he and Veyron are side by side. It's like we're running high-speed pace laps at this point.
Yep, Connor Jupp in the Delatraz Automotive machine hits the front. On board with the driver sat in 7th position right now, and you just see, where do you go? He is getting shoved, or he's trying to shove, I should say, and being aware that maybe shoves from behind could be brewing as well on the 3rd lap. And oh, look at those track limits. 25 incident points, and you do need to take a drive-through penalty, and I think I saw at least one of those in our previous race, hoping we won't see more of them in this particular race where track limits may often be a suggestion. Have they finally single-filed it out for the most part at the front of the field? Have they started to get sensible? Almost.
Yeah, they're close, to say the least, as now they start to take a breather. There's a couple of positions, battles that we're seeing right there. Jaden Sherwood has lost 2 as he was forced to the outside of turn number 8. Better to be forced to the outside there than forced to the outside here, as Sherwood and Piatek in position. But you're talking about those bumps. You got to be very careful, especially with how fragile those noses can be on those Formula Fords. There's a couple drivers going wide once again.
Yeah, and again, I am thinking now that those incident points for the first time a serious threat. 3 abeam into Canada corner, slightly further back. Jamie Hopper tucked in for the time being, content to ride and maybe save a bit of fuel, but now watching for Isaac Phelps once again to start making some moves. Oh, there's one car deep through Canada corner. And for the 2nd race in a row, it's the number 2 grid and go machine that's just really not having fun. Big advantage for Connor Jupp, though, as he exits the final corner. It's going to get brought back quickly as they head back up the hill.
I don't think it's that big of an advantage because Jupp is going to get swallowed up here. You don't want to get too big of a lead as the rest of the field tries to close in on you, but doesn't close in as much as I thought it would, because you're seeing some drivers go to the inside, like Isaac Phelps, 3 wide for 2nd place. Now that's 3 wide for 4th place, and that's just how quick you see the positions here at Road America. Some drivers trying to find their space, find their line, a little bit of contact.
Cody Deeth gets squeezed onto the grass by Elliot Veyron, but he's having none of that and will swing that momentum through and forward. It's kind of similar to what we were seeing yesterday in the iRacing Daytona 500, where lots of early aggression. There's no safety cars to pack the field back up. This is what happened to Jerome Fisher, so he runs into the back of Visceral, also TC mixed up, but TC able to drive off pretty quickly. And the one thing that we are seeming to see is fight around the outside from Elias Riker, making his move on Elliot Veyron. Even though there's been plenty of drama, not everyone's had to go down pit lane to get some of their quote-unquote damage fixed. This car, Jeremy, does seem to be rather robust.
Yeah, the Ray chassis is a very tough chassis to have the contact. And, of course, And now we're starting to see the lead pack start to get in a single file line. It only took them, what, 4 or 5 laps to think about it. But either way, everybody's settling down about time, because now we can take a breather as everybody finding their way. But here's something else to keep in mind. Look at the conditions. It's starting to get a little bit more cloudy out there.
One thing to remember as well is, as much as it was just 4 or 5 laps, that's almost a quarter of the race here, given the lengthier lap times that we have. Still, lap times will be close to 1 minute 40 odd seconds when we come here with the GTP machine. Isaac Phelps, Diogo Pinto, red line and grid and go, locked in battle. It's a sight very familiar across of an iRacing official race, be it special events or anything during the week. Great to see Delatrouse Automotive leading and running up front. Connor Jupp putting some valuable points on the board in the early stages, and so let's see if for the first time today we can do the fancy thing, which is, I press the button. Oh, it's not working just yet, but we'll get live points up at some point as we work our way through this race. Every position basically is worth a point, and so as Abel Torres jukes his way to the front, 19th up to first now, sliding past Connor Jupp. If we get to the end of the race and you lose a point in this championship by 1 or 2 points, you're thinking, oh, what if I made this move back in race 2? What if I hadn't let this guy make the move on me in race 5? All of these decisions, Jeremy, are consequential.
Well, they really are. Each point, each position means a lot as Connor Jupp back to the front. Torres and Pinto not too far away from striking distance as they're side by side for the lead. Abel Torres with a nose out front, so he'll get the lead for the time being. How long does he keep it? These rumble strips, they're a lot tougher than they look. As you know as well as I do, Arjuna, they like to bite. They like to swallow you up and put you right into the gravel trap.
Going to get close, but again, remember, just trying to stay in touching distance at the front for the time being. It's a 13-car breakaway. Elliot Badinsky in the BS Plus hybrid. He's up 18 positions into 14th, but says there's trouble for Cody Deeth and for Jamie Hopper as well. This leading pack is going to get slightly reduced, and maybe that brings in 13th and behind as well. I'll have to grab a look at what happened to bring out a little bit more chaos, but remember, Cody Deeth has shown his aggression previously. Squeezed onto the grass by Elliot Veyron, did not want to concede. Jeremy, let's see what happens here as well. Contact from behind.
Oh. Well, that's going to happen there, especially through turn 8 as we watch to see, was a contact or you just get a little bit of contact, and yeah, that's all it takes sometimes because you've got a head of steam of drivers behind you. You really got to be careful through 8.
And that is Erhan Yayovsky, who I'm pretty sure that car is showing some damage on the left rear suspension as well. They also have a black flag, so talking about penalties, they've already somehow, I think, managed to accumulate 25 incident points. You get 1 for driving off the track, 4 for aggressive car contact. So you do the math. It's been eventful inside of the opening 13 minutes of the race. Connor Jupp fending from one side of the track to the other, trying to decide where to place the car. Abel Torres, and the number 29, the black, red on the nose, dark blue and red for red line on the left side of the track. It's back out through turn 1. Not even 15 minutes complete in this race, and yet more drivers and teams heading to pit lane for damage repair, not for the fuel stop that we are expecting. I'm not saying I'm disappointed by this, Jeremy, but we did hope that there was a chance for rain in this race, but can you imagine how much more chaos that would have brought?
Chaos, calamity. It would have brought some less hair, at least for this announcer, because he would have been pulling it out. But either way, this is absolute fantastic racing. You see Pinto and Torres going side by side for second place, and it's no surprise that there's a chance of rain at Road America and it doesn't show up. But yeah, if we get one drop of water, I have a feeling we're going to see a mad dash to pit road.
30 minutes to go. I don't know when that pit stop is going to come. My suspicion is, look how close it is between Veyron and Pinto, almost locking wheels. Veyron will go deep and bring it back under control. I'm not quite sure when they are going to pit, but I think my estimation is about 1/3 distance remaining in this race. So maybe in another 15 minutes, we'll have expected, Jeremy, everyone to head down. But going back to my Daytona analogies, I really enjoyed my time on the iRacing Daytona 500 coverage last night. But you want to pit in a pack. You don't want to be left by yourself because the draft, the speed, it's so important here.
Exactly. So that's going to be the big question, is when does everybody pit? I think, yeah, in 15 minutes, that's a very good guesstimate to see when they're going to pit. But yeah, you definitely want to pit in the pack here, because if you're left hung out to dry, you're going to lose a lot of time.
Yeah. And team manager, they've got such an interesting position to play in this race. A traditional 24-hour race, Jeremy, you know, they're talking about, well, when can you race? When do you need to go sleep? What commitments do you have? In this race, they have to look at those factors, but also, right, this car is racing at this time, and our driver likes to be in this car. So I always wonder how you navigate those nuances. By the way, very early taker down to pit lane, Jamie Hopper in the Thomas Eng sim racing machine. Not quite sure if this is a strategy call.
That's a good question, because I don't see any damage on that 34. So we'll keep an eye on that. That might be a decent strategy call out of the Thomas Eng team. But back to what you were saying about, yeah, you know, I would imagine the team managers over the past couple of days, they know, okay, well, this driver is good here, this driver's good there. And you see, obviously with you being on the, doing the endurance races, you see how even sometimes they'll have the name of the original driver who's going to run that stint, and no, these conditions warrant this, and so on and so forth. I don't think that the driver lineups for each team are set in stone, more that they're written with a pencil, because one driver can go, you know what, I actually feel better doing this today than I do something else. But go ahead.
Unfortunately, they are set in stone to some degree, as Connor Jupp in the Delatraz automotive car through the hurry downs, hurried into the tire wall, and that was a vicious contact as well. But Jeremy, they had to nominate all their drivers before the race. They are allowed some jokers, you know, aware that sometimes reality strikes, technical issues and what, but those are few and far between. So this is actually a bit more unique in a 24-hour race compared to what, you're right, I am traditionally used to in endurance racing. Let's take a look at what happened here to poor Connor Jupp, though.
Just wheel-to-wheel contact, and Jupp just couldn't hang on, but that's not a place where you want that wheel-to-wheel contact, Arjuna, because watch us dive to the inside, just, slightest of all contact, and because you don't have all that aerodynamic help, it's game over, basically, for our early race leader.
And that's a team that I know will have wanted to show their strength, and I know they'll have plenty more opportunities. And that's the other great thing about this. In about 40 minutes time, we've got another green flag, Jeremy, to drop. And now some teams have also will have drivers who are doing back-to-back races. I think it's a lot more realistic to put a driver out from this Formula Ford into a Super Formula Lights machine as compared from a NASCAR trucks into this Formula Ford, as lap traffic plays its part, and Elliot Veyron is fighting for the lead with Abel Torres.
No, totally agree. You know, we don't see hardly any drivers who have, entered in the first race at Fuji. In this race, it's a whole new roster, so would not be surprised to see a lot of those drivers who are running the Formula Ford into the next race in just a little bit of time, because you don't have to change too much.
Into pit lane for 3, Lion GP, ERE, Race Esport, and Ride SimSport. So I do wonder now if that lends a bit more credence to the thought that maybe Jamie Hopper was doing something strategically. A bit more 3 wide. This leading group is down to just 7, though. 3 seconds back to BS Plus Hybrid, and now red line. Well, spun back around is Diogo Pinto after the contact to the left front. But now the question, is there damage?
Well, time will tell if there was damage. That was a heck of a save by Pinto, as he was crossways there coming off of turn number 5. So Pinto losing a little bit of ground, and then they were 6. Let's look on board. And I think it's just a case of that back end wanted to see where the front end was looking at. Talk about opportune contact there to get him righted. I don't think that would have ended as nicely if that wasn't there.
Yeah, the iRacing god smiled down on Pinto. The way the left front suspension just kind of shuffled itself back into its original position. That's the sign of some luck, to say the least. We have gotten closer to the halfway mark, but not quite there. And I'm just looking through the pit stop times for Ride Simsport, Thomas Eng, and ERE. A little bit different between the three of them. And I wonder if there is, for the likes of Drago Racing, Michael Romanidis been very quiet today. If he's been sipping the fuel a bit more in this race, and will be trying to cut some of that time out when they make their way to the box. I would not be surprised if iRacing is simulating, Jeremy, that these cars aren't filled with, you know, the traditional fuel hose rigs that endurance racing would have. No, I think they're probably simulating someone loading up a fuel can and shoving it into the chassis of one of these cars.
Oh, definitely. It's a simulation of the plastic dry sumps that you see some of these endurance teams use in club racing, as it looks like we're seeing another taker down pit road. So yeah, we're starting to see some of the drivers at the back, like we saw in Fuji, deciding to try for a little bit different strategy. But yeah, I think that lead pack will most likely, they'll all pit together. So once Torres or Dennison, whoever's in the lead comes in, they're all going to join them.
Project 91 up 15 spots. Map Performance up 19 spots. Although now Commander Esports will slingshot their way through and slide their way forward. As ever, we get a look through the driver webcams, and so let's pick our way through some of the drivers that we have in this particular race. That is James Dennison behind the wheel of the Project 91 racing team machine. Always great to see that they've actually got the number 91 as well. Elliot Veyron, part of the Commander Esports team. I wonder if he's using one of the new Purple Racing Lab pedals that former iRacing World Championship driver David Williams has been working on. Other drivers that we have in the field. Well, a very up close and personal look at, well, part of Michael Romanidis' face.
Yeah, and that's what I think is interesting about these quote-unquote in-car cameras. You really get to see the setups that these drivers have, and really makes things just a little bit more interesting for when you're watching these sim races.
There's Jack Cedric, Was Cooking Racing Adventures on for another top 10 finish. They will be thrilled with that. And also in this leading group, I believe, sure it would be a good clue, but that is Isaac Phelps, as this leading pack does see the first signs of rain. Out of nowhere, the heavens have begun to sprinkle, and now the question will be, did the drivers and teams that have made their call to come to pit lane, they haven't put on wet tires, they're still on dry tires, is it going to keep them out of trouble potentially here?
And this facility is so big to where you can get away with running a dry setup, because it will be raining at the top of the racetrack. It probably won't be raining down there at Hurry Downs, but once, or even Kettle Bottoms, but once that goes into play, it's going to make things a little bit more interesting.
You can see the sprinkles of rain slowly intensifying. It's a light band of rain which is moving across the circuit, so it shouldn't have a big impact. It also shouldn't have a long impact. And just to clarify, there are no wet tires on this particular car. But it's how much moisture is going to be left down through some of these corners. This pack somehow feels the need to fight a little bit more now that we've got the sprinkle of rain. James Dennison's down on that inside. Michael Romanidis on the outside in that second row. And slowly through all of this, Elliot Badinsky has closed the margin. Hasn't brought too many with him, but Cody Deeth, Falcon Sim Racing, Brabham Motorsport, there's about 5 more cars ready to join the fight.
Well, you got a fast driver in Gregory Hofson not too far away either, so it's going to take one slip up by this lead pack to enter in 5 or 6 other cars, because that gap, while it looks big there on paper, one little mistake and it's going to bring everybody into the fold.
I'd noticed for a second that Elliot Badinsky was chattering away on the radio. He's actually raced Formula Fords in the BRSEC National Formula 4 Championship, so I'm sure he is no stranger to see these sort of conditions in the UK as well. But actively talking on the radio. There are some drivers I know, Jeremy, that, well, to quote Kimi Räikkönen, want to be left to it.
because they get in that zone. And Latzinski's not one of those drivers as they work their way around, who, by the way, as he said, another real-life driver who knows his way around these race cars. So no surprise that he's worked his way up to second place. You're watching Diogo Pinto. I'll tell you what, that was an opportune save out of him, because it has kept him in this race in the lead pack, as they've now opened up a 3-second gap between that first group, which he's in, to that second group.
And he, I think, is saving a bit of fuel right now. Coming off a win on Thursday night in the IndyCar iRacing Thrustmaster Pro Series. His first ever win on an oval happened at the Nashville Superspeedway. Although our 2024 champion not looking like he's in a position to defend his championship with the 2 rounds still left in that championship fight. Instead, Michael Romanidis is one of the drivers who's thinking he is in the championship fight. He's now back up to second spot, trying to fend off Dennison on the inside. He'll roll that speed. A little bit of extra width on the corner exit to take advantage of on the onto the Moraine sweep. Technically turn 3, but you tell me if there's an extra turn between turns 1 and then getting to that bottom of the hill. Elliot Veyron's got a bit of a gap here, but once again, it's only momentary, as was the rain. As soon as it arrived, it has disappeared. Oh, Romanidis contact with Dennison, but once more, these Formula Fords built like a tank, and Jeremy, we get away with it.
Yeah, no surprise that we get away with contact, as you know they're running so slow and so close together where you can technically get away with any sort of contact. And now you're looking out of the back of Sedgwick as he's holding off Romanidis and Pinto. Those are 2 drivers I would not want in my rearview mirror. But hey, look at this. It's given Veyron a chance to open up that gap between he and Phelps. Basically, that is a that's a huge gap. Veyron's down in Plymouth, while the rest of the field is still in Elkhart Lake.
Oh, and maybe some of them making their way up to Siebkins potentially as well, although don't get me dreaming. Through the kink, Dennison's go on, that's going to lose out there. Lost so much momentum with a bit of a 4-wheel drift through the corner. Budinsky challenges Sedgwick on the run up towards Canada corner, and they've lost the draft. That's the most important thing, 1.5 seconds. This end of the racetrack still showing a couple of spots of rain. Once they sequence back up towards turn 1, we'll get another sight as to whether they will have a chance to run without the moisture very momentarily. Also, got to point out, we are getting close to 15 minutes left to go, at which point I think these drivers have to commit to pit lane.
Oh, I agree. I agree with that statement per se, but here's another thing that's not scaring me too much. It's the fact that these drivers are not spotting. Needless to say, they're not bringing up rooster tails. So we're lucky in that sense to where we can continue on with the dry running as Veyron, Phelps, and Torres, they're one group, but Zinski, that group, I'll tell you what, they're getting a little dicey here through turn 1, and yeah, it's starting to rain again.
Yeah, it does seem as though the joy of the iRacing weather system, pockets of the track can be impacted by the rain, and this might not be as big a track as the Nordschleife, but you best believe that we can have some rain. This is the interesting grouping right now on track for me. 21st on back. This is the leading cars to have made pit stops. Emil Bernstorff had some interesting videos on where he thinks the future of the iRacing official series could go. He's in that Solpec Precision Racing machine. Passed by Olivier Piatek in the blue Mercury Esports number 32. Ride Sim Sport, as well as Thomas N Sim Racing, all in contention here. And these are the drivers hoping that when the front 20 make their way down pit lane, they will be able to take advantage. It won't help, though, the fact that these 3 have got their act together and are bringing their pace up relative to those still trying to chase them down.
The one thing that I'm finding interesting, Arjuna, and maybe you can kind of touch on this as well, drivers that are pulling a wheel off are creating a lot more dirt than you normally would see in really any vehicle, especially here at Road America. So it leads me to believe, oh, we're starting to see some spotting off the tires. So I think it's only going to be a lap or 2 before we start to see drivers go out for wets. But I think the model here is showing a lot more dirt being picked up than what you would normally see.
Remember, no wet tires. They're on much more of a street compound of tire as opposed to a purpose-built race tire. Romanidis passed by Dennison. Remember, those 2 had the bit of contact down at turn 5 that led to the separation between the groups. Remember, it's a long lap here at Road America, so if you are marginal on fuel, there is no point in risking it. It's a climb all the way up pit lane until you reach your pit box. They seem to think they've got enough fuel to do another 4 miles. Not the case for Elliot Badinsky. And that makes sense. Remember, he was not in the leading pack, Jeremy. He was the one trying to close in, and he has to pit by himself.
Let's see if that works, as he's also got Collarts and Albert pitting with him. So he's got a little bit of a pack. That's the good news. But how long will that last? As he's actually going to be in the auxiliary pits there. You see the main pits, but the auxiliary pits, which they are making changes to that, because when we have the endurance race at IMSA, they're going to have to enter in 50-plus cars, so got to have a longer pit road.
I'm not looking... Well, I say I'm not looking forward to... I'm looking forward to the 6-hour race this year with IMSA, albeit it's going to be wild with what should be a busy pit lane. Knowing at least JDC Motorsport, they'll have another LMP2 entry for that particular race. Who else will show up for what is now a Endurance Cup round of the Michelin Endurance Cup for IMSA? Diogo Pinto will drop back behind James Dennison, with Gregory Hoverson latching on to the back in the Falcon Sim Racing machine. Cody Deeth in the tyre tracks as well. Elliot Badinsky, just for reference here, Jeremy, he's come out a full 3 seconds clear of the Thomas Engs, Blue Mercure, and that grouping that we were watching earlier. Brabham Esports and Yannis Albert, they've been dropped into that pack, but at least from what it seems right now, anyone inside the top 9 or so can come to pit lane and hold on to their relative track position.
And the delta is just a long delta from pit in to pit out with the pit stop. So that's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out, as the leaders now making their way through Cattle Bottoms into Canada Corner. Nobody giving an inch. And I think now everybody has to come into pit road. Of course, I've been proven wrong before, as Veyron, your leader, making his way to the Bill Mitchell Bend. It's, yeah, the delta, now we know with Badinsky, who was in that lead pack, or at least the front pack, now we know who, oh, a little bit of a wiggle there from Veyron. We know now how this could end up.
Will they be off to driver's right? No, they will stay one more time around, at least 4 more miles out of these Formula Fords, although James Dennison has not been minding the fuel tank enough. Gregory Hoverson and Cody Deeth are now going to have to try and work together and latch a 2.5 second buffer onto the back of Pinto and company. It's very reminiscent to kind of what you'd see at Indianapolis in the month of May, with swap drafting at the front. What's happened under the Corvette bridge? Oh, wow. And so the one that loses out, that was involving that grouping, Solpec, Blue Mercure and company. Blue Mercure have got a meatball through all of that, but the one that was in the gravel was Jamie Hopper and the Thomas Eng Sim Racing machine.
Hopper's not had the best of luck this race after having a good early part of the start, so hopefully he can get things together. You see Sedgwick holding off 2 fast drivers, the Thromidis and Pinto. Hoverson now 2 seconds in arrears to this pack, as he and Deeth are battling each other's. Deeth will get the advantage heading towards turn number 5, but still plenty to play for. You see that that car that's in between he and Sedgwick and Torres, that looks like one of the lap down cars.
And once again, traffic with a field as big as this. When we get to some of the smaller tracks, you know, think the Roval, Charlotte Roval. Okayama's not particularly big either, albeit definitely still a slightly larger facility than the Charlotte Roval. 55 teams entered, and every team looking to try and maximize points in the early stages, maybe not so much in the later stages. Could see something like that. I think it's no surprise as well, by the way, that James Dennison did need to pit. He was also one of those drivers, like Badinsky, having to be a bit more aggressive at times. And now, really just wondering if there's going to be a big difference in pit stop times, because anywhere from 15 to 18 seconds is what we've seen from the majority of the field that have made their way down pit lane with less than 12 minutes left to go. Surely it's inevitable this time by that you would come down to pit lane. Elliot Veyron leading the queue with Isaac Phelps and Abel Torres. Not all of them are going to commit. It's Elliot Veyron that runs by himself to pit entry. Torres, Phelps out on track. Sedgwick diving down. Romanides and Pinto staying out as well.
That's an interesting call out of Phelps and Torres. Of course, we're kind of entering an unknown area because we're not used to Formula Fords having to come in for a hot pit stop. So Veyron, Cedric, Hovesen, and Levesque all will draft together. That's a pretty interesting strategy there. We'll see what Veyron has done here as he comes into. Oh, he misses pit stop by Paul Stall by a little bit,
and that is going to be costly. It could be the difference here potentially, and cost a chance of holding on to the lead. You'll rev the engine finally. There is Badinsky, but I don't think that's the car necessarily to be focused on. Where's Jack Sedgwick just behind? And as we cut to those pictures, Badinsky's actually the one to keep an eye on. He's a couple of seconds off the tail, though. And I think the rest of the field now is going to filter in directly behind Elliot Veyron. And we are going to be in, Jeremy, with a run to the checkered flag.
That's going to make things a little bit more interesting, especially for those who just came out of pit road. You see your leaders working their way around turn number 8. And I have a feeling that Veyron, Sedgwick, Budzinski, they're all going to have the red mist and run those qualifying laps so they can keep up with Torres, Phelps, and Romanides.
Listen to the engine work as we sat on board with Jack Sedgwick for a moment. 1.9 seconds is gap to Veyron. He's not getting any drafting help. While Isaac Phelps, Abel Torres, same with Romanides and Pinto. They're able to swap around with one another and build up a bit more momentum on these straightaways, and that is going to be important. As mentioned, by the way, I do see a meatball flag for Solpec Precision Racing, and so from 13th position, Emil Bernstorff's going to drop out of contention. There's a free position for a whole handful of drivers, including the likes of EMM Esports, who might still have a top 15 up for grabs. Here they come, though. No more than 15 laps on the fuel tank. That's remarkable in and of itself, but Isaac Phelps follows Abel Torres in. We'll hear the klaxon go off as Romanides, Pinto, and Deeth follow suit. Final takers into the lane.
Of course, these are the 5 that we're watching. We're also watching where Veyron and Sedgwick will filter off once everybody comes into the pits. But like you said, I have a feeling that that brief mistake that Veyron had could cost him the race.
Oh!
As Phelps also misses his stop.
And you won't see that mistake from Diogo Pinto, that's for sure. Elliot Veyron's climbing the hill and going underneath the NTT bridge on the run back up to the line. 11.5 for Isaac Phelps. That's going to render this moot. He is 6 seconds quicker in the box than Kawanda Esports. Pinto, Torres, Romanides, and Sedgwick rejoining and mingling out on track. One driver that does not join them, Cody Deeth. A second race in a row where we're running a car without a pit limiter. And Cody Deeth in that Eclipse SimSport 67 has been caught speeding on pit lane. Jack Sedgwick passes Michael Romanides, and we've got separation through the field. 2.7 between Isaac Phelps and the chasing Abel Torres and Diogo Pinto.
Talk about a costly mistake there, but still a big gap between Phelps and Torres and Pinto. It was 7 3/4 left to go in this race. Anything can happen. We've seen drivers make slight mistakes, but Phelps does not make those kind of mistakes on the circuit right now. As you kind of see Phelps make his way around turn number 7. It's going to be an interesting finish here.
How quickly can these two learn to work together and close that margin up? 7 minutes left to go means lap times have hovered around 2:22s for the most part. So next time when we wrap back around to the line, I think we are going to be 3 laps left to go. Gap slowly shrinking. It's closed about a 1/10 or so on this lap alone. And this is where Pinto and Torres need to now work together. Pinto uses that draft, slingshots his way into the braking zone of Canada corner, and Abel Torres releases the throttle, although never mind, not even some bump drafting. That's not the ideal thing, I think.
in these cars. No, you definitely want to stay in the draft, but you don't want to push because ooh, that was a little bit of a wiggle there coming off of Canada corner by Sedgwick. But yeah, drafting, yeah, that's key. But unlike, a Spec Racer Ford or Spec Miata around here, you don't want to be nose to tail, literally on top of somebody else.
Yes, the concept of bump drafting is something that in sim racing we often love to do, maybe a bit more frequently than we should. Badinsky and Romanides fight for 5th, and I think that could be their day because it doesn't look as though they have the speed to be able to close to these drivers who, as much as I was saying it might not be the thing to do, pushing the air, it's working. It's now down to 2.1 seconds, and Isaac Phelps, a sitting duck at the front of the field. He is the stick with cheese on it being just loitered around in front of a hungry pack of cats. And Abel Torres, Diogo Pinto are trying, but with 2 laps left to go at the line, are they going to get a chance to pass?
Still plenty of time. I think Pinto's sizing up what Torres can and can't do. Here's the thing. With these Formula 4s, there's plenty of room for passing opportunity. A lot more than you would see in, an Acura GTP or a Radical SR10. So, Torres really has to make sure that he watches out from any attack from Pinto, because once Pinto makes that attack, Arjuna, it's going to be game over.
Good point from Sean Campbell in our chat. The bump draft is faster, but we're actually not allowing it, as is the case across of all VCO Esports events, which means no team gamesmanship. And why is that important? Well, because there are some teams here that have multiple cars, and so, there could be a situation where working together could be in their benefit, and that rule just kind of equalizes things out a little bit more and avoids any questions as to parity. Don't think there's any parity in terms of these 3, Drago, BS Plus, and the Was Cooking Racing Adventures crew. I think they have realized that they are a bit too far behind as the laps tick away, and they are fighting just for points. Remember, each position worth a single point. So 2 moves, 2 points. It could be crucial come the checkered flag, which we'll see in 2 laps' time. And Isaac Phelps is now only 1.7 seconds in front. Another 3 or so tenths of a second eaten into the margin. But Jeremy, it's the next 3 tenths that are crucial, because that will get Torres and Pinto into drafting range.
And of course, you saw the lap down car heading into turn number 1. How much of a part does that have to play into Phelps's thinking? As you're seeing battles behind down the straightaway between Sedgwick and Romandis, Budzinski, also the interested spectator, but still Torres and Pinto, I think they're making the smart move, Arjuna, by just drafting, not bailing off each other, but catching up to the race leader, because if they can catch up to Phelps, we're going to see a fantastic race, and the gloves are going to be off.
That's what we'd hope. Oh, unfortunately, the race might have come to an end, at least with top 20 hopes on the line for Tommy Rozier and Elias Riker for BS+ competition in the ERE Race Esport team. Not the last incident that we're going to see. And again, just a reminder, we do have live race control, although that is all penalty points that impacts the championship standings. Quick look at that incident. Down to turn 1. They're almost 3 wide. I think they're trying to put 4 in there.
Yep, cannot do that. Cannot put 4 into 1. And yeah, at least everybody was able to get through.
So let's focus back on the lead then. White flag will be in hand next time by. We'll have 4 miles left. But Isaac Phelps, looking quite calm for the time being, is going to be looking in the rearview mirrors sooner rather than later. The driver on the hunt, Diogo Pinto, paired up with Abel Torres. We don't have a look at Abel's webcam right now, but you can see Diogo's talking with his teammates right now. There is a lot of racecraft that goes into this, Jeremy. It's not just about being as fast as you can. Put yourself in the right place at the right time.
And that's key as well. Maybe brake a little bit harder than you can going into some of those tough braking zones that you have here. Oh, a little bit of a wiggle by Pinto. That may have cost them. And yeah, one little mistake. And of course, your race might be over, but Pinto still within drafting distance of Torres. Now they're within drafting distance of Phelps as we come down off of turn 14 for the penultimate time.
Some fights behind Guillaume Levesque in the Falcon Sim Racing car, squabbling with Jerome Fisher. Those are two teams that finished well in the first of our 24 races, but Isaac Phelps ducks and dives and jives and does whatever he can to try and break the toe of Abel Torres and Diogo Pinto behind. It's one final lap in race 2. Remember, Redline searching for 2 consecutive podium finishes. Consistency is what will take you to the top here in VCO Infinity. And while these drivers relatively calm for the time being, Romanides has slid in front of this fight for 5th position. With BS Plus Hybrid, Last Cooking Racing Adventures still in the mix as well. 4 cars in the mix for 12th with Falcon, EMM, Blue Mercure, Brabham fighting. This is a combination that we knew was going to deliver plenty. Isaac Phelps still with 7 tenths to the good down to turn 5.
But the question is, how much longer does Phelps have that big gap? As it's now down to under a half a second between Phelps and Torres as they're coming off of 5 for the final time. Up the hill, through under the Corvette bridge into 6. Phelps trying to do all he can to keep out front, get those 50 points. In spite of having good points, I don't think Torres and Pinto want to stay in 2nd and 3rd. My guess is they want to get up to the front.
They are waiting. They are looking to time this run to the best of their ability as we prepare to shift gears. Already have flown across the world from Fuji to Road America, America's national park of speed. And next up, a trip to the home of British motorsport as we make our way to Silverstone with the Super Formula Lights machines. But now, the run to the end and an all-out sprint, maybe a brawl to develop as Diogo Pinto sat back in hopes of timing this run to the checkered flag. It's Abel Torres that closes up in towards Canada corner, and instinctively, Isaac Phelps went defensive. There comes the loop, the lunge, the look. Half-hearted from Abel Torres, and this is where Pinto is waiting, trying to set up the slingshot. Elliot Veyron in no man's land behind, could be ready to pick up the pieces if things don't go the way that we're expecting. Big send from Abel Torres as they slingshot out of the final corner, but a run up the hill underneath the bridge to the checkered flag. Side drafting off one another. Diogo Pinto pops to the left-hand side of the track. Who will get it? 3 wide at the line. And Isaac Phelps in the grid and go machine will get it by the narrowest of margins.
What a fantastic run to the finish as Phelps able to hold on and calmly work his way up to the front after briefly losing the lead there. But man, you saw the excitement and exhaustion from Phelps as he came across the line 3 wide with Torres and Pinto. Look at the gap though, 0.024 seconds separating the top 2.
Unbelievable finish to the race. And boy, oh boy, the fight for 5th was pretty good as well, with BS Plus Hybrid nipping Drago Racing by 9 1/1000ths of a second. Photo finishes up and down through the field. And remember, we are 2 races done. 22 left to go in the 2026 edition of VCO Infinity. Crucially, consistency. That will be the name of the game. There is no ifs or buts about that. And for the time being, it is Redline, most consistent of them all. And I tell you what, I'm going to try and hit this button again while we wait for the final cars to cross the line. Not quite working just yet, but we'll get those live points calculated and tabulated as we get deeper and deeper into this one. Jeremy, unfortunately, 2 hours with you has flown past, and we'll be saying goodbye to you in a couple of moments' time. How have you enjoyed your VCO Infinity experience so far?
I can rip off the rookie stripes now because that was absolutely fantastic. The trucks, I'm not gonna lie, the trucks were a little bit of a surprise for me. The fantastic racing and the Formula Fords, they delivered at Road America. Anytime, like I said, you get low horsepower, low downforce here at the National Park of Speed, and it's gonna be some of the best racing that you will ever see here. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the other 22 hours have in store.
It's gonna be wild. Hopefully we'll get a chance to catch up with Isaac Phelps as well, but as we wait for those final stragglers to make their way to the line, Let's grab a look at those race results. Of course, penalty points, race control, I have no doubt, busy after that particular race. But Isaac Phelps, 24 thousandths of a second to the good over Abel Torres. It was a remarkable effort from Torres after starting down in 19th. But Pinto makes it back-to-back podiums for Team Redline. Coanda bounced back after a bit of struggles for Victor Wolfson in race 1. BS Plus Hybrid in front of Michael Romanidis by just 9 thousandths of a second. Close back to Jack Sedgwick as well. Project 91 inside the top 10, and James Dennison had a ball. That did Falcon Sim Racing Team. Movano, the rest of the top 10. Plus 29, by the way, for the Falcon Sim Racing 43. Big effort from them. Bigger effort from Sim RC. Gareth Higgins in the number 76 is plus 33 in our second race of the day. And I think that's a big move that is unlikely to be beaten. In the midst of the top 30, couple more drivers to note. Tom Hooper, in the big green machine for Maniti, plus 28, plus 25 for Cito Ferra for MG18, plus 22 for Tom Bland. But Cody Deeth, the frustration for him, he loses 17 spots, finishes down in 27th position. Would have been hoping for a lot more from that one, as would have been Connor Jupp, heartbroken for a driver who led so many laps. Meanwhile, as the rest of the teams and drivers gather their thoughts, gather their expectations for what lies ahead, let's grab that quick chat with race 2 winner. 24 thousandths of a second the difference, and Isaac Phelps is with Jeremy Scott.
Gotta say, Isaac, that was a fantastic run to the finish. Talk about those last 2 corners. Did you think that you had it, or was it going to be a tough battle to the end?
No, I really did not know. I know with the Formula Ford from racing it in the past that you just like, the toe is crazy. So, and doing a bit of practice with friends and things, I knew that I needed to try and let him go into the second to last corner, so then I could get a run to the line, and I was able to back up Diogo a little bit into last corner so I could get a bit of a run, and yeah, it worked out perfectly. It was so close, and yeah, I had no idea because it was really intense after the pit stop because I had to save fuel and the others didn't really, and they had the tow, so yeah, it was a mega end.
24 10,000ths of a second, margin of victory. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And now a chance, I would assume, for Isaac to grab a bit of a breather and not have to go for a second consecutive race as we continue our trip through VCO Infinity. Don't go anywhere. We've got more racing action coming up at Silverstone with the Super Formula Lights. Well, hello everyone and welcome back along to VCO Infinity. We've had a quick driver change in the broadcast booth, much like our drivers and teams are switching around out there on track. Will Chadwick joins me, Arjuna Kangipati, and Will, you're splitting responsibilities. We're glad we have you at least for a couple of hours here in the broadcast booth, but you're also helping run the Esports operation behind the scenes. So I have to ask you, what's this event like as a team manager to try and pick your way through?
It's a super fun event, but it's also quite complicated. Scheduling is a bit of an issue when you've got 5 drivers all needing a bit of rest at some point. So all the team managers, I'm sure, have had their hairs being pulled out trying to schedule it properly. But yeah, it's a super fun event to be a part of, and 2 races down, 22 to go.
Oh, you say that, and boy, what fun it actually is to be able to say that out loud. We've had a bit of a wait since the last edition of VCO Infinity, and now, Will, we make our way to the home of British motorsport, to Silverstone with the Super Formula Lights. Qualifying is just drawing to a close. As ever, margins at the top, uber fine, but after 2 consecutive podium positions to open up the 2026 VCO Infinity, well, red line breakout, yet another star driver, Sebastian Job, and on pole position by 68 thousandths of a second as they look to try and make it 3 podiums in a row. Being consistent and staying out of trouble, Will, it's easier said than done.
Absolutely. I mean, if anyone just watched the last race that we just saw, it was absolute chaos. Left, right, and centre, 3 wide, 4 wide. We're expecting not quite the same from this race, but yeah, staying out of trouble is definitely easier said than done.
You say not expecting the same, but I will be honest, Will. Given the long straights we have here, first couple of laps, I am still expecting our fair share of drama. Qualifying for the 3rd time today is in the books. And that's 3 different teams that have lined up at the front, or 3 different drivers, I should say, that have lined up at the front of the field. It'll be interesting to see if anyone can repeat pole position. Although, how important is it really? That's another question to be answered. It gets you out the danger zone. That's the most important thing. And that's exactly where Sebastian Job will find himself. 68 thousandths to the good in the Team Redline machine over gridandgo.com and Hadi Noah Mamasi, while TC Esports Augustin Tolashi will have Dan Amor in the purple and orange for company. Tamas Shimon, best qualifying effort for Sheza Esports, and Alessandro Quintai in the second of the Grid and Go machines will roll to the outside of row 3, while Graham Carroll, great to see the Scotsman jump in the Altitude 3M Esports machine. He'll have Jaden Conwright in the BS Plus hybrid machine. ERE Race Esport team, another impressive qualifying effort from them. Matthew Bassett alongside of Cash Felber for Visceral Esports, black and red on that row. Raina Talvar and Alexei Nesov, 11th and 12th positions respectively. First repeat racer I think we've seen as Nesov jumps back in. Shemslav Lemonek in the Was Cooking Racing Adventures machine has got Sorrento Motorsports Esports and Noah as Balderston for company. Tatum Restech, 07 Racing, Drago Racing and Alexander Spetz, and then Stint 1 Motorsport and Michael Kaibach, your front 9 rows, and about 0.6 of a second back to Caleb Hides and to Corin Tangunas. Eclipse Sim Sports have had a steady day so far, SimRC still looking to get out of the blocks. Kasper Ullmanen for Falcon Sim Racing back in 21st, Deltraz Automotive by Majors Garage 22nd, with David Adam for the Blue Mercury Esports crew 23rd, Malden Dinka for Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy will be alongside. Halfway through to find Solpec Precision Racing and Armentario. EMM Esports, Dara McCormack. Lots of work for him to do from 27th position, with Ride Simsport then to their outside. Matt Performance after 2 decent showings in the first 2 races. Lots of work for them to do, but they've shown they can fight from the back. They'll be alongside of Lion GP on row 15. GTS Spain 92, Vitality Sim Racing, 31st and 32nd respectively. Absolute Motorsport, the first car within 1 second of pole, with Falcon Sim Racing second entry, 34th for them. Prison Motorsports MG18, the 18th row of the grid, with Shera Esports Impulse Racing and then Impact Simsport, Thomas Eng, Samantha Tan, and Byte 500, the top 42. Jamie Hopper goes back-to-back as well, with Capivara Racing, Dutch League Racing, Delta Sport, Mivano, Olympus Esports, and Brabham Motorsports, 3 seconds off your pole. Times on the board for them, no time for Maniti, Fast Repair Motorsports, Project 91 Racing Team, Fiercely Forward, Avalon Motorsports, the FCB Racing Sim, or You Amateurs Racing Crew. I know that, Will, you will have been thinking that Dara McCormack might have had a bit more speed than what he was able to lay down there in qualifying.
Well, let's see. Let's see what the race has to hold. It's a really tricky qualifying lap, obviously. you've only got 1 lap to set your fastest time, so that can sometimes lead to you having to back out of a corner if you're going to go wide and get an off track. But I'm sure we've seen some incredible drives already today, and I can hope for one on my end at least.
And of course, I've got to ask you, Will, champions of the Esports Racing League, what a moment it was at Sim Formula Europe. I'm still wearing the hoodie, haven't taken it off since I left Maastricht, but what was that like, winning such a cool event on such a unique platform as well?
Yeah, I mean, I've said it for years, VCO put on the best events in sim racing, and it's a very unique experience to go into the Esports Racing League final when no one's had any practice. And yeah, it was a great event to be there with everybody in person. I think the first time VCO's put on anything like that, and yeah, it was a pleasure to be a part of and a pleasure to win. It
was great to have all the drivers there and experience VCO's first in-person event, and hopefully not the last. That was Sebastian Job, looking focused in the Team Redline colors. That's Hadi Noah Mamasi. He'll be lining alongside of Sebastian Job on that front row. Augustin Torlashi for Thibaut Courtois Esports. He'll be back in third. This is the type of race, Will, in a relatively high downforce but low power car where I think the draft is going to be a big part in understanding racecraft, much like with what we saw with the Formula Ford at Road America, could be a big part of the day. Yeah, you're going to have to assess sort of your opponents when you're racing them, but also Dirty Air will have a big factor here. All of these drivers at the front of the field are top esports drivers, and trust me, they won't be making many mistakes. So it'll be interesting to see how this car races on our first race of the day here at Silverstone. And they are warming up the tyres quite aggressively, Will, so clearly that's something they are focused on as well. Yeah, could have been an impact in qualifying as well, that warm-up procedure. Well, send the pace car off and away, and now wait for the green flag. Rolling starts in the Super Formula Lights. Not maybe the norm, but standard across of our 2026 VCO Infinity for the third time today. The green flag drops, and look at how they fan out. And oh my goodness, already the big one. I think Alexei Nesov might have been tangled up in that. Meanwhile, challenges. Job looks either side of him, more bumping and banging. Tamas Shimon in the Sheza Esports car gets mixed up in all of that. But Job will lead us as we run up through the village loop for the first time of asking. Tucked in behind, Mamasi second. Challenged by Augustin Torlashi in the Thibaut Courtois black and gold. Dan Amor in fourth, but big drama early doors, Will. And plenty of cars with meatballs and back on towards pit lane. Yeah, massive drama off the start there. It looked to be a checkup on the outside lane going into turn one off the initial start, and then even more contact as we came through turns 1 and 2. A lot of cars damaged, and that's a crazy start to race number 3. Sebastian Job is breaking away. Augustin Torlashi has peeled Hadi Noah Mamasi off the inside as they swept out through the long right-hander, and on the old pit straightaway, almost out of drafting range. What a wild start. Meatball flag, by the way, for 12th position, Visceral Esports. Same for Armentario in 25th. These are cars still out on the track that are going to be forced inside of the opening 3 laps of this race to return to the pit lane. Jump on board with Hadi Noah Mamasi sweeping out of Maggots and Beckett's and onto this run up the straight. And look at the departing Sebastian Job at the front of the field. Yeah, a number of Formula specialists here in these cars this evening. You'll sort of see that across the day, battling further back, side by side, between Coanda Esports and Altitude Freem. Looks to be that Coanda have still got that position heading into club. And 1 lap complete. 7 meatballs is what I think I am counting right now. And a couple of cars are going to be headed straight back towards the pit lane. That's the noise that goes off in the background. Fixed setup, let's not forget. There is no differences between the cars. It is all down to the driver, and that includes in qualifying. Will talked about tyre prep maybe being a factor. The further back you are, more likely you're in the danger zone. 2 of the BS machines in the mix here. The BS Plus hybrid car of Jane and Conright. Stint 1 Motorsport, Michael Kaibach and Corentin Gunes squeezing in front of him. And watch out for Caleb Hydes in that Eclipse Simsport red and white machine cutting back underneath. This is a 3rd consecutive race kicking off with a hectic tempo. Yeah, I mean, what else do you expect from Infinity? It's 24 races in 24 hours, so everyone's going to be fighting for those positions. Important to stay consistent. I think we're 3 wide in the background through Luffield.
plenty of carnage there. I think Dara's involved in that as well. So yeah, like you say, fixed setups on these cars, but you can change a few little things. You can change brake bias, and that's about it pretty much. You can try between dry and wet tyres, but I don't think you'll be doing that in these conditions.
Oh!
It looks like the BS hybrid car is off and into the wall. I think that's some pretty serious damage for that entry.
It was stint 1. That's a very similar looking car to BS Hybrid. Ride SimSport are also now off the track, as I think it's fair to say Job has cleared the draft and now officially finds himself 1.5 seconds in the good. Look on board here as one of our drivers gets pushed out wide for a moment, but really, I mean, just look at this, Will, as they come across the line and already bang into the wall they go.
I think it's just a case of a really simple checkup. You know, you have someone thinking that they're going in front, and then it's just a concertina effect. You break into each other. You can't really pin it on one driver, I would say. Just an unlucky incident, and it's not the last time I think we'll see something like that tonight, but hopefully not too many cars involved.
On board with David Adam in the blue Mercury Esports machine. The fight in the live picture has seen Hadinoa and Massey go back up to second. Oh, just about had slowed it down in time, and then found himself on the wrong side of things. So easy to judge in the aftermath with the benefit of the multiple camera angles, the ability to slow things down. In real time, you get one chance at succeeding. Dara McCormack fighting with Jaden Conwright. This is just inside the top 10. Dara's up 18 positions right now.
Yeah, not too bad of a start. Side by side into the Luffield complex. BS competition, I think, on the inside there between them two. You're going to have the inside for the next corner for Dara, and he will retain that position. But a bit more fighting than I expected, to be honest. I do think the dirty air is pretty hard in this car to deal with, but it looks like we've had some good fighting so far. So down towards Stowe, it looks like we're having a little bit of moving, and again, some battling a little bit further back.
40 minutes left to go. We've burned 5 minutes off the clock. I see Drago, Alexander Spetz. They've also now got a meatball flag on board. Look there at Jaden Conwright, competitor in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge. Let's go back up front momentarily, though, and just check back in with this lead that's only going to build. I get the sneaking suspicion, Will. Team Redline at the front, slowly eking away their advantage.
I've had the privilege of chasing down Sebastian once or twice before, and I can tell you he's a very, very hard driver to chase down, and I don't expect him to give up this lead.
Oh, more trouble. There's a Falcon Sim Racing car that's now backing up out of Stowe, and don't tell me that's another Falcon Sim Racing machine. Oh, what's rule number 1 of racing? Don't hit your teammates, and I wonder if Casper Ullmanen has been tangled up in something. Unfortunately, that has involved the other one of the teal entries. Always great seeing the Falcon sponsorship on the side of the car. Will, it's back up to Stowe, and yes, indeed, there's contact between the teammates.
Super unlucky on the inside there. Maybe a little bit of connection between the two of them, but like you say, just runs in a little bit hard, and because he's so close to the car ahead of him, he's getting a lot of dirty air effect and probably doesn't have the front downforce he anticipated, which is what causes that rather embarrassing moment, but I'm sure they'll get over it and hopefully not have too big of an argument.
So that's the points, by the way, as they entered this race. Redline 5 points, 5 positions clear of BS Hybrid. Try and get the live points to you working by the time we get to the end of the race. It's not quite at the point where we care about the championship standings, but what we do care about is who's starting to lose ground. Who are those main teams that have had a bit too much misfortune in the early stages that they'll need to bounce back from? We had a VCO Infinity a couple of years ago, Will, where Urano Esports pushed Redline all the way to the end. And if not for Dylan Shrivens unfortunately having an issue at the F4 race at Road America, I still distinctly remember it, under the Corvette bridge. He just got tangled up, no fault of his own. But without that one incident, Urano were consistent enough to have beaten Redline, but one bad race in the last 4, it caught them out.
Yeah, and I think that's the year that Redline had 2 cars in this competition. Like, you've seen a few of entries that have entered here with BS and the likes of Falcon, as we saw them coming together. And yeah, it's something to take a note of, really. We're very early on in the day, and ultimately with the way the point system is, you just have to remain consistent. You have to keep being in the top 10. Yes, Redline are off to a good start, but if they finish the next race 55th, it's a big, big point swing.
Just inside the top 20, the other Grid and Go car, Alessandro Quintai. Saw him racing in the GT4 class with Grid and Go in the 24-hour series Esports Championship. And, well, that's uncomfortable. He gets spat up into the air, lands on all four, and then behind him a spin as well. That was Olympus Esports and Christopher Stevenson, who now gets out of Dodge as quick as he can.
Yeah, not sure if he was spooked or maybe had some contact from behind, trying to check up a little bit, watching that car rejoin. But unfortunately, a little bit of contact there, as I think there may be even 3 wide into the Luffield section ahead of them. There's a lot of action going on left, right and centre here, so hopefully not too much more. There's still 3 wide for some reason, and I hope they're not going to try and take Kopp's flat out 3 wide.
Sent me into a fit of coughs, which maybe would have happened if they had replicated Hamilton and Verstappen through turn 1, but we survive unscathed and work our way through this. The fight outside the top 20. Try and keep the microscope across of the field. We don't just want to look at the fights for the lead, but we have been treated to 2 spectacular battles for the win in the first 2 races. This distinctly starting to shape up in a different direction, though, with the gap now 2.5 seconds, and really fight for second between Dan Amor and Hadi Noah Mamasi. Dan Amor bottom right of your screen, Mamasi on the bottom left.
Both Formula specialists. I think it's important to note Dan Amor, I think, was running a number of laps in the lead of the IndyCar World Championship the other day on iRacing, Thursday nights, I think, or well, Friday mornings in Europe at least. But yeah, he's a great driver. He's been really, really good, I think, since moving to Quanda, and I mean, he's showing his quality here. Yes, he's not able to challenge Sebastian, but I mean, to run at the front of one of these fields is really, really difficult.
No, exactly, like you say. I think you know from your time in the Porsche Carrera Cup, Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain, just how challenging it can be to really put the pressure onto someone like Sebi. It's not an easy task, and sometimes you need the best to crack sometimes, and Sebi does not look like he has any intention of cracking in this particular race. Another meatball flag, by the way. This has been a very brutal race. There's a fast repair enabled, yes, for everybody, but the reality is you never want to be having to take advantage of a fast repair. And this one is the Sorrento Motorsports crew, and it's down into the fast left-hander.
Yeah, so just coming into that Luffield complex, again, a little bit of an unlucky collision, side pod to wheel, sort of got tied together, and at that point in sim, it can look quite clumsy, like the other drivers running you out wide, right? But often you can just sort of get caught in each other, where one driver's turning away from the incident, the other driver's trying to turn away from the incident, and they're just almost locked together until one of them spins. So can look a little bit clumsy, but it's probably quite an unlucky contact.
What do you think, Will, about our system that we have here with 3 protest tokens effectively available for the teams? You don't have the luxury of complaining to the stewards about everything and anything. So how does that impact the choice to protest some of these incidents that we're seeing out on track as a manager?
I think a key decision that has to go through your mind is, do you really think it's absolutely a penalty? Because if you've used up, if let's say you've protested something in one thing in the first 3 races here, and they were all deemed to be no further action, you then have no ability to protest further on in the event, which I think is a deterrent to stop small little protests coming here side by side, like a bit of racing incident sort of thing. So really it's just a case of understanding the situation and just saying, right, we are only going to protest if we think it's really, really necessary to do so.
I think that's important that you have that conversation pre-event as well with the drivers, so that they don't complain about everything on the radio, right? You don't want them to get negatively impacted when you say, oh, we're not protesting this. They need to understand why. On board with Augustin Torlashi, not in a traditional black and gold TC Esports car. I think slight mix-up on which paint file has been applied, but it's really cool to see Thibaut Courtois, goalkeeper for Real Madrid, for the Belgian national football team as well. Dan Amor slides in front of Massey into Stowe. But really cool to see the way that he supports not just motorsport, runs a real team in the Spanish F4, Euro Cup 3 as well, but in esports as well, Will, to jump in. He loves sim racing, and I'm sure this is the type of thing that if Thibaut had some free time and a free weekend, he'd love to come and be a part of.
Absolutely. Maybe we have to run one in the middle of the summer when he's got a little bit of a break. But yeah, it's like you say, very, very big supporter of sim racing over the last few years. Ran a number of teams and a number of competitions, and it's good to see these new names coming into esports sim racing because it's great to have their support. And I think you see that with a lot of teams down the grid. It's not just TC who are a new team this year. I think we've seen the partnership between Freem and Altitude be more of a thing this sort of year. And there's also, I think, I don't want to say the name of the team incorrectly, but I can't think of them off the top of my head, but I'm sure you kind of know which one I'm talking about. But yeah, there's a French team that have been put together recently as well, so they're doing good things for the world of sim racing esports.
Blue Mercure is how
that
I've
one,
been
yeah,
saying.
there you go.
Yes.
I can't say it. I don't want to get it wrong.
I understand.
But yeah, I mean, I was just trying to think of it off the top of my head and then realised I had absolutely no idea of how to say it. So yeah, Graham Carroll, recent sign up to the Freem Altitude Esports team. So it's interesting to see him competing in this competition for them. Of course, formerly of Mercedes, Ferrari and Red Bull in esports. So a bit of a star-studded roster of former teams.
I think he's just joined up for Infinity. We did see that Graham Carroll won the opening round of the Motorsports UK Cross Car Championship. Coverage of that on RaceBot TV. Really interesting car as well, I've got to say. Did not know what I was really signing up for, and I don't think Graham knew either. His practice quite limited and didn't expect the win. It's not often that we see a smiling Graham Carroll, a happy Graham. But that's what we got in the interview. Hoping that we'll get more of that in 2026 from him. Let's go back down the field slightly as the gap up front stabilizes at around 3 seconds. Traffic starting to play a part. Impulse Racing, Falcon Sim Racing, Kasper Ullmanen and Norbert Leitner fighting amongst one another with the BS machine. Remember, not on the same lap as them. That's Rainer Talvar 1 lap down and trying to stay out of trouble. But I think trouble has found Alessandro Quintai once again.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I think an incident a little bit further back. Let's watch the replay. Down into turn the club section. Coming up behind, just a bit of a lock-up really. I'm not sure if he got a little bit spooked with how quick he was catching the car ahead, but unfortunately a little bit of a lock-up, half spin, and not a horrific amount of time lost, at least able to continue.
No. Although now, gets squeezed by Cash Felber and the Visceral Esports machine. My timing screen is to be believed. Cash Felber has been back into pit lane after some of the damage in the early parts of the race. Already up into 22nd once again. Oh, I do really like that about VCO Infinity, because it's so easy in a 24-hour race to let your head droop early if you get tangled up in incidents. But every hour you get a fresh slate, effectively, to head out onto track, to fight with those around you. And it can be reinvigorating through what is going to be a lengthy night for our teams, drivers and managers, making sure that strategy I's and T's are dotted and working through safely. Out through the opening corner, there is a bit of a squeeze. Quintai gets sent out wide, and Cash Felber, very lucky there that didn't end worse.
Yeah, a little bit lucky. Surprised if he doesn't have a slowdown for that, but didn't go out horrifically wide. There is a lot of slowdowns at this circuit where you can just get pushed out into them outside of your control. We're about to head to one at Stowe, where, I mean, if you're side by side here and you just get pushed out a little bit wide, it can be quite annoying to deal with. So yeah, it's something to take into account here at Silverstone. Track limits have been adjusted multiple times throughout the years, so all these drivers, I'm sure, are on top of that. You've got 25 incidents, I believe, incident points you can get in this race. That, of course, does include stuff like car contacts, which people will have to be taking into account, especially like a start that we had in this race.
I'm trying to remember if we are going to be expecting a pit stop from these cars. The GT Spain 92 comes in. I believe no. Will, you sound confident in saying no?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. These cars can run for about 3 or 4 laps longer than on our 45-minute race today.
Perfect. So remember, we expect pit stops from Formula Fords, expect them from the Truck Series races. We have GTP next. We'll talk about fuel strategy there when we travel back over to Japan and to Okayama. We are going to be 3 wide in towards a fast left-hand sweeper. Brooklands has been the site of so many incidents, but Fast Repair Motorsports and Diana Perez, it's behind them that the incident happens. Colby Warren, I think a little bit of a shove there with Alexei Nesov, who's having some internet issues, but we exit off the corner safely.
Yeah, exit off the corner okay, like you say, just into Lovefield there after going through Brooklands, goes in a little bit hard, and I think just a little bit of pod towards Nesov. It's super, super difficult to deal with a driver when they're blinking in and out. We do have the connection management system enabled. I think at this point it's getting close to kicking Alexei out of the race. Here you're getting a replay on the top of your screen, live pictures in the bottom right. You can see goes in a little bit hard, I think locks up a little bit, thinking that they may hit the back of the car ahead, and unfortunately collects Nesov.
And has a meatball now, so we'll pay the price. Great to see the new colors for Delta Sport. From black and red to white and orange. Nice new distinctive look for 2026. Back up front. I'm running out of superlatives to describe what we're seeing from Sebi right now. 4 seconds in the good. Amor, Mamasi, Torlashi holding the gap back to Graham Carroll, who sat in relative no man's land. Kudos to Matthew Bassett, another impressive showing from the ERE Race Esports team. And as we look at live points, as they sit right now out on track, look at the gap that is already building up. 3 races complete, 21 still left to go. But Redline with a 12-point advantage, 2 more than back behind Kawanda to BS+. And then, Will, your lot, EMM Esports, doing pretty well.
Not too bad, but it's a long way to go, you know. So it's going to be a key. I see the key part of this event not being now, not being race 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I see that being 16, 17, 18, early hours of the morning. People are sleep deprived. You might get people missing races, taking jokers. That's where this event really, really starts to build up. And I think you see there as well, Noah Mamasi signaling to Amor that he's not going to fight at this point in time.
I agree with you. That moment I was talking about with Dylan Shrivens and Urana, that happened either race 19 or 20. That is right around the danger zone for unfortunate decision making, I think, is probably sometimes what we see. And therefore it's always nice to try and ensure that you do have some drivers who are going to be able to get a bit of sleep. Now, in the world of sim racing, sometimes we talk about that being easier. You know, you can geographically divide up your drivers. But this race kind of turns it on its head, because now you need to make sure that drivers are racing when their car that they are strongest in is potentially up on the docket. So, you know, slightly different set of decision making required here. Another car down on pit lane, by the way. It's quite crazy, Will. 55 starters. Basically, all but the top 22 cars have had to come back down to pit lane. That's the level of madness that we had in those opening few laps.
Well, yeah, it's one of these cars, you know, if you're knocking off the front wing in this car, it's such a performance loss. You just have to come to pit lane. Let's remember that every single race that you do here, you have one opportunity to completely repair the car instantly, pretty much, and come down to pit lane. So that can give you a fresh ability to make up some positions. And, you know, every position matters here. So when you've knocked off your front wing, it is likely to see a lot of people come into pit lane, especially if it's early in the race, like we saw a lot of those incidents. But it's an important point you mentioned when you talk about the idea of trying to have drivers in efficient times, cars that they're good at, but also trying to manage that around somewhat of a sleep schedule. Because the way that this has been allocated, all these races, is that you don't have a clear schedule. It's not NASCAR, Formula Ford, Super Lights, Acura, Radical. It's not that every single time. It chops and changes. The tracks chop and change. So you need to be quite efficient with where you're planning things, and it can be a really, really big factor into what can make you consistent and perform across the whole 24 hours.
You know, I had not even considered, Will, that the rotation of cars is not regular, and you know that removes one of the opportunities for consistency. So That's a good shout. That's a very good point. It does seem inevitable, by the way, that in about 20 minutes' time, Will, you're going to be talking to Sebastian Job. So prep a couple of questions for him, please, and thank you. As we just keep an eye on the fight behind second, third, and fourth, gives us a chance to, as I was saying, capture some of the fights through the field. Eclipse Esports, a very interesting opening 2 races for them. Trying to now bounce back and grab another top 10 with Caleb Hyde fending off John Michael Dunningan. They've got 4 seconds up the road right now to a driver in no man's land, Jaden Conright. So that's really the target. Don't lose too much time fighting with each other and get closer to the top 10.
Yes, and I think you see that the toe is worth quite a lot. When we've watched cars chopping and changing, especially in that front 3-pack that are just behind Sebastian, when one of those cars is making that slingshot down the straight and overtaking, they're usually getting the fastest lap of the race. We've seen it bounce back and forwards a little bit. So you clearly got a big slipstream effect, but if you're fighting in every corner, see here from Dunnigan, he's deciding, right, I'm staying behind, I'm going to let the car ahead take his own line, and we're going to work together in order to catch the cars ahead. And that's what you have to do in a race like this. There's no point in battling in every corner.
And that's a shift in mindset that can be difficult. I guess the other question when we get to some of the other races, that fuel mileage question, right? Because the Formula Ford, it was so interesting when Isaac Phelps said that he put such little fuel in that he then had to save fuel in the second part of the race. That's not typically what you want to leave yourself having to do. So, yeah, it's weird. Corentin Gunes has been caught by Matthew Bassett. And so, as they run back up towards Brooklands for the 14th time in this race. Getting closer and closer, but Gunes holding on.
Yeah, I mean, and Corentin's a great driver. We've seen Corentin across many, many series and many, many years. I always remember Corentin as I think it was him and Kieran Harrison who won the TCR class of the IMSA Esports Championship in the first edition of it. So when I think of Corentin, I think of him as a TCR specialist, but let's not forget he's been successful across many, many classes in iRacing. And I mean, today he's proving a point why he can be successful in anything almost, because he's running really, really well in this car here today.
Through Maggots and Beckett's half race distance complete. And next up, GTPs at Okayama. That's going to be a wild ride as well. Back down the hangar straight. No movement here. Let's go back and check in with the chasing group. Let's see how they're doing on closing on the race leader, because I'm quite curious at this point. Last 2 laps, a 10th loss. Will it be another 10th on lap 14? Make it 3.5 tenths.
Yeah, and actually a bit of a tricky moment there for Noah Mamasi coming out the last corner. There's a anti-cut on the exit of the club chicane, and if you hit that on the exit, which is surprising, it's easier than you think it is. You can really send the car up, spin around, and he did just clip that, but did get away with it. Lost a little bit of time, but it's not going to make a big difference for him right now when ultimately we're kind of waiting until we get towards those final few laps for you to start making decisive moves and positioning yourself for the checkered flag.
Like some of the toys that we have, that comparison graphic courtesy of our partners at ATVO, powering the broadcast graphics for today's event. One driver with a black flag, that's Francesco Iliano in 32nd position. So that 25 incident point limit that Will was referring to, I think we've just seen another driver fall victim to that here today. This is the calm before the storm, Will. There is no question about that in my mind, right? The fact that at some point we reach the point of no return and we start racing a bit more aggressively.
Yeah, and I think it's just the nature of this car. I think that we're going to get a lot of different racing across these 24 hours. And it's a unique style of racing. And as you can see at the moment, we are making sure that we are keeping in line. We're not losing unnecessary time, because if this pack is to lose 3 seconds, 4 seconds, they end up going back and getting themselves more people involved in a battle they want to minimize. You know, if you're in this position, you want to think, I want as little people as possible in this battle when I get to the end of it. So you want to make sure that, you know, it's just you Tolashi and Mia Mamasi from Amor's perspective. You know, you just want to make it 3. Worst case scenario, you finish 4th, you know?
We've run the Super Formula Lights, I think, now for a 3rd consecutive VCO Infinity. Before that, very similar car. We had the FIA Formula 4 machine. But nice to mix it up a little bit. Change up from the norm. Maybe that means we're going to go back to the Formula 4 machine next time. Who knows? We've had some wacky combinations to say the very least over the years. No Daytona this time, as much as it's been a staple of VCO Infinities. Instead, we've replaced it with the Charlotte Roval, Will. Yes or no? Good or bad?
I think it's good. I might be receiving some packet loss, so I hope you can hear me just fine. But yeah, so with that, it's an interesting one, right? Because you know, you only get to know these tracks like 3 days before the event. And I remember on the 11th or beforehand, people going, "Oh, I'm going to practice Daytona because it's always going to be to Daytona. You know, we're gonna race Daytona. Don't worry about it. It's absolutely going to happen. I'm going to practice it." And then you get to it and you're like, "Well, we've not got that." So yeah, interesting. You mentioned Charlotte Roval. I don't know. You watched the last race. I did as well. Obviously, you were commentating on it, and it was chaos, right? Especially at the start. And we're doing that for the final race. Those Formula 1600s at the Charlotte Roval. If you want to race and not get into an incident, this is the last race in the world you don't want it to be. Every single race that goes on today is less likely to crash than that one. So I am sure for a lot of these teams, it will be quite carnage. Unfortunately, to a car that's crabbing quite badly down the back straight, 2 of them.
Yep, that's what I was trying to figure out who the other one was. Malden Dinka's going to return, I think, to the pit lane. No, I was enjoying that little tangent for a moment as Agustin Torlashi pulls alongside of Hadinoa Mamasi. There's some moves being made, about 30 minutes complete now. Heading into the final 15 of this race. Will, let's quickly grab a look at what happened there. Gotta say, love the new Williams F1 Team Gaming Club liveries, lining themselves up with the Formula 1 cars as well. And then, as he comes out of the village loop, I think that's absolute motorsport, and bang, and both cars worse for wear.
Yeah, it's one of those cases where both of them come off worse because they've made contact with each other. Pretty unlucky, really, there. You could argue the car ahead doesn't really hold his brakes that badly, but to be honest, it's a quick spin. He's just flicked it round. He hasn't, like, rolled across the whole track, so quite hard to avoid. And like you say, great liveries, not so sure about the name.
Oh, that's a conversation that I've had with Ben Hawkins in the past. Back to the edge of the top 20. Falcon Sim Racing. Team PGZ, Grid and Go, and great to see the Samantha Tan Racing Esports crew. Ryan Fritz is at the tail end of this crew. That car has already been one of our bigger movers in the earlier races, plus 18 tonight. Now, that sounds impressive, but Will, I'm going to throw up those numbers on the left-hand side of the screen. There's a plus 38 on the board right now.
That must be an off-track qualifying lap, right? They didn't get the qualifying lap in? Let me have a quick look.
That was fiercely forward, which, yes, given the speed that we typically expect from them, I think you are correct. Invalidated the qualifying lap and charged from the back.
Just imagine how chaotic that lap 1 was. You know, it was chaotic for us watching from a TV camera perspective, seeing all the smoke. Imagine coming from the back of the grid and all you see in front of you is just carnage and everything. Everybody's exploding. There's smoke everywhere. There's wings flying left, right, and center. So good job to him to get through. And yeah, it's a really good job. Don't think it was Sebastian's job. It does look like Kim Gillespie.
Yes, though, it is Klim. Interesting background behind him. No racetracks that we can try and play the guessing game of what's the track map, but triple screen setup seems to be wrapped around him. Dan Amor is almost in the position to drop Agustin Torlashi and Hadinoa Mamasi into the clutches of a very, very happy Graham Carroll. He's been sitting there in 5th position for such a long time, back on board with the Grid and Go machine, out of the long right-hander onto the old pit straightaway. Dan Amor breaking away right as we head into these closing stages.
So that comes from a few things that happened. So obviously we saw Tolashi take the position from Noah Mamasi, which caused a little bit of a gap. Then I saw Amor making an effort to ensure that he's breaking toe the best that he can. But then Mimasi had a big moment in farm and I think village actually, and that cost him like half a second, and that's where this has come from. So to be honest, at this point now, it looks like Amor might have got his break, and I think he's even been catching on Sebastian in the last few laps as well.
I mean, last lap he matched Sebastian. It was a very, very impressive 1:55.18 from the pair. Black flag for Ryan Fritz. He's just been dinged for incident limit as well. So yet another one finds themselves starting to be penalized by the iRacing system there. You can see no difference on lap 17. Amor breaks the beam. Oh, he did end up losing a 10th, but you're all right that he has done the important work at the very least of building up the buffer behind him. And now the fight for third is the one that's really on. Live points, top right of the screen once again. It's a long way to go. Shouldn't really be thinking too much about this if we're being honest, Will. But red line with 3 consecutive podiums, that's the sort of form that you want to see in the early stages.
It's all relevant. I think that the way that the points swing and to and fro across the event can change your mentality. You know, you can, if you've never done Infinity before, if this is your first edition, which I think it is for a number of teams that are competing here today, maybe not for the drivers, but there will be drivers that have never done this before. It's a bit of a weird mindset. You know, it's a case of, I remember saying to Jerome in the Formula 1600 race, it's like, I'd rather you finish 15th than crash. Like if you're going to have to pull out of it to finish, just finish the car inside the top 20. That's what you have to do, you know. And this is a really important thing that you learn from doing Infinities in the past, and from this sort of point schedule. And yeah, so you may say it's not very relevant at the moment, but you know, come 24 hours time, you never know what sort of gaps we could be seeing.
I mean, there are teams that have been here since the first edition of VCO Infinity, with some of their drivers, like Benito, I'm pretty sure has been in every Infinity. So you are right, there is experience that is valuable, that it's hard to pass on. Matthew Bassett, bottom left of your screen, he's monitor bright enough to blind his face. Bottom right, we're on board with Bassett. He hunts down Tommaso Zappala as they close in on Corentin Gunes for that 6th position as well. How much time, Will, did you spend drilling that message into the drivers' minds? Because it is such a different mindset, and I guess it goes back to, you know, what we talk about process as well, and getting the team on the same page heading into an event like this.
Yeah, so I think that's one thing you consider when you talk about that and the efficiency of it. One of the biggest challenges for us was scheduling. Just trying to ensure that people have got time to rest and that they're not up for the 24 hours, or they're not having huge periods of time where they're just driving, or it's also minimizing back-to-backs. I know we've seen a few drivers do it, but we don't think that's optimal, really, given the schedule that you're on. It's possible, but it's a little bit unoptimal. It is how we see it, at least. So that is a key factor when you're talking to the drivers. But I think the most important message before the event was have fun. It's a fun event. It's one of the most fun events that you can do as a driver. And yeah, okay, it'd be great if we could win it, but ultimately having fun and competing as a team and just having this 24-hour experience is the part of the experience, and that is what Infinity's all about.
I'm glad. And in our briefing, that was part of what was touched on. You know, have fun, but also go out and compete. It's one of these things that we can only do in the virtual world. This is an event that could not exist in reality. I don't even want to think about the logistics of it, let alone the feasibility of trying to make it work. But yeah, it's just, like you say, have fun with the event. And that's where it's great that we've got the big teams like the Red Line, but maybe we'll see some other teams. You know, we saw Delatraz Automotive run well in the Formula Ford. We saw Racing Project 91. We saw a whole bunch of teams show some decent speed, and so that's the other part of it. Will, how much are you looking at some of these other drivers as well as a team manager and going, you know, they're pretty quick, they're pretty adaptable, I need to be keeping an eye on them moving forward?
Yeah, I'd love Sebastian Job personally. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I'll sign him tomorrow. I'm sure of it. No,
too,
but
please.
Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity for drivers in smaller teams, let's say, to showcase themselves to the bigger ones. And I think that, you know, how many opportunities, I was just thinking about this point, how many opportunities there's a driver maybe that's quite new to iRacing, let's say signed up within the last year or two, gets an opportunity to race against someone like Sebastian Vettel or someone like Enzo Benito, or any of the other drivers that you can say are in this star-studded lineup today. And I think that's one of the unique things. We've got so many teams of such a varying level of skill that you can sort of race against some of your sim racing idols in this sort of competition.
What you're really trying to do is get me into a discussion about Smurf accounts and all of that, but I'm not taking the bait, Will.
I don't think Sebi has a Smurf account. What I'm saying is, I don't think everyone drives against Sebi. I think he has his schedule pretty locked down to what he tends to do. But it's just a case in point about being like, just the opportunity that you get as part of racing part of Infinity, because there's so many teams involved. And like you say, one of these teams that's maybe not had a great start today, maybe one of that's a little bit lower down on the rankings. If you have a good race, it's your sort of car combo. I always remember when we first used the V8 supercar in, I think it was ERWEC, maybe ERL, one of the first editions of ERL. You saw a lot of specialists in that car who didn't really tend to compete, let's say, always week in, week out on the high-end level esports competitions. But when you get to some of that sort of car, they really were able to make a name for themselves and show themselves as being incredible in that sort of car. And
now it's kind of evolved to where these drivers have become so adaptable to where, you know, Enzo Benito, I'll go back to him as the example. In the ERL, he was one of our MVD's most valuable drivers for his ability across multiple sims, iRacing, R-Factor 2, Assetto Corsa Competizione, to be able to finish on the podium. That was where the MVD standings derived their basis from, but it's consistency as well. I'm watching very intently here, Will, at the hands of Sebastian, because we know Sebi loves a strong wheel. Oh, his arms are working hard right now.
Yeah, but he does a lot of training, so he'll be completely fine. I'm sure of it. I'm sure he's planned for this. But you see, right now for him, it's not a case of running, you know, completely out by yourself. You know, if you're running in, let's say, a Porsche Esports Super Cup race, right? You would be running by yourself. You know, it's just a track ahead of you, but because of the level of skill ranges we have today, because of the amount of cars we have in track and the amount of teams and the amount of stories of this race, you know, talk about people who have had damage, you're going to be encountering traffic, and that's a big thing. And it can be quite, you know, it can catch you off guard if you're not careful. So it's something to keep your attention going and keep you on your toes.
I think Matthew Bassett might have an opportunity through this traffic to finally rip 7th away from Tatum Restek and from Tommaso Zappola, but into the final sequence. 4 minutes left on the clock. Time is ticking away. I believe we are on to the final 3 laps of proceedings as Sebi continues to pick his way through traffic, with Dan Amor now 5.5 seconds behind. Agustin Torlasci pulling away from Hadi Noah Mamasi, and now Graham Carroll on the offense. From what I've seen, you know, talking about specialists and stuff, I've seen Mamasi mostly in Porsche Cup cars, which, you know, maybe not the most traditional crossover into a Super Formula Light machine, but you know how quick and capable Hadi can be, and he's got such a veteran behind him now in Graham Carroll.
Yeah, what a range, you know. I think, if I'm not, I stand to be corrected if this is the case, but I believe Hadi Mamasi is one of the newer drivers to the platform. In terms of a high-end esports perspective, you know, we're talking last 2-3 years, I feel like. Whereas you've got Graham, who was competing in the very first edition of PES. I think he probably did the VRS World GT Series when that was back around. So very, very big variance in experience. But, you know, we're all here to do one thing, and that's drive pretend race cars around a virtual circuit in a very real manner against people, and we all love it, and that's why we're here competing in this event.
Will, if I was going to throw you the keys to VCO Infinity and you got to pick, I'm not going to let you pick 5 cars, but I'll let you pick 1 car and 1 track. What's the 1 car, 1 track you think's been missing from VCO Infinity?
I would choose the Pro Mazda, and I put it on Long Beach.
Oh, I mean, you're just evil. And the rest of the paddock heard that Will said that, not me. So don't come shouting at my Twitter. Go to Will Chadwick instead. Fight for 11th behind Caleb Hyde. Christoph Mont slips past John Michael Dunnigan. They've got 10 seconds up the road to 10th position, so they are not cracking that spot. Now, they almost run over each other. That was very awkward for the lapped car. Reina Talvar is just struggling to avoid locking the tires up and plowing into the tail end of the 3-car train.
Yeah, and it's like I say, it's a big key factor here. And I do believe that tyre management is also on these drivers' radars for this car tonight. I mean, it's a long race. How often do you end up doing 45-minute races in this sort of size of Formula car? So ultimately, it does mean that you end up having to factor in tyre management and stuff like that. You're watching one of the Acura Esports cars here. And now we're back to EMM versus ERE. I believe ERE got a slowdown on the exit of Stowe that last lap around after having a little bit of a moment mid-corner. Dara McCormack has made his way back up into 8th position.
I would explain why he's dropped so far off the tail end of those in front. Bassett now keeping close quarters on Dara McCormack. Will be 1 lap to go next time by. Diana Perez has just been given a black flag from 25th position, has hit 25 incident points, and that's the worst time possible for it to happen. Closing laps of this race. Montz gets in front of Hides. This fight for 11th is going to be spicy. There is no ifs or buts about that as they single file out into Maggots and Beckett's for what will be the penultimate time. But one more trip around as Redline set for 3 podiums in a row to open up VCO Infinity. And Sebastian Job has driven clear of the draft once again, running out of superlatives, Will, for what a superb drive this has been.
Yeah, controlled drive, and a great drive from Dan Moore as well. Was able to break the draft and has kept Sebastian honest, to be honest, in the last sort of, let's say 10 laps of the race. I would say that gap hasn't moved too much. Of course, lap traffic could be playing a little bit of a factor in that. But yeah, we've seen a good few little battles up and down the pack. Probably not as chaotic as your best 2 opening races, but that's a bit to be expected. We are expected to see fights here and there, up and down the pack, and different levels of intensities per racetrack we go to.
And we haven't talked about the fuel saving yet that we may be in for next time out. With the GTPs at Okayama, it could be a very different sort of a race. I did see some comments that this is maybe a slightly slower race, but Will, let's be real. Those first 2 races, we got more than our fair share of action.
I remember watching the opening lap of that Formula 1600 race, just pulling my hair out. I'm watching them go like 5 wide at Road America. Like, what is going on? So, I mean, this is a bit more of a normal race, I suppose you could say. Certainly probably more interesting than an average Formula 1 race. So that's something to take home. And yeah, great drive from Sebastian all race long. And what else do you expect from a man of his caliber?
While we wait for him to come out of the final couple of corners, what's happened here is Solpec Precision. Oh my goodness. I mean, I don't think there's much more that needs to be said about that. It's not great. What is great is Redline exit the final corner, and here at the home of British Motorsports, Sebastian Joe makes it 3 podiums in a row and a first win in 2026 VCO Infinity for the Redline crew.
Yeah, superb drive. Podium finished off by Dan Amor and Augustin Torshilashi. So yeah, a really interesting drive there. Noah Mamasi dropped off a little bit at the end, but ran well for a number of that. Your top 10 coming across the line already.
Still some fights. Oh, pushed out wide. Delatraz Automotive and Thomas Imberg trying to fend off Cash Felber. What an eventful day for Felber. After being forced to pit lane in the opening couple of laps, he'll have one final chance here to get the run off the corner. Alexei Nessov will pip Imberg in front of him. And what a way to close out race 3 for these drivers. That's what makes VCO Infinity so great as well. The fact that 55 cars take the green every single hour, and we get fights all the way through. This is the fight for 25th and back. You amateurs who started dead last, 55th position, picked their way through the madness, and they'll be passed by Impulse Racing on the run up to Stowe for the final time. But it goes to show, staying out of trouble is a strategy for success in VCO Infinity.
Yeah, great bit of racing there, and like you say, staying out of trouble, super important. You're watching your final few finishers come across the line. Hopefully no drama for them. Hoping we'll get an interview from our race-winning driver? I mean, let's see. I don't know. I've
Hey.
not had a look yet.
Get your questions ready. That's
I've
all.
got them ready. I've got them ready. Don't you worry.
There we
I've
go.
got it all under control.
We're going to make a pit reporter out of you, Will. That's the goal. Sebastian Joe, 5.5 seconds clear of Dan Amor, and what a drive again. Breaking clear of the toe and never looking back. But points on the board for Redline and Kawanda, who are looking now to settle into the rhythm as we head into the mid part of Infinity. TC Esports, thrilled with that. Third for them in front of gridandgo.com. 10 seconds then back to Graham Carroll for Altitude 3M Esports with SimRC and Corentin Gunes, the Bumblebee, stinging nicely up through the field. They started all the way down in 20th position, finished up in 6th. Tommaso Zappolo for Tatum Restec in front of Dara McCormack. Will's going to be thrilled to hear that McCormack gained 19 positions, although by no means the biggest mover today, because Shera Esports plus 26 for Christoph Mont, plus 40. Plus 40 for Fiercely Forward as Kim Galatsky carves his way up into 12th position. Other big movers on the day include the likes of MJ18, the Prism Motorsport crew that finished down in 21st position as well. While you amateurs, as mentioned, 29 to the good for them. But where there's big pluses, there's big minuses. Minus 14 for the Sorrento Motorsports crew that we saw the contact for earlier on. Tamas Shimon, Sheza Esports started up there toward the front and then very early on dropped back through the order. And only 37 cars finish on the leading lap. I look through our results as our drivers get ready to go for yet another race. But in the meantime, let's catch up with Sebastian Jobe standing by with Will Chadwick.
Congratulations, Sebastian, on the win. A couple questions that I have in mind for you after that one. What was it like adapting to a Formula car after having so much of your, like, let's say your last 2-3 years in GT machinery? Was it a challenge for you coming into this event, or something that didn't really faze you at all?
Nah, I was excited, to be honest. I've not driven these cars for a while, but I always want to. It's just there's no competitions with them. So I've really enjoyed practicing for the last few days, actually. It was nice to remind myself of a different driving style and prove to myself that I can still drive these cars, which was nice.
Quite a big winning margin for you. I noticed the lap times tend to generally come down quite a lot throughout the stint until you get to sort of like the last 10 laps, let's say. Is it a bit difficult to always have that target lap moving, or is it something that doesn't really bother you as the car gets quicker?
It was a really weird stint, actually. So I think in static conditions the car just gets faster every lap, but there were some laps where the car was just inexplicably slower, and I know it wasn't just me because I wasn't losing time to the other people when that happened. So it was to do with the weather in some way. That made it a little bit tricky. It's quite frustrating because the consistency looks pretty bad, but it wasn't. So yeah, it was alright. It was just odd. You mostly lose the time on the straights and then just a little bit of understeer mid corner. But no, the only tricky part is after 40 minutes in this car, the rears start to go. So last 2 or 3 laps, I had a few snaps. I just decided to chill out on the final lap. No point risking anything. That's the main issue, really, just managing the rears over a long stint like that.
Final question, and I'll let you go. Looking forward to the rest of Infinity, the 22 races or so we have to go. Anything key in your mind that you're looking forward to, or something that pops out in your head?
I'm quite looking forward to my Formula Ford races. I used to race Skip Barbers a lot, so it'll be a bit of a nice throwback for me. Unfortunately, I think you can't take as many risks as I would have back in the day. This series rewards consistency, so yeah, I'm looking forward to that, but I think it won't be as chaotic as I'd like, although Road America seemed to prove otherwise. But yeah, I think that'll be fun, and honestly, just driving this car, the Super Formula Light, I've really enjoyed it. So Okayama will be fun. Charlotte, on the other hand, not enjoyable. The curbs are extremely difficult. So, not looking forward to that, but it's got to be done.
Pleasure to have you join us in the booth. Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you later in the event.
Cheers, guys.
Some nice questions there. Loved that, Will, as I got the chance to quickly just go over how points are looking as we once again return to the land of the rising sun, make the trip over to Japan, albeit this time to Okayama, and what is going to be a beautiful venue for us to break out the Acura GTP for the first time. But Will, this was the word that you and I were discussing before the event even started, technically. There is a chance that with some fuel saving here, drivers could make it without a stop, and that really could change the strategy through the 45-minute race.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to see. I think we'll see a split, because I'm not even sure if all the teams are really thinking of different ways of going about it. So let's see how it pans out, and I think it'll be an interesting race from a strategical perspective.
Just waiting for our points to get updated before we can actually show you the points. I tell you what, at least while we wait for the time being, these were the points before the third race. A red line, 5 clear of BS Plus Hybrid. Of course, this is slightly shifted now that we have finished yet another one of our races and getting close to 4 races complete. 20 to go in VCO Infinity. How important is qualifying going to be for this particular race, Will? It's not one of the races where we have a chance of rain. The next race with a chance of rain is Super Formula Lights at Road America, race 6 of the day. But with that potential fuel-saving gambit at a track as tight as this, I'm very curious what we're going to be in for.
Yeah, so I think that qualifying is quite important, because ultimately if you're starting 55th, by default you're like 20 seconds behind, even if you're able to gain a lot of positions on the opening lap. So I think a lot of drivers will be making sure they get a lap time in. Sometimes that results in a little bit more caution being taken. We've certainly seen that across the years in any sort of one-shot qualifying competition. And like you say, I think qualifying is a decent amount important, but whether you're 15th or 1st, it's not a huge deal depending on what car you're driving.
They all are in the same car with a fixed setup that does not change between the races. Just one setup across all 4 venues that we will visit with this Acura GTP. We drop it from the combination with Charlotte. So no Roval excursion for the Acuras. And here's how they'll line up. No surprise to see Coanda in red line. It's Benito that sets the benchmark. And Elvis Rankin, first time we see him tonight alongside on row 2. Sean Campbell in third for gridandgo.com. Drago Racing will roll alongside, and this is where the prototype specialists have come out to play. Francis McGinn, Augustin Bernier for Altitude Freem, and Blue Mercury Esports, your front 3 starting rows, and half a second through them. Jordan Johnson for Solpec Precision Racing. Santiago Bastarrica for Bike 500, the all-Argentine outfit. And then Kieran Harrison, Sim RC, coming off a good effort with Corentin Gunes, Rafael Renhofer for EMM on the edge of the top 10. Dutch League Racing and Kio Thiago Marto will be alongside of Carlos Fenilosa for TC Esports, Jack Olivier for ERE Race Esport Team, and Oskari Kakinen, PGZ on row 7, the second of the Grid and Go machines. Peter Zuber all the way back in 15th and 7/10 off, not where he would have wanted to be. Jesse Jones will line up alongside for Falcon Sim Racing, while Abel Torres back in the car. Saw him back at Road America with the Formula Ford. Matt Performance in 17th for him. Shara Esports to their right-hand side. Marcel Chinchik for Vitality Sim Racing. Felix Domin for Ride Sim Sport. And then Gabriel Paiva for Capivara Racing alongside of Ruben Lasso, your front 11 rows. Nobby Kish for Sheza Esports. Pablo Caroleo for Tatum Restech, as we make our way to the halfway point of the starting grid. Falcon Sim Racing, Lion GP, Movano, Was Cooking Racing Adventures. That's going to be a Michelin star dish from there if they get some more points on the board. BS Plus Competition 29th, and then U Amateurs in 30th. Delatraz Automotive, we know they can be quick in prototypes. Some work to do from 31st. Sorrento Motorsports 32nd with Delta Sport, BS Plus Hybrid, Brabham Motorsport, and the Visceral Esports crew, your front 18 rows on the starting grid. Impulse 37th, Fast Repair 38th with Eclipse Sim Sports, Stint 1 Motorsport, Absolute Motorsport, and Maniti 2 seconds covering the front 42 with Thomas Eng Sim Racing, MG18, Armentario, Prism Motorsports, GT Spain 92, and the Olympus Esports crew just in front of the final starters, FCB Racing Sim and Avalon Motorsport. Will, now that we've had that look through the field, there are some prototype drivers a little bit out of position, I would have thought, relative to where they could have been.
I think the key one that I saw out of position there was Cody Deeth. I know he's not really a prototype driver, but I do rate him very highly as a driver. It's an interesting one, this, because I know that when we put this car, when the cars were announced and we put this car to the group, it was all like, everybody doesn't want to drive the Acura GTP. And I think that's a little bit of a case when you have a car that's so specialist. In a way, you know, you really do have your prototype specialists in iRacing, even more so than something like a Formula car, I would say personally. Like, I know, for example, Matt is great in Formula cars, but didn't want to get anywhere near this GTP car. So yeah, the specialists are going to be good in this. But I mean, someone like Benito at the front, I mean, what do you expect? He's always very, very fast.
Here is the points wheel. Still, I think, with some penalty points maybe from race control to factor in, but haven't seen too much of those yet for those inside of the top 15. Red line, 12 to the good over Kawanda BS Plus Hybrid. And then your own EMM crew. It's early days, that's for sure, but we're starting to see those teams that can stay out of trouble, Will, and punch in those top 15 finishes on the bounce.
Yes, and this is what it's all about. It's going to be really interesting to watch this develop over the next few races. You know, I'm privileged enough to be here until race number 6 with you. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, and let's see if my strategy even plays out for anybody, even my own drivers. So I don't know. Let's see what we expect in this race. We could be seeing some pit stops, but also some alternative strategies along the way.
Unfortunately, Will, you're going to lose me in about an hour. Instead, you'll be joined by the wonderful Ewan O'Leary, so can't complain too much about that. I'll grab a quick break and be back with you in about halfway through the race. I say races, as we near the hour 12 mark of 24. Just the final cars trickling onto the grid. As the sun continues to set, we're not quite into our night racing, but slowly but surely we are headed towards that. Take a look at the in-sim time, about 4 p.m. virtual standard time as we run right now. Will, the first of our night races, race 8. So only another 4 races to go before we're into the darkness.
Yes, and that is an interesting fact that you mentioned. You know, night races do have a little bit of a different feel to them, and it's certainly something you have to practice. You have to make sure you're practicing in the night because it's very different, and you see a lot of the cars all weaving, trying to get temperature into their tires. This tire has a big build-up period. You know, you're talking 3-4 laps until you're even getting sort of competent temperature into the tires. So wouldn't be surprised to see some spinners off the start, Benito, to take you away from the front of the field.
That was Benito. There's Elvis Rankin. And don't count out Sean Campbell. Oh, he's got the Nicolas Cage faces up, so he's got the support from his fans. Nicholas Boy there as well for Drago Racing. I'm having a blast. I hope you are as well, as we get set for the 4th race of 24 in this unique event. Only in the virtual world could you crisscross the globe with 5 cars and 5 tracks. 24 individual races across 24 hours. Red line searching for back-to-back wins and for a 4th consecutive podium. And once again we fan out and run our way to turn number 1. Rankin around the outside has already snatched the lead away. Campbell challenges Benito as there's big mess behind. Only the front 7 are going to scamper clear as there is chaos in the gravel down at turn 1.
Yep, absolute carnage in turn 1. Looked to be a bit of a roadblock scenario after sort of, like you say, the 8th position. It looks like Bo has gone off as well, locking up into the outside. I don't know what's happened there. Maybe just catching the brake early. Very, very hard to unlock. Elvis Rankin leads your field away down into the hairpin for the very first time.
And it's a 3-second buffer between 7th and 8th positions for the time being. Look at that separation visually into the hairpin as half moves made by Felix Domin on Peter Zuba. He's +7 is Zuba. Domin's +11. Pedro Sanchez Albert in that BS Plus competition machine, he's +17 and making hay while he can, but there's other drivers with big junk and back in pit lane, and it includes the likes of Abel Torres with a meatball flag inside of the top 15. And so once again, we will pick our way through the replays, figure out exactly what unfolded at that opening corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Make it about 16 meatball flags on the opening lap of the race as Elvis Rankin leads at Okayama.
couple cars into pit lane. First time by, probably taking a fast repair and a little bit of a splash of fuel. Of course, not the end of the world for people pitting this early, because we do still believe it might be possible to make it without a stop. So people just taking their fast repair now, it's not the end of the world. But like you say, interesting start to your race. A lot of fast repairs needed potentially, and certainly a chaotic start for those missing the action in the last race.
It's one of those scenarios as well where, I'll be completely honest with you, I'm not quite sure how best to try and pick apart all the madness. So let's try slowly but surely. So they descend on turn 1, and I can't even see where it all kind of instigates from. That's really the issue here, Will. But 7-8 cars get through safely, and then everybody else trips over one another.
Maybe following from a chopper camera or something could potentially give a little bit more of an insight. But like you say, like we're watching here, 3-4 wide. Some people just braking too late, cold tyres, stack of contact, and then once you get those two cars spin at the front there, it just becomes this mess, is the best way to put it. And unfortunately, a lot of contact and a lot of damage.
I'm trying to see if I can find a specific look on board as we once again look from up above. There we go, I found the button. On board with Marcel Chinchik. I mean,
where are you even supposed to go? I mean, to be honest, he gets away pretty lightly from that incident, and unless he's got particularly bad front damage, he will have a good chance of a race here. And yeah, let's see where he can come from. But yeah, it's a bit of a chaotic start there. Unfortunate for a number of drivers, but yeah, interesting to see kind of what happens here and what sort of pace we expect to see people running at the front of the field.
I'll tell you what, a good perspective might be as well to get from Pedro Sanchez Albert. He's plus 19 on this initial race start. Waiting, and then the green flag drops and everyone fans out in unison. He gets to the inside of the Ivano machine pretty quickly. That's Justin Alonso Jr. And then, well, not really much patience there. And fortunately, all the trouble has gone up high. And much like with Chinchik, he pulls down low and gets out of dodge.
Yeah, super, I wouldn't want to call it lucky, but in the right position at the right time, able to get away from the carnage. And I'd also be interested to see what happened to Nicholas Bowe on the opening lap. Whoa, that's a big contact from one of the BS cars into the back of, I'm not quite sure, maybe one of the Falcons. I didn't quite get a grasp of that, but coming
55.
Down. Right, so coming down into the hairpin, it looks to be maybe, yeah, just a complete misjudgment of when they were going to brake. So yeah, unfortunate.
So we go from singing the praises of avoiding the madness of turn 1 to causing madness into the hairpin. How quickly things can shift around. And this is, I'll peel the curtain back between some of the conversations that Race Control was having pre-race. They expected the first 2 or 3 races, Will, to go fairly smoothly, right, as everyone just settles in. But after that, egos start to rise, people start to take more risks, people start to have less patience as well. And, well, the result is what we've seen, and more chaos for Delatrals Automotive slipping wide at the hairpin.
Number of drivers running wide at the hairpin. We don't have specifically high winds, so nothing to be aghast at there in terms of that. Just a case of, I think, locking a tyre and just not being able to unlock it. Of course, these cars have unassisted brake systems. They do have traction control, quite advanced traction control, but like I say, just...
Well,
yeah.
That's the Scherer Esports Acura. They're all Acuras, to be fair, so...
That's very true.
It's a redundant word to include. Not ideal. That's a very slow car as well. That's Chad Peterson at the hairpin. This is wild. Another start in which 54 took the green, but only about 30 got through scot-free. And so, quick update. We are 7 cars in this leading group. Elvis Rankin from Enzo Benito for Redline and Coanda, respectively. Then Campbell for Grid and Go. Jordan Johnson for Solpec Precision. Their best showing so far today. And Francis McGinn, Augustin Bernier, and Bike 500, Santiago Bastarica, making up this initial queue. And even though Nicholas Boy did go wide on the opening lap, he still, because he got through turn 1 safely, Will, still inside of the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, he got completely away, and yeah, like you say, just a small lockup, which caused him to go wide. But yeah, massive prototype specialist and a very, very good driver. So I expect to see him doing pretty well in this one. So wouldn't be surprised to see him come a little bit back through the field. And yeah, we're seeing the times drop and drop and drop every lap. as the tyres get a little bit warmer and people get into a bit more of a rhythm.
Question is, are they doing fuel saving rhythm? Are they aware that there is a chance to get to the end of this race without a pit stop, even though the Acura is capped at a 70% maximum fuel capacity on the car? There was no adjustment they could make on that, but a little bit of lift and coast might be enough to edge the number to the checkered flag. If you have a light right foot, pretend there's an egg underneath the throttle pedal, and be as...
It's about 0.2 of a litre every lap. That's kind of the margin that people are needing to save here, which sounds like not a lot.
But how much are you using per lap?
Daytona. Well, that's the thing. It's about 10% of your fuel load a lap that you need to save. So it is a fair amount of lifting. Anyone that pitted on lap 1 and took a little bit of a splash, likely to have an even easier time of saving that fuel. But if everybody's running flat out, we can be expecting them to pit at lap 28, which is about 4 or 5 laps from the end.
So that's... It makes it uncomfortable because we're not going to know until we get to the very end of this race.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's sometimes hard just to judge from lap times as to what the drivers are actually doing behind the wheel. Let's jump on board with Norby Kish, multiple-time European truck champion, as I mentioned slightly earlier. But don't discount his sim racing credentials as well. Multiple digital Nürburgring endurance champion on the sim. And look at the wall of trophies behind, as though you needed any more reminder. And he's tucked up behind Luka Nudek. And through these switchback hairpins, this is where this car must be so lethargic and slow to shift its weight around.
And let's not forget that by the rule book, you're not allowed to change the bars, which you are normally allowed to do in a live dynamic situation. By the thing that was given to the teams last night, you're not allowed to change the bars. Maybe it's a fixed setup, so you're not allowed to do that anywhere. I can't quite remember. I don't drive these cars so much. But they're not allowed to change the bar. So it's set to 3 rear bars, so that's sort of a medium sort of setting. So at these low-speed corners, the rear axle is still quite stiff. So not a lot of traction available.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things where it's more because the car doesn't allow the adjustment more than anything else. Different cars, different levels of adjustments permitted by the iRacing team. That's also something that's been fluid. I remember when I joined iRacing, the Indy car, you could change nothing. And now you have ARBs, you've got the weight jacker as well at your disposal. Just making some of the fixed iRacing official series a little bit more flexible with the setup options available to the drivers. Back up front, let's check in with Enzo Benito on the left side of that look at 2 drivers. Elvis Rankin bottom right, and slowly edging away. He's now 7/10 clear. Talking fine margins right now, and they are slowly pulling a gap back to Jordan Johnson as well. It's 3 cars pulling away.
Yeah, and I'd say I'm seeing a lot more mistakes in this race than we've seen in the previous race, at least, or I'd say the previous 3. Generally, people seem to find this car a little bit harder to drive. I've seen a lot more lockups, a lot more running wide into the gravel, and it's a challenge. It really is a challenge, and I look forward to this battle between Enzo and Elvis because they're both really, really good drivers, and I think it could get quite interesting.
It's getting darker, no question about that. Here in the 4th race of our 24, heading into the block of nighttime races scheduled. There are 5 consecutive races in which nighttime will be guaranteed, and in those races expect to see the NASCAR truck, Super Formula lights, both at the Charlotte Roval, taking advantage of the lights on the banking. The Radical SR10 will head to Fuji. The Acura will head to Silverstone in what should be an interesting race if heavy rain descends on that track. Rain and night. I don't know if I'd have been volunteering for that race necessarily, even if I am a prototype specialist.
Well, yeah, it's important to note that it's a chance of rain, not a guarantee of rain. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of level that chance is at. Of course, in our opening chance of rain race, it was only a very, very short spell of rain. So it basically didn't affect the race whatsoever. So it'll be interesting to see how it affects it when the rain comes and at what intensity it is, because it could be any intensity, and that's what makes it so interesting.
Remember, we had a big mess on lap 1 into turn 1 that separated out the top 8 from those behind. It's still Peter Zuber that's leading that train. I'm trying to judge on lap time, which is always a dangerous thing to do, Will, as to whether there's fuel saving at the front, if there's fuel saving at the back. What this implies to me is Elvis Rankin, if he is fuel saving, well, he's also flying while he does so.
Yeah, it's interesting to know. I really don't know what to expect. I know the calculations and the numbers behind the idea of the strategy, but there's a good chance that some of these teams have ran it and simulated it already. You know, we've had these tracks for a few days. Maybe there's a case where some believe that you just don't gain enough time from it. You lose too much saving to not gain it back by just going flat out and getting a pit stop. So it will be interesting. I expect someone to do it, but we'll have to wait and see, really. And yeah, get a bit more shot of Nicolas Cage and a little bit of a head scratch on the straight.
He's looking, oh, I mean, he's relaxed. But also, did you hear how early he was lifting into turn 1?
I didn't quite know because I don't have the audio up enough, but if you're hearing him lifting pretty early, you can sort of safely assume he's maybe going for the strategy I think is best.
I mean, he lifted off basically before he got to the left part of the track straightening out there, so there is aggressive fuel management going on now. That's a topic as well for this week. Certain Formula One driver complaining that maybe Formula One cars require a bit too much management. I don't think he would have enjoyed this race, that's for sure.
If we put it on the Nord side, then maybe. But yeah, it's a multitude of drivers, I think, complaining in the media about the way that power unit system is working, but there's only one way to find out, and that's get to the first race. So reserve our judgment for now.
You said it best, reserve judgment until we actually go racing. Who knows where the sandbags are right now? Marcel Chinchik, the first ever R1 champion, part of the RHG and Team Vitality group. You can see one of his Czechs behind him. He's got one of those hero cards as well, albeit now being passed by Norby Kish. Will, where's your championship belt? The VCO Esports Racing League championship belt. Where have you put yours?
I've not put it up yet, actually. It's currently sat in the living room on the couch because I haven't thought of a good place to put it yet. But I will get it up somewhere in my room, hopefully at some point. But it's a bit of a unique item. And that's what makes the Esports Racing League so good. It's a unique item to place somewhere in your house or room. So it's a little bit of a challenge to consider where to put it. But yeah, it's currently on my couch in the living room.
Clearly, just so that everyone who walks in is aware of the significance. I think that Norby Kish has had enough of the 2 second slower lap times that Peter Zuber's running. I've got to assume, though, if Sean Campbell's saving fuel so aggressively, not really losing track of Elvis Rankin, there is no way teams like Coanda and Redline have not also figured out that they can get to the end by saving some fuel and avoiding a pit stop.
Yeah, I expect most people to get their head around this because a lot of people have a fuel calculator. Let's say CAPS or Race Labs, or even just generally looking at when you're considering making a pit stop, you know what your target is, or you just know how much you're going to be refueling. And when it says 5 litres on a normal fuel lap, or 6 litres, let's say, you start to think, can I not just save that? You know what I mean? So I expect a lot of people to think of that sort of strategy. But we do see a huge variance in pace between the likes of Zuber and Rankin, and you start to think, well, is Zuber saving too much? Because we've seen him in the IMSA Esports series. He's more than competent. There's no way he's 2 seconds a lap off on pace. So potentially damage, or maybe just like you say, saving a bit heavier than everybody else.
It's another race where closing on half the field has made a trip to pit lane to take their fast repair. So I think the next couple of races could be quite sketchy as the intensity, the animosity just starts to bubble up. And the next race is going to take us with the Charlotte Radical SR1 to the Charlotte Roval. After that, Super Formula Lights at Road America. That race has got a chance of rain potentially. Before we return here to Okayama with the Formula Ford machines, as Will had mentioned earlier, there's no regular rotation between the 5 cars and 5 tracks. It's chopping and changing all the time, and it's on the teams to have adapted their driver lineups accordingly. It almost looks as though they're in slow motion right now, such as the speed that is being run. And event, so I am very curious. Would love to hear the thought of what's going on in the head of a Peter Zuber right now. Problem is, we can barely know what's going on in his head if we can hardly see his face as well. The camera has been shaken up just a little bit in that rig.
I think you can see 50% of his face because that's the amount of fuel that he's saving every lap over the rest of the competitors. So I'm not sure really, but ultimately this is it's a Japanese track. It's a low grip asphalt that is represented in iRacing. You do notice when you come to a track like this that you have less grip. So naturally this car around this circuit does feel quite extreme in the way that it handles and the way that it drives. So it's an important thing to note, and something that you become abundantly aware of when you've drove a lot of races around this circuit.
And it's not the warmest of track temperatures, so in some ways you'd have expected that to give them a bit more grip. Cooler conditions on iRacing, typically maximizing the adhesion of the tire, but overcast conditions. It is very dark and gloomy here today for this fourth race in 24. 30 minutes away from being 4 complete, 20 to go in VCO Infinity. And I think...
How mad's that? 4 complete. And we've got 20 more left. Like, that is insane. It's the insanity of this event that we have 20 more individual car and track combinations to go before we get the conclusion of this. It's just chaos.
I'm glad I've got a couple of hours off before I'm back on for the mid part of the day. Because, we had a short break, Will, to welcome you into the booth and say goodbye to Jeremy Scott. We'll have another quick break when we swap over from the two of us. Chadwick alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati. Ewan O'Leary will join us. We'll have Dane Baird also taking over on the production duties as well. It's also a energy management equation that we are balancing for our race control team, for our broadcast crews as well. As with the drivers, remember Sebastian Jobe winning the previous race, Super Formula Lights at Silverstone. Now he's handed the baton on over to his teammate Enzo Benito, who did drive already in this race. We haven't seen Cooper Webster, haven't seen Gustavo Ariel just yet. Indicates to me they're being saved for maybe some of those night hours.
Yeah, let's not forget that, someone like Cooper, obviously massively different time zone, but Ariel as well, that's, I think, 3 or 4 hours back from the European time zone, so it does help quite a lot to have those drivers in your composition. It doesn't mean that people are having to be awake in the early hours of the morning, which is optimal. An important point to note, on the current lap times, we're currently going 33.01 laps in this race, and that could be a definitive thing when it comes to how much fuel you're needing to save, because we're very close to having the average lap time drop us below a 34-lap race.
In which case this extra fuel saving that's being done by these drivers is going to be a moot point.
Potentially, yes.
Elvis Rankin's the one that's kind of in control of that, and he has started to break clear of Benito, of Sean Campbell. But now the fun of VCO Infinity, with the varying skill levels that we have through the field, the large field that we have as well. 55 cars entered, 54 regular entrants in the first handful of races that we've had, with I think one team withdrawing. It means that a track as short as this, traffic is going to be a reality, and that's the sight in front of the purple and orange machine. The first car in line that they see now is the Impact SimSport machine, down in 38th position.
Yeah, and it's great to see VCO putting on this event again for everyone to be a part of. It's a great community event for iRacing. I think that, when we look at it really, okay, it's not a mandatory of 5 drivers, and there is a number of teams that aren't using 5 drivers. But, what's that? 100 and... it's way more than that. It's like...
It's about 200 something?
Between 200 and 300 individual drivers competing in this event today, all as a part of a community, as a part of a team, and it's a great thing to have going on in the weekend for you to do. Yeah, it may mess up your sleep schedule a little bit, but it's a brilliant event to be a part of.
I'm sure there are some partners of some of our competitors saying, there's something else happening this weekend. No, it's not the Daytona 500. No, it's not the Bathurst 12 hours. Oh, what's that thing called? Oh, Valentine's Day, that's right. But, you know, we still have a blockbuster field, so clearly priorities. And some of our competitors have been letting their partners know where their priorities lie on this incredible weekend, and hoping it's not such a long wait before we do it again. There's a lot of lift and effort, obviously, to make these events happen, but who knows? Could there be a second VCO Infinity in 2026? I'm just throwing it out there. We'll see if I get shouted at afterwards. Traffic, Delta Sport leaving pit lane, stay out of trouble. Let the purple and orange Coanda Esports leading machine, Elvis Rankin, work their way through. The lights did flash into turn 1. Rankin is wanting this Impact SimSport machine to make his life a little bit easier.
Yeah, it would be good for him to make the move. I mean, if you're fresh out the pits or you're on full fuel, you will be able to go a little bit faster. A little bit of a connection issue there, but leaders are being let through accordingly. So Benito probably held up less there than Rankin. So that's sometimes a disadvantage you can have when you're the leading car coming through traffic. That the car behind you, because it's so close, just gets a free pass to come past. So interesting factor to look at there. And yeah, we're still teetering on the edge of a 34 or 33 lap race.
A couple of drivers who have made up some big headway since the start of this race. Pablo Espes, not a great qualifying from him outside of the top 50. He's 37 spots up into 14th for the time being, with 22 minutes left to go. Can we get a look at championship points? Well, I don't think those are necessarily correct, so I'll see if I can click the right buttons and get that working again in a couple of seconds' time. But it's an ominous sign when you have drivers at the front continuing to look so consistent. Vitality, Sim Racing, Marcel Chinchik dropping down a couple of spots. Might lose out another one as Pablo Espes goes onto the grass around the outside. He'll drop back behind. One of the lap machines, and now a big snap. I wonder if there's damage for Pablo Espes as he regathers it and back onto track.
Let's not forget, when you're running wide into the grass like that, you're suddenly getting all this grass and dirt all over your tyres, which is a modern addition to iRacing, which would mean that when you're going into that corner, you've got a lot less grip. So interesting factor to think about, and yeah, like you say, bit of a chance of damage maybe, and thankfully regained control of his car.
So another move from Pablo Caroleo on Peter Zuber. I think he's also had enough of the patient game. Norby Kish has pulled 7 seconds, Will, on Peter Zuber since clearing up the road. What are we looking like in terms of average lap times right now? Are we seeing 33 or 34 on the board?
If I had to guess, I would guess we're going to go 33 laps, which does give us a bit more leeway in that fuel margin. I think a lot of people were anticipating the potential of 34, but like I say, it's very variable. You know, it's going to matter a lot what the leaders do. So, you know, if you're a leading car, you have a real chance to you know, manipulate this now. But, you know, it could be in your interest as well to make it go 1 lap less. So it's also a factor you have to consider. So it's an interesting point. I wanted to bring up how the hybrid systems now work in these GTP class cars, and how that they're essentially an efficiency tool, and whether you would prefer it to be like it used to be. It's like I know it was incorrect, but the way that the hybrid is now implemented, you could argue is maybe slightly less fun. Would be my take on it.
Well, my answer to that is, do you want sim racing or?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things, right, where hybrid systems in general, and this is probably a sweeping generalization, but it's still probably fairly accurate, they're not intended to make race cars more fun to drive, right?
Yeah.
The only time that really we've had hybrid systems that don't really play much of a part was back in the LMP1 days, right, where you had a lot of automated management and then you had an overtake button, which is kind of what we used to have in these GTPs before it's gone back to the modern wizardry that accompanies these hybrid systems. Look, I think that the way I look at it is, if we're going to have to go hybrid, it is going to lead to a lot more tunability, right? Fundamentally, when you add in a lot more of the factors that you can control, both in regen and deployment, you could open it up. But at least what IMSA has done is try and use standard units to make sure that, you know, there's not development going on the hybrids as well. The reality is, whether you look at IndyCar or IMSA GTP, though, how much does the average fan understand how hybrid is impacting the car on a lap-by-lap basis? I think the answer is probably none.
None, yeah. I think until I really saw it implemented in iRacing properly with the GTP update that I think came within the last year, I would say. I think it came maybe mid-25. I didn't really understand it. I didn't really understand how the hybrid systems worked in these sorts of cars and what they actually contributed towards. And then I think when you understand how these hybrids work, you now start to understand why there is metrics such as virtual energy involved in the World Endurance Championship and stuff like that, and what that really means.
It's a bit of gravel being kicked up on the track. Yeah, the other thing that we have to consider, and we're getting rather off topic in what is a very fuel management driven race, other thing to consider is that there needs to be a standardization of the LMH and LMDH rule sets, the technical rule sets, that is. It's all well and good saying that, you know, they can compete against one another and we're going to do BOP against one another, but ultimately it becomes more and more difficult the more diverse the technical rule sets are. Finally some action as Francis McGinn squeezes in front of Jordan Johnson, Altitude Free M and Solpec Precision, joined by Blue Mercure. Left front lockup for Johnson, who allows Augustin Bernier to slip through up to 5th. And now Bike 500 and Nicholas Boy latched onto the tail end of this queue as well.
Yeah, a bit of action here. Hopefully Boy can now start to close up that gap. The gap that's been pretty stagnant for the last few laps. This train has been a little bit dormant with the likes of the strategy that we know is at play. But it's starting to kick off a little bit now as people get a little bit more confident in your fuel number. You likely, when you're trying to hit one of these targets, you know, you oversave, and then you're like, oh, now I've got a bit spare, so I can use it. I can use it to attack. You want to be able to push those last few laps flat out if you can, to start and fight and really try and make a few positions, especially if you're, you know, Johnson, who's in 6th, and he can see himself quite easily getting to 4th. So it's a really dynamic scenario, and people are going to be thinking about that, and maybe someone actually uses a little bit too much and then has to save at the end. And it is more interesting than it appears in the mid-race. I promise you that. I'm sure we'll see that as things go on.
Live points on top right. 11 the gap between Redline and Kawanda, but they are starting to build the buffer to the likes of BS Plus Hybrid. EMM and Map Performance tied momentarily as it chops and changes. Abel Torres fighting with Nick Ledecky in the BS Plus Hybrid machine. So these are very important points actually right now. Is into the wall we're going. Abel Torres alongside of the U Amateurs machine, Dominic Koroshavin. And after what has been a rather quiet race, a wild opening start, yes, we've got a bit more drama out on track.
Yes, and that is, I mean, what do you expect? I mean, we're going to have a lot of races and a lot of things to happen. I have a few friends that I've just noticed who are making fun of my accent, so I'm going to try and southern it up a bit. But yeah, a little bit of a, I guess, just wide into the corner. I'd like to watch that again. So let's have a look riding on board here. So it looks like went a little bit deep, sort of into the corner, and that, right, okay. So it's just a case of probably completely misjudging it because you were side by side, you were trying to fight as hard as you can, and yeah, unfortunately that causes quite a big contact on the outside of turn 3.
Yeah, the rear end stepped around pretty quick for the car on the inside, and that's what really led to the chaos. Back into traffic, Rankin and Benito, half a car length or so between them at the apex of the hairpin, and now with a buffer back to Sean Campbell. So an opportunity for them to focus on each other. The two most consistent teams in the early phase of VCO Infinity. That was a nervy moment through the traffic, though. On board with Benito, who's got to give a wide berth on the inside car there. Navigating through the traffic safely with just 14 minutes left to go. Will, we are getting closer to finding out, A, if this is a 33-lap race, B, if anyone's heading down to pit lane or if they're saving fuel to the end.
it's still absolutely up for grabs. It's now 34, but will it be 33? Who knows? I know iRacing tends to margin on the caution of safety, so if you are going 33.0 laps, it's likely to go 33 instead of 34. So we will see that. Blumenauer down to the inside of Francis McGinn. They're going to be side by side through the exit of turn 1 and into turn 2. Optimal line there for the free altitude driver of Francis McGinn. He's going to be able to defend the position for now, but as we go down into the hairpin, looks to be that Bernier has been able to get the inside line and complete that move.
And an Atwood curve. Not so cambered in once you get to the middle of the track there. It's possible to hug the inside and roll the speed. Sometimes you see cars cut out a little bit wide, but you put yourself slightly off camber occasionally, depending on how wide you end up sweeping. It was very dark for a moment. Overcast conditions. Sun's poking out from beyond those clouds once again. Oh, behind this, Drago Racing slip past Bike 500. Nicholas Boy, the recovery continues after he sent himself off the road at turn 4 on the opening lap. It's not been an easy day for Drago either, let's be real. Bring up those points again, Will. There's two teams that you would have expected to challenge Redline and Coando. Grid and Go and Drago Racing, yes, they're both in the top 10, but they need those two teams running up front to stumble at some point before the end of this event.
Yeah, and I think it's important to see the teams that you see at the top right now are probably teams that haven't had DNFs. And as we get later into the event, you'll start to see it balance out a little bit more from the teams that on average are performing better than the others. At the moment, you know, if you've completely finished last in one of these races, that's a huge impact to your current points tally. So it means that, okay, now for the time being, we've seen the point system as it is and how people are as they are. Teams that have had these big DNFs will be likely to gain over the course of the next 20 races. So it's going to be an interesting one to watch, and yeah, certainly it paints an interesting picture.
Listening to that engine spool up, the Acura has an engine initially slated to fit into an Indy car. It's a free revving engine. It's found a great home in the world of sports car racing. Honda partnering up with Meyer Shank Racing to actually put some of the Honda engineers into the paddock on a week-by-week basis. Been really fascinating to follow that story. What's happened to BS Plus Hybrid, though? They're in the points conversation, and well, first they tag Vitality, and then because of that they get driven into by their teammate.
Yeah, so not too good for them. Maybe potentially a chance at a penalty. It's important just to kind of have a little watch of that. I'd say that's a racing incident, but yeah, maybe some rear damage for that BS Hybrid car. It looks like the Solar Pet car's gone off. I'm not sure what's happened there. Completely out of the race potentially, and what a disaster for Jordan Johnson.
Oh, he had been struggling with this fixed setup the longer we went. The balance of the car really not suiting him, and as the leaders close back up once again, turn 2 has claimed yet another victim, and oh, he just never gets to the apex. A lazy spin of the rear and into the wall hard.
Yeah, and that's a huge moment. We're going to get to watch it on board from the cockpit. Third gear exiting turn number 1. Going to keep it in that gear, up to 4th actually. Goes into 1, and I just think carries a little bit too much speed, and then the rear just completely gives up on him. And once you're around, you're gone, and you're in the wall. Race over.
So put your team manager hat on, Will. 10 minutes left to go. How aggressive are you telling Enzo Benito to be here? Or are you telling him that, you know what, 2nd place, I'm fine with that?
It depends if you consider the dynamic of it being a Redline car versus a Coanda car, which of course carries more weight with the history between these two teams. I think that certainly, you know, if you're Coanda or if you're Redline, you both want to be making sure you're winning this race from a pride perspective. But realistically, if you're thinking about the long game, it's not worth putting on an aggressive move just to win the race. It's what, 1 point? It's really not worth it. So I would probably, if I had full control, I'd be just saying, just sit, hope he makes a mistake, and don't do anything rash or reckless.
And am I correct in saying we are trending to 33 laps right now?
Well, yeah, but not by a large margin. We're talking by about 0.003 of a lap. So what's that? a few tenths of a second, if anything.
Yeah, it's fine margins, no questions about that. And the reality is Benito's trying to push Rankin here into that extra lap potentially, wondering what that means in terms of fuel. Let's quickly look at another replay off the final corner for the Impact SimSport crew. Oh, and they just get turned on the nose. I think that's of the Sorrento Motorsports number 22. Awkward place to find yourself stranded.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've just been watching a little bit further down the field, and you know, we've noted that Zuber has been saving a lot of fuel for the course of the race, or just running pretty slow laps. I'm not sure if that's due to a little bit of damage, but his car looks relatively clean. Now, he's already been passed by, okay, a bit biased, Renhofer, who's already come into the pit lane, took fuel and took a fast repair. So if you're on that strategy, and if let's say his strategy is this fuel saving, and he's not impacted by damage, he's already lost a very, very large amount of time, and he's currently 50 seconds back from the lead.
It's an impressive effort that these drivers are able to go so fast while still saving. Small mistake from Benito there as he goes deep into the brake zone. I say small mistake, it's not cost him anything. And now working back out through turn 7 up towards Redmond. Yeah, such an interesting track is Okayama, and you know, many of the drivers will have raced it before. I don't think they will have ever raced it in a car quite as fast and capable as this, and the traffic will play a part here. There's no question about that. And Rankin's on the flashers. He needs the assistance here. Out of turn 11, quite descriptively called the last corner. And as they fly back towards turn 1, it's a very short blast. It's 2 tenths between them at the line. 6 minutes to go, Will. Enzo Benito's not going to give this one up. He is hungry for another win.
Yeah, and it's going to be an intense one. Like you say, it's going to come down to a lot of traffic, potentially, here in this race. The management of this race is in the balance by how this traffic behaves. And it's really weird if you're a lapped car in this situation, because you don't want to brake too suddenly or dive out the way, but then just naturally you're just a little bit slower than the guys at the top of this field, so it can have massive impact on your race. This is super, super close, and I'd be really interesting to see. It's going to be really interesting to see how this race pans out right at the end.
And is it worth the points? Remember, every position worth the points. Again, maybe red line in the ear of Benito saying, let's make it 4 podiums in a row. It doesn't need to be a race win, and continue just to stretch the advantage to those behind. 5 minutes to go to the checkered flag. Ewan O'Leary will join Will Chadwick in the booth for the next couple of hours as we rotate things here in the commentary booth. Down to pit lane for one driver a couple of laps down who wants no part of holding up the leaders right now. And every time they work their way closer to one of their competitors, Enzo Benito sniffs for his opportunity.
Yeah, and it's crucial. This is absolutely crucial in the course of this race. We've only got 5 minutes to go. 3, 4, 5 laps remaining at absolute maximum of 5. And any small mistake, small lockup, small change of your brake migration, just causing you to have a bit of a snap into a corner, will cost you the position. The pressure is immense on Rankin right now. Benito harrying the back of that Kawanda Acura.
Feels weird to say the words Kawanda Acura, but having said that, for a team that's had so much of a affiliation with Porsche, they did race in the Ferrari 499P in the iRacing Daytona 24 as well. 4.5 minutes left to go. Will mean, is it 3 more laps at the line?
0.002. What we're currently in the margin. It's really close. I can't say what it would be. We'll have to wait and see. The thing is, when you're under this much pressure, you're having to push that little bit harder. And if you push that bit harder, you might end up sending it to another lap. And that may be hard. That might be detrimental to your fuel strategy potentially.
What's the latest update you've got, Will? How many laps is it saying now?
002, like I say, it's
okay.
32.98 as it currently stands.
I was hoping for an update at the line that would shed a bit more light on us, but I guess we aren't going to get that reward. Of the 4 races we've had One, yeah, a bit slow. Sebastian Jobe running away at the front of our Super Formula Lights race at Silverstone. The other three have kept you transfixed, but all for very different reasons. And it makes sense. Three very different cars. Lock up on the right front for Benito as he sweeps through the hairpin. That's a couple of car lengths that he's now got to claw back up as they kick up a bit of that gravels in that short run between 6 and 7. The good news for these two drivers is they live and breathe these situations. Pressure is not an unusual position to find themselves in. But Will, this is a weird situation to find yourself in relative to everything that they normally do in the world of sim racing.
And that's infinity for you. That is infinity for you. And like you said, that little mistake from Benito does give Rankin a little bit more relaxed of a situation. You know, you're only looking at 2-3 tenths of a second, but that's a pretty big margin in situations like these. I would be fairly confident to say that this race will now go through 33 laps, just because, like I say, iRacing has that leniency. It doesn't like to give on a 33.0, it usually gives 33 laps, not 34. So I would be pretty confident at this moment in time to say that we will go 33 laps. So only a few laps to go now to decide these two top positions.
And while we have been transfixed by up front action, it's not to say there's not stories through the field. 16th on back, Fenalosa fending off Jesse Jones. Grin and go, that's Peter Zuber. I think you are right, dealing with damage. Juan Lamus trying to rip yet another position away from the number 2 machine. But as we head into what is going to be now the final 2 laps, I don't think there's much question of that, although it is going to be so close when we get back to the line. This is amazing. This is what VCO Infinity is all about. And the 5th edition has got the 2 biggest teams in sim racing swinging at the front of the field. Doesn't matter whether it's 1 or 2 laps at this point, it is a run to the end, and Elvis Rankin is half a second to the clear over Enzo Benito.
Yeah, super close between these two. Very, very close in the back section of the last lap. Benito forcing Rankin to defend. So can he do that this time by? They're both immensely focused, but the gap up to half a second exiting turn 2. Is that enough of a margin for Rankin to survive this onslaught from Benito?
Good exit. Up the hill. Bit of a wiggle from Rankin, but it's good enough, you would think. And now out of 5, opportunities dwindling for Enzo Benito, who once again shows himself in that mirror. He arcs through the corner just to remind Rankin who's there. There's no way you make a move through 6, through 7. Might take a mistake from Rankin to dig wheels into the gravel, but no such mistake up front. Still unsure, is it going to be 1 more lap or not? But they have done what we thought could be done. Get to the end of the race without a checkered green flag pit stop. And will it be the white flag? Will it be the checkered flag? Not a reaction yet from Elvis Rankin, but the smile starting to seep through. Job done as Kawanda Esports strike in VCO Infinity at Okayama. Nice little tussle in terms of strategy. Rest of the field will claw their way to the line. Peter Zuber's now all the way down in 21st position, but Will, a really intriguing race with now 4 done, 20 to go.
Super intriguing, super impressive, the pace that they ran at the front of that field and managed that fuel deficit, like I was saying. And yeah, intriguing race, you know, I think more so than you would expect from a race with so much, such a lull in the middle of the race. And as you see, the drivers coming to finish the races now around the back of the lap, it's another completely different race to what we've had in the first opening 3. All these 4 races have been so different in terms of strategy and decision-making processes.
Final cars will finish things up. Haven't heard much from race control, but I think that's going to be one of my tasks in the couple of hours I have off now. Go and catch up with how busy they have been. And I'll leave you in the capable voices of Will Chadwick, joined by Ewan O'Leary in a few moments' time as we near the first of our night races in VCO Infinity. Strike now to Kawanda Esports. Out the block slowly, you'd have to say, for Victor Wolfson. But he clawed his way back up through the field. His teammates have continued to do so. It's Kawanda and Redline 1 and 2. With Grid and Go third, Sean Campbell dropping back slightly. Getting good points on the board, as do the Blue Mercury Esports crew. Drago Racing, Nicholas Boy atones for his mistake. Francis McGinn finishes in front of the Bike 500 Argentine crew, with Eclipse Simsport, second top 10 of the day for them, in front of Tatum Restech and the Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy. 41 positions gained for Pablo Espez. Chesa Esports in front of the Falcon Sim Racing crew right behind the top 10 finishers. EMM Esports then 13th with Ruben Lasso for Fiercely Forward. TT Esports, Fast Repair Motorsports, Falcon Sim Racing, 07 Racing, the Brabham Motorsport team, and SimRC, the top 20. Look through some of those other finishers. Remember, where there's big pluses, there's always big minuses as well. The ERE Race Esport team, 16 spots lost. They've done a great job in qualifying. It hasn't quite come together for them in the races just yet. And look at the used car lot cars. One lap down and adrift from our race winner. Remember, 54 cars into turn one. It's a chaotic sight every single time. Let's catch up very quickly with Elvis Rankin, winner of the 4th race in VCO Infinity. Elvis, I know you were waiting for this race. 3 races where Kawanda Esports have been slowly building up their momentum and now on top. How are you feeling after a fuel management race more than anything?
Yeah, it was a lot different than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, I was not expecting to have to really save that hard. It's probably the most that I've had to save in GTP, but with the kind of short format, and if you can cut the stop, you know, it was only going to be like, I think it was like 4 liters or something if you went full push. So it was really important to save the fuel. Obviously, I got a really good start. Yeah, I was able to just get out front and kind of control the pace in the race in the way that I wanted to. It was a little scary with some of the lap traffic at the end, laying marbles all over the place. And yeah, I think it made it a bit interesting there at the end. Helped Enzo maybe get a little bit closer, but yeah, he was able to just hang on barely.
You say you haven't had to save much fuel in a race like that before in the GTPs. When you're preparing for an event like this, how early on did you realize this was a possibility?
Kind of like, yeah, right away. Like as soon as after the quali, we were looking at the fuel numbers, looking at the race length. I had a amazing spotter in the ear, just being, you know, helping me manage the number. We were really on top of it, I felt like, and yeah, but straight away, as soon as we saw it, then it was, yeah, straight away we could figure out what we had to do and start saving.
Congrats, Elvis, on a great result for you and for the team, and best of luck for the rest of VCO Infinity.
Thank you.
So Elvis Rankin, a 4th different winner in as many races, and well, Will, 4 hours has flown on past, and we're getting ready to continue mixing things up. What have you taken, though, from these first 4 hours? Because what I have taken is that the field is close at the front, but because we've got the 1-lap qualifying pressure cooker, drivers are crumbling and putting themselves in difficult positions.
I think it's a tale of very many stories so far. Different races, different type of races that we've seen across the first 4 races. And there's 20 to go, so 5 times more races to go involved in the rest of this event, so cannot wait to see how the next races pan out.
And so, well, it is time for us to begin to turn our attention once again, and for the very first time today, it's time for us to make our way to the Charlotte Roval. Don't go anywhere on RaceSpot TV and here on the VCO Esports channels. Continued coverage of VCO Infinity coming up next.
Welcome back to VCO INFINITY V for race number 5 here from the Charlotte Roval. We'll complete our circle of racetracks with this venue right here, playing host to one of our 24 races. Here it is time for the Radical SR10s here from the Charlotte Roval. By the way, the SR10s in the officials are at this circuit this very week, so some people may have been able to get even a look in, a little bit of practice over the course of those officials races. I'm Ewan O'Leary, along with you for the next 2 hours, alongside Will Chadwick here in the commentary box. Welcome along to VCO Infinity, one of sim racing's most exciting and unique events across the year. Good to be alongside you, Will, for the next couple of hours. We're at the Charlotte Roval next up. Given what we've just seen at Okayama, I know those are big cars for that previous circuit, but you do wonder what's going to happen in the opening laps here.
Well, I think we're going to have a completely different race once again. You know, we've had 4 races which could all be all told a very, very different story, and now we're in a Roval, and that always engages good racing. So these Radicals are really interesting machines, probably underutilized machines on this platform, and on a Roval like this, it's going to be very interesting to see how they race.
It will, yeah, as I say, the officials are at the Charlotte Roval this week. Already seen some Radical specialists actually knocking around in some of the other races earlier on here, like Andre Castro, for example. So I'd imagine he's racing, and we'll see who else is there as well when we step into the grid in a couple of moments. Qualifying is just about complete. In fact, it is complete. So here we go with the starting grid ready for race 5. It's Diogo Pinto who takes pole for Team Redline in front of Sam Hammerstead, then Thibaut Casabon and Oscar Pai on row 2, David Sobrero and Constant Schaff rounding out those front 3 rows. Then just within half a second off pole is Will Murdoch. Olivier Piatek is 8th place for Blue Mercury Sport, with Nicolo Ferrioni and Darren McCormack rounding out the top 10. Gregory Hovson is next to Jesse Telkela. Then for Grid and Go Esports 2. A bit further back, Michael Romanidis and Zane Khan are on row 7 in front of Jürgen Frank for Simorsi, and Simon Carlots in 16th position for Movano. Leon Augustat and Andre Castro all the way down in 18th place. It's a very long way down for him to be. Isaac Phelps is in 19th in front of Guillaume Levesque in the Falcon Sim Racing team. Daniel Ola and Jack Sedgwick on row 11 in front of Jeremy Lafau. And Kalyan May, who raced last night in Racepot TV's Radical Esports Cup race, by the way, qualified 24th in front of Nicholas Laubish and Barajas Erdely, who are on row 13. Dan Voss and Pedro Martins on row 14 in front of Corbin Lenaway and Abel Salan, who does appear from time to time in these Radicals as well. Top 30 for him, Sven Groot and Seth Brown in the top 16 in front 16 rows. Matteo Blotto and Maxim Dolgopechov is in 34th, ahead of Leon Closer, and Mehmet Berat Akas on row 18. Another relatively regular driver in the Radicals. Nathan Moore and Wojciech Dvorak on row 19 in front of Diogo Nervi and Fraser Hart running out the top 40. Pavlo Kaishkan and Yannick Gerards round out row 21. Still loads more to come here. Alessandro Porter, Pedro Fernandez, Tyler Campbell, Gitebob Chivanic, Denis Igniak and Lubov Zanovska rounds off the next row. And then finally, Vince Peters, Luis Diaz-Conze, Tom Hooper, Alex Garcia, Ivan Lender-Rosso and Dominic Pester rounding out the 54 drivers, 4 of which didn't get times in. We've talked about the one-shot qualifying time and time again. Oh, yeah, we've got one more, Cameron Dick at the end of the field in 55th position. Going to be a very, very long way back at what is, by the way, a very short circuit for these cars at Charlotte. The pole times should have been around about the sort of less than 120 mark. We're going to get a full formation lap though, so a little bit of time to breathe and really consider this race before it gets underway. I was just thinking, watching the last couple of hours, Will, just how Coanda are really starting to get into this now. And I was thinking before the race how guys have got to try and challenge Redline in whatever way they can and get close to them early on. They didn't have such a good start, Coanda, finishing outside the top 10 in the race 1, but it does feel like they're on the march a little bit in the last couple of hours.
Yeah, certainly I can see that perspective. I think what I think Rankin's probably one of the strongest drivers in the lineup today, which explains that he's done a good performance for his team. He's expected to perform well, expected to perform under the pressure, and he did so in the last race, able to take the victory. And yeah, I definitely don't envy the job of leading a team in this scenario. I think it's it's a challenging scenario to do, and yeah, I expect an interesting race. I really do. I think, like you say, it's quite a quick track. You know, we're expecting about 36 laps here in this race. Super powerful car and a very built racing machine, and yeah, it should be good to watch.
I don't want to be bounding over these massive curves in these cars particularly. They're very large here, even through 3 and 4, but actually as you get yourself out to the back straight chicane through turn 11 and so on, you definitely want to be, and indeed the final chicane I should say, coming onto the front straight, that's really one you want to avoid. And of course the cold tyres, look at everybody weaving viciously here to try and keep the heat, or get the heat rather, into these tyres for the first time. As we see this run now down towards the sort of longer sweeping right-hander before the hairpin itself. The really narrow part is coming out of turn number 1, of course, but on lap number 1, this is going to be a decent overtaking chance down here. I mean, look how tight this hairpin is. It's a glorious overtaking chance.
Yeah, a new scan for 2025 recently released Charlotte Roval's updated version, which includes this updated road course layout. Important to mention, there's a few caveats for this race here today. It's not just iRacing track limits that we've been abiding to at every other circuit that we've been to so far. Few little rules in place for this circuit specifically. You're not allowed to put any wheels at all below this blue line that you can see in the middle of your screen. You're not allowed to do that. You're only allowed to do that when you get to the painted section at the exit of the chicane. All other areas of the track are iRacing track limits, but just specifically noted on the banking that you're not really allowed to go below that blue line.
Yeah, it's always a contentious issue. So we'll leave it at that. Pace car will pull in a couple of moments' time to let them go for another 45 minutes of racing. It's race 5 of VCO INFINITY V here this season from the Charlotte Roval. And it's the Radical SR10s. Of course, every combination only being used once, by the way. We will see these cars and this track, indeed, plenty more times before we're finished by tomorrow evening. But not this combination again. So let's see how they go as the pace car indeed will pull itself sharp left onto the pit lane in a moment, and Diogo Pinto will have a good chance to extend Redline's lead here in VCO INFINITY this edition. In towards the final chicane. Look at the field in behind. More cars in this race than what you get for a NASCAR race on the oval, and we're going to the Roval. So how's this one going to pan out? Through the final chicane, Pinto lets fly, and immediately Hammerstead has to tuck into line. Probably quite smart to go through the middle of that final chicane there, as he can extend a bit of an advantage over the rest. Do we get through cleanly here? The top 10 or so certainly do, and the fact that Pinto went so early, I think has stretched the field out quite nicely, helping everybody get through turn number 1.
Yeah, very early green flag. Unfortunately, a spinner just in the background towards the back of the field. Pinto in control of this race so far. Cars rapid through this infield section, coming into the hairpin for the very first time.
This is going to be a big chance on the opening lap. Hammerstead had a look there, but he didn't go for it down the inside, and that's probably for the best. You don't want to get caught up in a lap 1 incident, and indeed there are penalties being applied if indeed there are any infractions of the rules down the races. So cleanly through the opening sector, it seems, and out onto the banking for the first time proper here in anger. Onto the back straight chicane now, where they'll be getting as close to the wall as possible, and yes, they can just dip below that blue line briefly as they come out of the chicane and then back onto the banking all over again. It's Pinto, Hammerstead, Casabon, Pai and Sobrero, the top 5 coming into the final chicane on a very clean opening lap. Further in the background, yes, it's Tokala trying to gain places on Gregory Hovson, and he gets up into the top 10.
Yeah, a very clean opening lap in total. Not too many passes in that Roval section, but I expect to see stuff brewing coming down the exit of turn number 1 for 14th position. A battle between Altitude Freem and Sim RC coming through the first opening section. Looks to be holding position for the time being, but yeah, these cars are so quick around this circuit. I remember watching them just start. It feels like I've been watching GTPs for the last hour. It feels like these things are absolutely rapid in comparison. Maybe it was due to some of the fuel saving we saw. Coming on to the banking now for the second time. we're going to see a battle a little bit further back. I think it's between, I want to say Impulse, but that's definitely not correct. One of the Grid and Go entries battling round just near one of the BS competition entries as we head into the chicane for the second time.
Sorry, well, it's taken me 9 minutes to forget to unmute my microphone. It's a new record, that. Anyway, into the final chicane goes the battles again. Michael Romanidis under pressure here from Nicolo Ferroni, and he's going to get through there, Ferroni, very easily. Nicely done down the inside, and he is up to 12th place. Ahead of Romanidis, who's not going to go down, lying down, and in towards turn one, he's going to get back in front. Piatek passes Constant Schaaf meantime as well, so nice overtake for 7th position too. It's a steady stream of passes happening here, and this is what we saw last night in the Radical Esports Cup race, by the way, on RaceBot TV. There was a waiting period really through some of the parts of the race, but it was certainly possible to make overtakes around here, and it wasn't as if there were guys letting one another through. Well, there was a bit of that as well, but you could work on a pass round here in towards the sharp hairpin, and this again is going to be one of the big places. You can see a few people just protecting the inside line on the way down there.
Yeah, super tricky corner. It is definitely faster to hug that white line, but it's a tricky corner to match your braking and just absolutely maximise it. You know, there's no ABS in this car, similar to the Acura that just went previously, and you can see them all mounting that curb on the entry to the chicane. Super important for the lap time here, but Pinto holding a commanding lead of half a second at the moment, and he's looking to probably open that up as Kawanda maybe make a move for third.
There's a look there from Oscar Pai on Thibaut Casabon, but not able to get past on that occasion down in towards the final chicane. As we've been mentioning, really, red line have got to be pegged back a little bit here by Coanda, and it's, oh dear, it looks like there's trouble in the background meantime. As you can see, a number of people flying down the field. Andre Castro may have been involved in it, and I think multiple others as well. Hofson seemed to be dropping a couple of places. Konstantinov seemed to be just overtaken by Darren McCormack, but he lost a place as well in all of that. So as they try and make moves, maybe there's a little bit of contact. I mean, the final chicane is definitely the candidate for that because it is so tight, and here is what happened. In towards the chicane, number of lockups, and spinning on the exit there was Telkala, I think from 10th position, and so that's how one of the cars got caught up behind. And then in the background there was a different spinner as well. I think that, well, not sure. I think Hofson was the one caught up behind Telkala actually, who's seemingly lost his rear wing and he's going to be really struggling now.
Yeah, this track seems really tricky at the exit. Cars are absolutely flying all over the place. 3 wide on the chicane exit. Hopefully no contact. I'm not even sure what happened there.
No, that was a proper vault over the curves from Nicolo Ferroni, who's having to go to the outside now through the banking and let the others all through on the inside line. There they go. A look down the inside meantime in the background as well from another one of the drivers into the final chicane. It's just madness at the moment in this part of the field. Again down the inside, and unfortunately Ferroni has dropped off the top 16 and is not going to be returning to that anytime soon by the looks of things here. In towards 3 and 4 on the inside line and holding on nice. It's very long through 3 and 4 actually, and it's all one long corner really to deal with. That's Ferroni staying in front of Leon Augustat, and just in front, by the way, Isaac Phelps was seeing off Zane Khan as well. But surely this is all going to happen down in towards the sharp hairpin now as they all look. Oh, Ferroni's not content with keeping positions. He's trying to win some of those back again. This is a really crazy group at the moment, and Ferroni does move to 16th.
Yeah, some really hard racing. I certainly hope he wasn't in a motion sim for this moment, because I think he had been sent flying. Just goes a little bit deep, a little bit of a snap on entry, proving that that radical suspension is very well built, and actually, in the grand scheme of things, gets off quite easily with what happened. Yeah, got away with it really. Through the final part of the banking again here, and in towards the final chicane. This is again sort of just outside the top 16 where they're all fighting on at the moment. I think this is headed, but I mean, there's so many involved. I can't even comprehend who's in this group at the moment. Side by side over the line, Delta Sport. I think that is trying to make a move on the inside line. Maybe that's a little bit further back, actually, in the background. Yeah, it was as Delta Sport had a look to the inside, but not able to manage it. And they get single file in time for turns 1, 2, 3, 4 all over again. But this is pretty much stemming from Jürgen Frank in 11th position. And look at that in the background. Just nobody either dropping off the back of this train or indeed getting away from it at the front either. Yeah, I was just noticing how powerful the toe is in this car. Just even the side drafting starting to just upset the airflow across the back of that wing and into the hairpin, maybe 3 wide between all of these lot fighting around the sort of positions. We move back up to the front of the field. Looks like Coanda have now made that move for 3rd position. Oscar Pai ahead of Thibaut Casabon, who looks to be sort of aero pushing him round the next corner. And Saburo makes it 3 wide almost.
In towards the final chicane again, but not this time. It's allowing the top 2 to get away, and you can see why the others are starting to get restless now. Casabon not able to stay with those front 2, and so Oscar Pai decides that now is the moment to strike, and there's still plenty of time left in this race, don't forget. So if he truly does have the speed here to go on and challenge for this race win, then he's got the time as well to catch up to those 2 leaders with only a 1 second advantage.
Yeah, potentially has the time here. Pai has, been involved in the Porsche Esports Super Cup for the very first time last year, qualified through the Contender Series, through the normal metric, and has been starting to make a name for himself in the Coanda roster, really becoming a consistent, solid performer and developing his sort of sim racing game. And, 3rd place here is pretty good. And also to be honest, Hammersmith is really impressive me in that Williams F1 Team Gaming Academy car. Keeping up with Diogo Pinto. I mean, Pinto, what a seasoned veteran he is. 2-time iRacing world champion across Formula and Tin Top Racing. So, very, very good effort from him so far.
Yeah, I'm impressed as well. It's been a very good run indeed. Here comes Casabon in response to Oscar Pai, and I think he's going to stay behind this time round, coming into the final chicane, bumping over those curves. And hitting the wall there, Pai, I think, and Casabon has a good chance to go down the inside if he wants it, but he doesn't. He stays behind. David Sobrero, then Will Murdoch, the ones who are next in line, by the way, in this group at the front, which is now 4 seconds in front of Darren McCormack, who's just got his way into 7th position, in front of Olivier Piatek, and then Konstantin Scharf, then Michael Romanidis in that group. So they are definitely grouping up, and that, to be fair, is a sign of a circuit that is not so easy to overtake on. So clearly some places around here they are finding it difficult. In towards the hairpin they go, and Oscar Pai able to hold on easily at this time round as well. Somewhat puzzling how he's been able to get through on Casabon so easily and now not really pull away from him here and not get anywhere near the leaders either.
I think one of the key factors is how powerful that toe is. I think that a decision that Casabon's taking is that he's not going to just continually fight. I think it's very easy just to go back and forth, and his decision is that he's going to sit and not make sure that he's not getting involved in that. An incident for, well, it came up, I think maybe Nathan Moore on that lap, potentially spinning. Spinner there at the hairpin as well. We're going to see a replay of it coming through turn number 3. Oh, looks to be a little bit of unlucky contact, and unfortunately hits the wall pretty hard. Maybe some major damage for that car. So long race ahead, maybe a pit stop is due in course.
Yeah, that's a pretty bad hit there for Soul Pit Precision Racing, who dropped from where they were inside the top 40 to now outside of it, a long way down. 2 seconds now the gap to the lead for Oscar Pai, so it's continuing to extend out front for Diogo Pinto at the moment, and it is a pretty good day so far for Team Redline. They have not finished outside the top 3. They have won the 3rd race of the day as well with Sebastian Job, so they are flying along at the moment, leading this VCO Infinity by 11 points over Coanda and already 21 points over EMM Esports, who are currently 3rd place. Darren McCormack is in their car at the moment, but this is what I mentioned earlier. You've got to get in front of Redline, try and get in front of them to to try and make things difficult for them, really, because otherwise they are going to run away with it, and that's what's in danger of happening at the moment, although Coanda are still keeping them close in race 5.
Yeah, I don't know if you're noticing this right now, but I think specifically on that lap, especially, as Pinto managed to get that gap towards the 8th, 10th range, the toe effect looks massively diminished. So I think Pinto's edging on the fact here that he might be able to actually break away from Hammerschmidt, and he could fall back into this Oscar Pai pack.
Yeah, I think that is potential. I mean, we're seeing Will Murdoch hanging, well, he did anyway, so we'll see Will Murdoch hanging around at the back of the group in a similar way as well here of this 4, but now it's really a 3 as Murdoch fails to keep on with the slipstream at the moment as well. Casabon under pressure from Sobrero, who is looking down the inside there, but Casabon's going to be very eager, I think, for him to stay into line. They're all going to want to close up to second place because, as you mentioned earlier, it's a good performance from Hammerstead at the moment, but all these guys who, I must say, I've seen more of in sim racing will be fancying themselves to get past him.
Yeah, but this is what this is all about. This event is all about. I was talking a bit with our junior in the, I think, the Silverstone race about how it gives you an opportunity as a driver in one of these. Obviously, Williams F1 Team Gaming Club, or whatever it's called. I don't know. They should make a simpler name. But their academy entry here is probably showing a lot of the talents that they've managed to pick up and stuff. But I think it gives drivers a platform and an opportunity to perform and show what they're made of to some of these bigger teams and really make a name for themselves. And from Hammerschmidt, this is a great race so far. Just look at the names he's in between. Well, exactly, yeah. He's up there with the very best at the moment. Oh, it's a bit around turn 3 and 4. See, the blue line normally denoting track limits, not there, obviously, in towards turn 5, not there either. Then in towards the hairpin. Lap traffic here as well, by the way, which is going to be a problem. And again, Sabrera just having a look down the inside, or maybe just even getting into the mirrors of Thibaut Casabon there. There is the lap car is going to get in the middle of these guys now, so this is important for Casabon to try and get himself through on Oscar Pie, but maybe he'll be pleased to pick up a bit of slipstream on the banking. Yeah, a good bit of slipstream there, and thankfully the lap car gets out of the way and doesn't affect this lead battle. A very interesting factor that is going to start to come into play in this race. We've seen it in a few of the races, not all, but lap cars do make a difference, especially around just a 75-second lap for your leader. Around here, it's going to get pretty congested pretty quickly. 55 cars to fit around a 75-second lap. On average, you know, that's pretty close between all the cars. So it's going to be, I think we'll start to see a few more cars getting lapped. And, you know, we're only on lap 11 of this 36 lap race. So it could get quite hectic towards the end of this. Yeah, definitely. I mean, even when we started this race and you just line them all up nose to tail, it's quite a big gap from first to last. And we did see them strung out straight away as Diego Pinto accelerated out of that chicane there. He went at a point in the racetrack where it would string out the field as much as possible. Not sure whether that was the reason for it, but that was certainly the effect of it anyway. Michael Romanidis up into 8th place, defending from Olivier Piatek there with Constance Scharf as well. These guys, though, have caught up to Sam Hammerstead, and surely they're going to be on the fringes of a bit of slipstream now. Hammerstead only 7 or 8 tenths away as we approach 1/3 distance in race 5. He's now going to be on the defensive, I feel, and Diogo Pinto is going to be enjoying it because his lead is only extending. Yeah, Pinto able to open up that gap. I think he was just working on getting Hammerstead out of that tow range, and yeah, like you say, Pi starting to close into that range that he was once within of Diogo Pinto. And yeah, like you say, a little bit of lap traffic to come across, but yeah, it's a big race now on for Hammerschmidt to try and keep the second position. It is, and I think the odds are massively stacked against him actually through turn 1, close to the wall, but you've got to be at this venue. Don't want to get too close through turn number 2. It's a little bit wide instead. And there, look up ahead again, 2 more lapped cars here, including the number 10 and the number 7 in line at the moment. I'm never going to... Oh, Stinstone Motorsport, one of them, and 07 Racing, the other. There we go. I did work out who they were eventually. Niccolo Furoni goes for a spin through the final chicane meantime. He was battling in and around the top 15 earlier. Might have even been hoping for a top 10 by the end of race 5, but unfortunately he has... Well, he's not going to get it. He drops all the way down to the bottom end of the top 30 here. It's just so easy to have trouble through this final chicane, especially when you're side by side. He's just pushing too hard there. Oh, and they might have got drilled there by somebody coming out of the final turn, and Andre Castro gets caught up in another incident. Yeah, one of the BS hybrid cars, they've been running quite well in the standings so far, so that's super unlucky for that lineup. You're looking a little bit further back at the number 20, exiting the chicane and onto the second part of the Roval here. Currently not under too much pressure. It's the Fiercely Forward car. I think that Fiercely Forward has still got a lot to show in this competition so far. I think they've had a few bad qualifyings where they've been further back than they would have wanted. Laubish starting 25th in this race here. And I think there's a lot more to come from them. They've been really good in the likes of IMSA Esports as of recently. And I would expect to see them challenging for the top positions in these races, but some great recovery drives so far from that crew, and I expect to see Laubish going a little bit more further forward in the rest of this race.
Yeah, indeed. Although you realise that the further he gets up the field here, the more difficult drivers he has to make passes on here. Jürgen Frank, the very experienced iRacer, up in front of... Oh, and there's a spin meantime. One of the lap cars goes into a spin, and that's a way to gain a place. Nicholas Laubitz gets Jürgen Frank very easily there, certainly easier than he would. And now the gaps ahead to close are bigger. Simon Carlards can't take advantage either, but that's lap traffic there, I believe, getting involved with those on the lead lap. You said it would be a big problem here, and we're not even halfway through this race. It is going to become massive later on in this race when all the lap cars are being fully realised and absorbed into...
Like you say, generally not too bad of an incident. Unfortunate to have spun off that corner and get yourself in that sort of scenario, but you know, I know all these drivers know what they're doing, so it's just one of those small incidents that you don't quite anticipate. We're watching from a cockpit view here, just coming off that corner. These cars are so powerful, and thankfully holds his brakes, doesn't get involved in anything, and takes the smart route to use that extra bit of off track to manage to mitigate that a little bit.
Yeah, able to get out of the way without affecting too many races in the end, but did cost Jürgen Frank a position in towards the back straight chicane for the leaders, as Hammerstedt is now caught by Oscar Pai. Thibaut Casamont and David Sobrero are there as well. Will Murdoch no longer part of this group. Actually, Sobrero is putting again pressure here on Thibaut Casamont. He's not close enough into the final chicane by the looks of things. On the brakes, bounce over the curbs again. Another lap car to deal with, and another lap down here, but Hammerstedt will be feeling the pressure in amongst some of the top sim racers in the world, and that is not great lappery. Outside for Oscar Pai, a lot of the time he's gained in the last few laps has just been lost there.
Yeah, and it's going to take and give. It's like when we're talking about traffic in multi-class races, it's just going to sometimes go for you, sometimes go against you, and it is a skill to manage that. You know, obviously you can't choose where the lap car goes or how fast or slow they are in the corner, but there is a skill in making sure that you're placing your car in the right place at the right time, and it is a big factor here. So we'll be seeing this develop across the course of the race. We've still got 25 minutes to go in our first race at the Charlotte Roval and for the Radicals, so still a lot to factor in, and actually Pinto losing a little bit of time that last time around as well.
Yeah, quite a lot of time. Oh dear, and that might be the reason. Two lap cars right in front there that he might have had to battle to get past there on the way into the final chicane. Not sure whether that's definitely the reason or not, but at the moment it looks like my timing screen is going all over the place. DLR SimLab and Samantha Town Racing Esports maybe have been battling right up in front of him. Hard to tell whether that is actually those two at the moment, but if it is, then they may have been the ones who are fighting between themselves over 45th position. Every position is a point in this series, and so it doesn't matter whether you're in the top 10 in battling for the win indeed, or whether you're down the field. You're fighting for a single point with the driver in front or behind you, and that is what's being played out here. Samantha Town Racing Esports moving past DLR SimLab, and Hammerstedt is now going to have to do the same. But these guys, as they get further and further up the field in terms of putting people a lap down, they're less and less willing, it seems, to move out of the way.
Yeah, a decisive move there on the lap car for Hammerstedt. Pai very close. If he wants to make a move, he'll be able to. He's going to get closer and closer to the back of Hammerstedt, potentially force him to defend into this corner. Not quite here. Going to go over the curbs. Both these blue curbs are more than cuttable on the exit. Great exit for Hammerschmidt, but maybe a chance for Pai as we come into the final chicane.
Yeah, maybe. We'll have to bound down the inside. I think he's going to back away for now, but let's see as he comes into the chicane. Yeah, he will indeed stay away for the moment. Oh, in the background there's more lap cars there as Sobrero got past that DLR car, as we saw earlier on. Just a lap away now here from the Charlotte Roval. This is Romanidis, Piatek and Scharf, who have been fighting away for quite some time. Dara McCormack has been able to leave them behind, but these are all solid top 10 finishes, and when you're not redliner commander, I feel like a solid top 10 is something any of these teams can be pleased of.
Well, just making sure that you're consistently trying to qualify, finish in the top 10. compose your races.
Decide not to go crazy at the end of that race, which is a bit of a shame, but there you go. You can't argue with sense. 22 minutes to go, and the second half of the race begins with Oscar Pai putting a lot of pressure on Sam Hammerstead here for second. More traffic involved, as well as Diogo Pinto 2 seconds up the road. As long as these guys fight, and it looks like they will be fighting for a while, the more he's going to run away from the rest. So it's damage limitation for them here, and Oscar Pai has got to finish second to try and limit that damage to just the 1 point.
Great to see Vitality competing in this Infinity project. A little lockup from Oscar Pai. Does it allow Casabon to get underneath? No, it doesn't, but he's able to lock in, get in close behind Oscar Pai, and he might have a chance to make a move, but he probably thinks against it. It depends where he kind of feels like his position is at in this race. Lifts off a little bit early into the chicane and focuses on getting the run through. Some more lapped cars to deal with. This is only going to get worse, especially if we get to a big pack of them.
Yeah, it is. They're already into the 40s as far as those being lapped are concerned, maybe even into the 30s now. So it is quite a lot of cars already the one lap down, but let's see if they will indeed catch up to a big group. I suppose the battle for 23rd is the most likely for that at the moment, and the battle for 23rd though is currently only about half a lap down on the leaders. We're just over the halfway mark in the race, so I think we'll be okay as far as a massive group is concerned, unless there's multiple cars on multiple different laps, but who knows, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Still so many cars left in this race, pretty sure everybody's still running, which, as you mentioned earlier, it makes it for a very busy racetrack, because when you flatten this circuit out to a 75-second lap time, 55 cars, you've not even got a second and a half to yourself, even if you're all equally spaced.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that perfectly defines what we're seeing out here on the racetrack and why we're seeing cars being lapped so early. We've still got 20 minutes to go here, and a good 16 laps, so it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out. I'm wondering when Pai decides to make a move. When's he going to decide it's my time now to capitalise on this and try and make that move to try and get up into second place and maybe have a chance at catching Pinto. I don't think it's likely, given the pace of Pinto, the biggest qualifying margin we've seen this evening for him. But with all the traffic around, you never know what could happen.
Yeah, indeed. We've seen the gap come down to about a second for Diogo Pinto because of traffic in the past, but you get the feeling that given how difficult this has been for Pai to actually make the overtake, and how difficult the actual side-by-side itself is going to be a little bit later, I have a feeling we know where the race win is going to go. We're going to get our first repeat winner, by the way. 4 different winners in the first 4 races. Pretty good going for VCO INFINITY V. And Redline will be the first repeat winners as expected. I don't remember previous seasons going quite so many different winners early on in the races. I know later on in the races, especially teams like Redline, do tend to go on and dominate, and maybe throughout the night or indeed the long morning and long afternoon, actually, there is going to be tomorrow as well. There is going to be a long run of dominance from one of the teams, but so far it's been shared around very nicely. Diogo Pinto, though, more than 2 seconds in the lead, on his way to go and change that. Pai close again in towards the far chicane. Casabon now is close though as well, so Pai's missed his opportunity as far as being able to do what he wants behind Hammerstead. He's got to keep an eye on his mirrors as well, with Thibaut Casabon there closer than ever.
I'd say nothing's guaranteed, Ewan, in this series. We're not sure what could happen yet. You never know what might happen to Pinto out front with all this massive lap traffic that he's having to deal with. Still riding on board in the passenger seat with Casabon. You can see him working away behind the controls of his Radical SR10 on the left-hand side. It's a tricky car to drive. Ford engine in the back of it, very, very powerful. Pai looks to maybe take sort of a defensive line, maybe partially attacking. Forces Hammerstedt to go a little bit wide, but Hammerstedt gets a good enough run off the corner. He can come down on Pai, but he isn't choosing to do so, so Pai is going to have a run here and might be able to get through.
He saw it as too much of a risk, I think, and Casabon's got the run on both of them. Oh, he's going to go 3 wide, is he? He's been pushed below the blue line there briefly into the chicane, and Oscar Pai's going to get the place. Thibaut Casabon makes contact with Hammerstedt, and it's Casabon who's sent into a spin. He rejoins again. He will drop to 7th here as Darren McCormack has the exit of the chicane. He's going to get ahead of him. And Darren McCormack's up another place, but Thibaut Casabon, after the contact at the chicane, drops down to 7th. He will be very unimpressed with that. He was trying to take 2 in 1. He'll be unimpressed with this lap traffic too, which is getting in his way for the second time now in the last few moments. But unfortunately, he's made contact with Oscar Pye and Sam Hammerstead, and that puts Vitality back down to 7th again.
Risk versus reward makes it 3 wide down on the inside and just has that side-by-side contact with Hammerschmidt. It's hard to call if it was anyone's fault, but it's that sort of risk that you're taking. You've still got 18 minutes left in this race. We're getting a replay right now. Live pictures in the bottom right, replay on the main screen. Watching him just go in. Doesn't take it particularly fast, but unfortunately, just due to the side-by-side nature, Hammerschmidt maybe a little bit wide, just taking a bit of caution. Tags round Vitality, and they drop to 7th.
It's not the biggest bit of contact in the world, but Casabon is sent into a spin and down to 7th place. This is Michael Romanidis, meantime, who's been into the pit lane. Drops now down to 30th position in the field. And so that's not what they would have wanted to see there. Unfortunately, they're say quite a long way down now. Oscar Pye now into 2nd. Sam Hammerstead is going to get no let up here, because after getting overtaken by Pye and briefly Casabon, David Sobrero has caught up to them all, and now he's putting the pressure on as well here for TC Esports. It does look a bit like a Williams Academy car, doesn't it? But it isn't. It's a TC Esports car, and Hammerstead at the moment for the defending is just not ending for him.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see now how this might play out. It's a big one, that, isn't it? Because it's only a few positions for Casabon dropping back, but yeah, it's one of those. It's unlikely to see him get a chance to get back inside the top 2 here. So let's see. TC Esports, Sobrero might have a good chance here to get himself onto the podium. So this might be a good opportunity for TC Esports to get a podium here. I'm not sure if they've had one so far in proceedings. I would gamble on no, but they have been running well, and we all know that they generally produce a very, very good esports team. Maybe a chance now into the final chicane.
According to the stats, they were 3rd in the third race.
Yeah, the Super Formula Lights race. Yeah. That was with Torshilashi, I believe.
Yeah, that would make sense. They're only top 10 actually of the day. Oh, that was close. Sobrero, we saw the camera shot there, looking back for him there briefly. That was very close with Hammerstead at the end of that piece, and so the podium has now been lost for Sam Hammerstead. He's down to 4th position with Oscar Pye and Darius Sobrero overtaking him. Some would argue it's come about later than it otherwise would have with the spin of Thibaut Casabon, but there you go. He is now 13 odd seconds off the race leader. Diogo Pinto still flying out front into the final third of this race. Nicholas Laubish just lost a lot of places in that group for 8th place in the last couple of moments. Gregory Hovsen in 8th in front of Jürgen Frank and Simon Kolarz in the 10th position. There they all are. Hovsen at the front of it. And there goes Laubish trying to regain the places. One of the more dangerous things he can do there, not going down the inside of the hairpin, that's recognised, but trying to regain places in anger like that had danger written all over it to me, but he's gotten away with it, and he's up to 10th, although Kolarz isn't happy about it.
Yeah, a bit of a flash to the lights. He might look to make an instant move back. Pretty aggressive move from Laubish, but I think it was just about fair. I think with the way that the protest system works, I certainly wouldn't expect a protest for that move. Important to mention how the protests work. I think probably been mentioned before, but I'll just refresh the viewers if we've got anyone new tuning in. It's a penalty point system. So if you take someone out and you get, let's say, 3rd place because of it, you're not going to get a time penalty onto the end of your race. You're going to get penalty points, which will then therefore decrease your score. So it's more of a proactive sort of thing. So you keep your position, but you are liable to lose points in the championship, which will matter to the overall standings.
Yeah, indeed. We've already seen a few of those applied. I'm sure we'll see many more over the course of the remainder of these races. So much to go through for the stewards. I know we always took for 24-hour races where there are live stewards or whatever. It's a busy, or race directors, it's a busy day, but imagine this is even busier because you've got 24 race starts to do, which is where the incidents always are. And it always makes it very, very busy indeed down at Race Control. Diogo Pinto still leads, just over 3 seconds his gap as we've got 12 minutes to go. It looks like Team Redline are on their way to becoming the first repeat winners of this edition of VCO Infinity. Oscar Pai, David Sobrero, Sam Hammerstead, the group chasing behind, but even as they gain a little bit of time here now in the clean air, it's not going to matter because they're just too far back, it seems.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how this pans out. I mean, it's pretty impressive from Pinto in the last few laps. He's been a bit slow the last 2 laps, but he's managed to pull that gap up to the 3-second margin. That gives you a good buffer, even if you are to have an unlucky incident or maybe a small mistake going wide or locking up. Pai cautious to defend a little bit here from Sobrero, who's looking increasingly more racy as this race goes on. Lap car going high on the banking. Sobrero locking into that slipstream to see if he can get a little bit closer to Oscar Pai.
And he is looking like he's threatening at the moment, and Pai's clearly looking in the mirrors and seeing him as a threat there, because just notice the way that he changed his racing line there. Oh, and he's not going to he's nearly hit the wall, goodness me, out of the back straight chicane. And if anything, that's actually batted Sobrero away. And here comes Sam Hammerstead, meantime, trying to retake his podium again. That was a mistake from Pai that is going to cost David Sobrero. Not quite, he's going to get away with it, but the way that wall sticks out there through the back straight chicane meant that Oscar Pai very nearly caused somebody else to lose a position.
Yeah, and I wonder why the stewards see that. I don't think anyone's going to be reporting that. I wonder how the stewards would see that if it's... let's watch it on comp. This is a really great view to have, actually. You see just as Pai exits, and he just... I think it's more of a reaction from Sobrero, I'd say. I'd say he was just a little bit scared that he might make contact with that wall and then collect him with him. Again, a little bit of that preservation mentality, just trying to make sure that you're not getting involved in incidents. Pai defensive again into the hairpin, 10 minutes to go.
I don't know if it's unfair for me to say that overreacting maybe to Sobrero there, but anyway, car preservation and all that has to take precedence as they're looking for their second podium of the day, and indeed only second top 10, so they do definitely need the points. But even a team who are only looking for their second top 10 of the day right now are still in 10th place in the standings. They'll move well in front of Sim RC at the end of today, at the end of this race indeed, and we'll see them move many further positions up the field by the looks of things before this race is complete. Down in towards the final chicane again, and over the start-finish line for Oscar Pai, who leads another lap. 9.5 minutes to go, and I've got to say, he just looked comfortable even with the close proximity of those behind him.
Yeah, and I mean, Pai's done this before. Like, he's done a lot recently. When we're talking about over the last 12 months, you know, doing PESC is such a pressure cooker scenario, and it was his first year in, and he did pretty well. I think he was second best placed rookie in the season. So ultimately, you deal with pressure. You know, you've always got cars not making a mistake. If you make a mistake in a grid like that, you're instantly punished. So it allows you to build up that wealth of knowledge and build up that ability to deal with this pressure. But Sobrero is not letting up, and the toe here is powerful from this range. Certainly a threat of making a move for that second position.
He is absolutely a lurking threat right now, in towards that chicane again, bouncing over the curves, and here come some more bits of traffic as well before this race is over. So thought we were largely done with that, but clearly not. We've got quite a few who are nearly a lap down at this stage in the race. We're into the 30s, by the way, as far as putting people a lap down are concerned, and these are teams now that have not even really had any sort of problems throughout the race. They're just being caught on speed now, and the fact they started so far back, which gave them such a disadvantage in terms of meters to the line as well. So it's going to be all very difficult for Pai to lead them through. It's not like they're following the leader who's already cleared a path. Pai is effectively clearing a path for those two who are right behind him right now.
Fastest lap around last time, David Sobrero, 14.9. First time we've seen that sort of lap times. There's a lap traffic that's so close. You see them, both of them taking maximum risk here to remain on the back of each other. Defensive again for Pai. Maybe give Sobrero a chance on the exit. Is he able to get the power down? Well, he is, but he's now going to be tucked up right behind Pai. Potentially a move on into the chicane.
Potentially there is, as he looks to the outside now. Oscar Pai is going to be on the defensive. David Sobrero on the attack. into the... Oh, and he's got it! Right round the outside of the back straight chicane. That's fantastic from Silverado. He was late on the brakes, he was committed, and in the end he looked like he was driving past a lap car. Pi is going to respond into the final chicane here, and he might well just take the place straight back again. Inside line. Oh, he's making contact and he's hit him! Silverado's off, Pi's off, and Sam Hammerstead gets his second place back after all.
Oh, what drama. That's certainly going to be penalty points for Oscar Pi. A lot of aggression shown there against the Brero. They both managed to retain sort of that top 4 position, but certainly penalty points in the knocking for Pi. That did look to be quite an aggressive move. Good to see that on replay to make a final call.
Yeah, it just seems extraordinary that they're still 3rd and 4th as well, doesn't it? Considering how close the field is. This is it again. I mean, it is hard to... I think the reason why it's hard to say for definite is because that first contact definitely instigates the other ones anyway. But it's the question whether Pi drives into Silverado there to cause the first bit of contact and then therefore causing everything that follows. But let's see what the stewards have to say later. So Hammerstead is immediately going to have that second place taken back off him again, as he just seems to be inferior in terms of speed compared to the other two. It is going to mean he finishes ahead of Silverado because there's only 6 minutes to go, but he's not going to get ahead of Pi, who retakes second place again.
Yeah, super dramatic there. Very, very robust move. It'd be interesting to see kind of what the steward's verdict will be on that. I'm sure we'll find out. We're going to watch on board from the passenger seat down into the chicane. I mean, I'm not sure, to be honest. It's hard to say whether maybe Silverado was turning in a little bit earlier, but you've got to say it's Pi's job to remain and give enough racing room, and even if there was a bit of internet contact there or a bit of netcode, it certainly doesn't seem to be much.
No, it's going to be an interesting one to see what they say about that. It might go down as a racing incident in the end, we'll see. Obviously that's their job to decide, and I'm very thankful for that. 5 minutes to go in the 5th race of VCO Infinity, number 5. Diogo Pinto leads by 5 seconds, more than in fact, with these few laps remaining, 4 laps remaining when he gets to the line here. This has been dominant again from Team Redline. I mean, I said this at in one of the Infinities at some point. I just kept repeating it again and again for about 24 races that they will make a mistake at one point, and in one of the Infinities they just didn't. And Redline finished right up towards the front on every single occasion, and you wonder whether history could repeat itself with regards to that, but it's been the perfect start so far, really. They haven't finished outside the top 3 in any of these races so far, but the encouraging thing I think is, from a neutral point of view, is that there are teams keeping them close this year, with Coanda not that far away at all. If they don't get any penalty points, for example, they'll only be 12 points behind, which I think after 5 races isn't bad.
Yeah, and I think something important to note as we're watching a side-by-side action, I think coming into the final chicane, Laubich again on the aggressive, roundside that top 10, down the inside. They cut the curb across, does he clear just about, maybe still side-by-side, going into turn number 1. Down the inside, does he hold it? Laubich really, really sends it round the outside, able to hold position, and still remains inside the top 10. Yeah, an important point that you make there is that, yes, they've performed and they haven't made mistakes so far, but I'm looking at those Formula 1600 races. The first one we had, very, very chaotic. And also, important to mention, Diogo was actually knocked sideways and was knocked back around in that race during some of the contacts. So they got pretty fortunate there not to get serious wheel damage or be completely out the race. So they've already had a little bit of luck in that race, especially to recover to finish on the podium. So, like you say, those Formula 1600 races, pretty chaotic, and certainly could be some areas for opportunity for other teams.
Yeah, there's a very long gap between Formula Ford 1600 races, actually, of 5 hours, but it's coming up in just 2 hours' time into the chicane, and Simon Carlarts is dropping down. Oh, and got no rear wing after contact with, it must have been the barrier to take the rear wing off. And Laubich, yeah, there. He has gone down to the back. Well, he's going to go down to the back. Surely he can't hold on with that rear wing like that. Callian May's going to get through. What a drive from him, by the way. 11th position now for him, but Carlos has decided with 3 minutes to go that it's better to persevere with this damage than it is to pit.
Yeah, so unfortunately, just a bit of an incident there. You're seeing Pinto managing to get through the lap traffic that we said was pretty difficult, and yeah, he's able to remain and grow that gap actually as we head in towards the latter stages of this race. Just 2 laps to go now, really. Bit of a sorry, I was watching other bits of contact elsewhere. I think a bit of contact between the EMM car and the Vitality car as they go through the chicane. With only a few laps to go, it's important to see, I think, a bit of damage to the front right there for McCormack.
I think there was contact, yeah. The reason I was stopping, because I heard in the background somebody stopped getting back underway after contact with the wall. But anyway, Diogo Pinto just continuing on and continuing to dominate here in this 5th race of the day. The white flag will be waving when he gets to the start-finish straight next time around, and he will be on the top step again. He'll be taking his 2nd podium. As you mentioned, he has already done a race so far in this evening's proceedings. Enzo Benito is the only other driver to have been on the podium twice, and indeed won. Just been on the podium twice, finished 2nd twice. Indeed, did the last race, and he did the very first race of the day as well. So Pinto going to be with 98 points just to his name by the end of this race, which is pretty impressive indeed. He sees the white flag now, and it's 1 more lap to go for Redline, who are on their way to becoming the first winners of 2 races in one VCO Infinity here in this year's edition.
Yes, and fastest lap around last time as well for Pinto, so really trying to compound that effect and make sure that he's got the most dominant victory he can. Another 5 to 6 second margin for Redline. Do we still have a chance for Hammerschmidt to maybe get a move on Prix? Potentially more traffic as we enter into... Oh, wow, that was really, really close as we went through the kink. It maybe makes him vulnerable now. Does the Williams Academy car have a chance to get a go at Prix? He's gone to the outside, side by side. Is it going to be a switchback? Maybe it will. Prix goes in deep, is able to retain the position, battle down to the chicane.
It's a decent exit from Hammerstead there, who really made use of Pri's defending, which was initially very good into the hairpin, but it does expose his run onto the chicane on the back straight. He's going to dive deep on the brakes, and Pri's not going to let Hammerstead round there. He's going to have to do it at the final chicane if he does it at all. Diogo Pinto out front is going to win Redline's 2nd race in this edition of VCO Infinity, but who is going to finish 2nd behind him? Will it be Prix or Hammerstead? Pri's already had trouble into the chicane in this race. Hammerstead's on the inside. He's going to make contact again, and Hammerstead's in the wall. He's reversed into the traffic as he's trying to get back going again. Will Murdoch ends up on the podium somehow in the end, or is it it's Sobrero as the timing screen updates. Sobrero gets to 3rd, Murdoch 4th. Hammerstead is dropping still. He's not even going to get a top 5.
Yeah, what a crazy end there to the race. Pinto successful, able to win that one. But again, Prix, I don't know, I can't say off the top of my head, but maybe need to look at a replay to see exactly what that has to offer.
Well, that was drama at the end of the race. Oscar Prix again into the final chicane, this time with Sam Hammerstead, who drops to 6th place and just looks pretty desperate and disappointed at the end of that one. A few more battles coming to the line here, by the way, as BS Competition looked like they were making up a position there right at the very end of the race, down towards the... it was BS Hybrid, I think, on somebody. Maybe it was just a lap car, but anyway... they'll come over the line and complete race 5 here of VCO Infinity here for edition number 5 indeed, and it's Diogo Pinto who takes the race victory in the end in front of Oscar Prix on the road. We'll wait and see whether there are any post-race decisions to be made with regards to that a little bit later on. Here are the results in their full. 8.5 seconds the gap in the end. Esteban Sobrero stepped through the smoke to recover to a podium in the end. Will Murdoch kept moving up to 4th place, finishing quite close to those guys. Thibaut Casabon ending up in the top 5 after his spin on the back straight chicane. Sam Hammerstead was next, as we know. Darren McCormack got to 7th place for EMM with Jürgen Frank. Gregory Hovson and Nicholas Laubish rounding out the top 10. Just to pick out a few more teams from further down the field as we scroll through to see some surprises. BS Hybrid at number 90 being down in 25th is a big surprise to me from this one. Number 2, Grin and Go Esports running at the top 30 there, a very, very long way down. PGZ number 14 down in 43rd, quite a long way down for them. Thankfully not many retirements from that race, only 3, but considering how tight this racetrack is and just what it's like, that could be deemed as a little bit of a surprise, but there you go. There are the 55 all scrolling through. Let's have a chat to Diogo Pinto, shall we? The race winner from race 5 here tonight. Diogo, congratulations on taking race 5 of VCO Infinity number 5. That was a big gap by the end, and you seem to have got this car and this track combination down pretty good. How were you feeling out there? Did it feel comfortable in the Radical out there?
Yeah, I mean, for the win it was quite easy, let's say. Driving the car is pretty tough. There was a lot of traffic. This combo specifically is very tricky. It's very technical. I think I picked up a little bit of damage, if I'm not wrong. But luckily nothing major. It was just a lights to flag victory, thankfully.
This goes on with a 3rd place for you personally, but top 3s generally for Team Redline over the course of the first 5 races. Just what was the conversation around how to set out starting one of these events as unique as VCO Infinity, and how pleased are you with the start that you've all made?
Yeah, so far it's pretty good. I mean, I want to win every race I take part in. Of course, sometimes we need to take it a little bit easier because of the points, but yeah, my goal is just to do as well as I can in the races. Sometimes in some high-risk situations, I just let the others go, like I did at Road America, and yeah, that's how you win this event.
Well, congratulations on taking a race victory here at the Charlotte Roval in the Radicals, and thanks for chatting to us at the end of race 5 as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much, Diogo Pinto. Race 5 winner from VCO Infinity here tonight in the Radical SR10s at the Charlotte Roval. Will, that was an exciting race, not necessarily for the lead, but we did have a great battle for 2nd position, and in the end, there's going to be some stewards discussions ongoing. Is Oscar Pye going to get away with the incidents that he was involved in? Are they all going to be racing incidents? We won't know, but I think the intent is still there from Coanda to keep Redline close, and they've done a decent job of doing that in the first 5 races. It's the question in the middle hours now to sort of start to get a bit closer.
Yeah, for sure. I think it'll be interesting to see what race control say, and also if people are protesting it. Obviously, you've got the token system, so you're incentivized not to make weak protests. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that plans out. I'm sure we'll get to find out within the next race or so we'll be able to update you on the point situation. But yeah, Coanda versus Redline at the front of the field. Certainly Redline advantage so far.
Now, what more can you ask for as well from a VCO Infinity? That's exactly what you want to see. The 2 biggest teams in sim racing going at it, as they will be indeed in this next race as well. We're back to Road America again in the Super Formula Lights this time around for race number 6 of our event. There is a chance of rain as well. Never guaranteed rain in one of these races, but I'm told anyway. Maybe other people have been told different, but I've just been told chance of rain. And personally, though, to be honest, Will, I don't know if I want rain in this particular combination. This is a very good, well-suited match, I think, for just a nice dry race. Anyway,
how wet is another good question. It is a very good track for racing. We've got a 76% chance of rain as per the forecast provided at the start of the session. Looks to be a generally solid 60% chance across the whole event, so I think it's very likely we get some form of rain affecting some session.
Yeah, although having said that, I always say this in a Super Formula Lights League, actually, quite a while ago. I once did a race that was 99% chance of rain for the second half, and the rain never arrived. So you never know, but you will hedge your bet certainly when you see numbers like that, and indeed when you see scenes like this as the qualify. This is qualifying, by the way. Everybody getting solo qualifying, one shot as always. Not even a chance to feel out the conditions, Will, before they get themselves onto their qualifying lap and get themselves onto the grid. Perhaps this could be the most mixed up grid that we've seen so far in the first 6 races.
Well, I mean, this could be the most chaotic race we've seen, the most chance of mistakes. Do not forget how hard it is to drive a Formula car with no driver aids around a circuit like this, in a condition like this. Very, very wet. anticipate it's sort of around the moderately wet to very, very moderately. I don't know what the next stage is. I just remembered. I had no idea. But yes, it's certainly very wet. See a lot of puddles. Fantastic system we have on iRacing, and let's have a look at what that grid looks like. It'll be interesting to see who's managed to top the session.
Yeah, funny you had a better system for rating wetness. That would be that would be helpful. But anyway, we'll find out how they get on. Nicholas Boyes taking the pole here from Road America with Gustavo Ariel alongside for Team Redline. A great lap from Forsten Ulrich to get up to third in front of some big names alongside Contaguine on the second row. René Talvar and Lorenzo Castellani are on row number 3. Look at the gaps already here, by the way. Nicholas Boyes' lap time absolutely incredible. Fourth row of the grid is Michael Kaibach and Santiago Baztarica with Hadi Noah Mimasi, already a second off the field, by the way, and Kio Thiago Marteau rounding out the top 10. Jaden Comright and Matt Caruana then on row 6. Pretty high-class row 6 there. Augustin Bernier and Thomas Simon then on row 7, ahead of Noah Osbaldson and Tommaso Zappola. Then Thomas Imborg and Jesse Jones rounding out 18th place for Falcon Sim Racing Team. The best of those in the first race of the day. Harrison Crowther and Abel Torres round out the top 20 ahead of Mal Dedinica and then Peter Zuber, Augustin Torlassi and Ryan Fritz round off row 12. Already 3 seconds off of the pole. Premisov Lemonek is next to Diano Perez with Jack Oliver and Olivier and Christoph Monser. It's Norbert Leitner and Rayan Hakim rounding off the top 30. Cass Felber and Dimitri Mariv are next ahead of Philip Schiff and Nick Nagler. Oskari Kakinen and David Salada round out the top 18 rows. 6 seconds off the pole now. George Rocha and Paravat Chotarayapat is rounding off the next 38th place driver. And then some big names at the bottom of the field. Now I'll just go through some of them. Jonas Rutgens qualified 39th for Cody Deef and Elliot Veyron 39th, 40th and 41st for Coanda down the back of the field. Mika Hakimi for Brabham Motorsport down in 46th, for example. Thomas Enger Sim Racing, Wojciech Dvorak going back-to-back. He's starting 51st. Alessandro Ottaviani for Vitality starting in 50th place. A very, very long way back here in this field. As expected, a more mixed-up grid than what we've seen from some of those in the past. But the rain, I think, having the biggest effect on this race this time around. And as far as the qualifying order is concerned, anyway, there is the rain falling. There are the wet tyres. They look like they're going to be required for the entirety of this race, which is going to be so important, it feels, for Coanda. How far can they get back through the field after qualifying in 41st position?
Well, you mentioned stuff like, oh, the qualifying gaps are big, but do you know what's worse than setting a slow qualifying lap? Not setting one at all. Super, super possible in this sort of condition. And like you say, it's going to be interesting to see how far they can come back. I think this is a race of survival. It's going to be super, super difficult in the mid-pack. You will see the amount of spray that we're going to get is pretty intense. And currently over the circuit, we've got green level of rain, so that is conditioned to about moderately wet. So that's going to continue for pretty much the entirety of this race.
Yeah, it looks like it, and you know, it would have to stop raining pretty quickly for us to start thinking about having to fiddle around with tyres or anything at the moment. It looks like it is going to be wet tyres the whole way through. By the way, for reference here today, we've got specific races where there is a chance of rain, and there are 5 of them. The next one's race 10, then 16, then 23. 2 of them remaining are at Fuji. The previous one that had chance of rain was race number 2 at Road America. The one in the middle is at Silverstone. Surprise, surprise. And that's in the middle of the night, by the way. The only one in the middle of the night that could rain. So that could be an extremely difficult race. Obviously, these guys are not going to be driving in the night here at Road America, but it does feel pretty dark as the rain falls and the clouds continue to release the moisture from the air. The pace car pulls into pit lane, and we are ready to go. It's a monster qualifying lap at the front, by the way, for pole, and it's going to be a surely big chance for Car 68 to go on and win this from here. Green flag is going to wave here from Road America, and take care on the start as we get ready for race 6 of VCO Infinity. Up the hill they go. They can see the green flag, and now they get underway. Very narrow, starting straight here at Road America, so you're going to be very, very careful. Oh dear, and they weren't in the background. Trouble already As you can see the spray, those guys in the middle just can't see anything, and Redline are off! Gustavo Ariel in towards turn number 1 makes contact, I believe, with Sim RC, and they're off in towards turn 1. Have Coanda gone through lap 1 though either? I'm not sure they have. That crash was quite a long way towards the back, but don't forget, Elliot Veyron started down in 41st position. This is a dramatic start, and Gustavo Ariel gets off to the worst possible start for Team Redline.
Drama for Ariel at the turn 1 corner. It's going to be a really, really big points loss. I don't know if he's able to continue. A lot of carnage off the start there. And even cars spinning still in the background. This condition is so difficult for the drivers. Ariel will be on a mission to recover. Boy leads at the front.
Nicholas Boy is flying in qualifying, and he's flying in this race as well. Still leads ahead of the rest of the field. Look at the way he's able to get to grips with these conditions. Way better than the rest into the middle sector. Torsten Ulrich is the one chasing. Mimazzi's up to 3rd place. Lorenzo Castellani, in a miracle really, has stayed where he qualified. This is further back. Oh my goodness me. Look at the traffic here. Mimazzi getting right back into it again after making such a good start. Has dropped all those places all over again. I believe it was Guinet who made the contact with Ariel, but I can't be 100% sure at the moment until we see some replays from lap number 1, which we'll eventually get to. But the chaos and carnage continues on lap number 1. Through the kink for the first time they go. And there's more trouble for the likes of Crowther coming out of the carousel, by the way. You mentioned the spray, but you just cannot see anything outside the first few cars.
Well, that's the point. It's so difficult. You put a foot wrong, you get on the rubber at the wrong point in time, and you're gone. And it's a massive thing here. And I think looking at Matt Caruana up 9 positions on the opening lap as well, no bias from my side, but like you say, it's really difficult conditions, and you've got to be super careful not to lose the car. Boy, with a commanding lead at the front of the field.
Yeah, well, he had a commanding lead in qualifying, and he's putting that to bed now in the race as well. Down the front straight they go, side by side between Caruana and Castellani. It's been a good start from Caruana. Look at this from Elliot Veyron. Going and he throws it off the road there intentionally, I feel, just to avoid the carnage. So he must have gotten through the initial one on the front straight. Oh no! Who is that going to space? Goodness me. Somebody flying down towards turn 3. Absolutely big airtime. Goodness me. He gets signed up for NASA quickly with that sort of behaviour. And unfortunately, there are a lot of cars down pit lane. I wouldn't like to say how many there are damaged. I would guess that the number being around 15 cars at the moment, from what I can see down on pit lane. It's been a dramatic opening lap, but Elliot Veyron has gotten through it cleanly, and Gustavo Ariel hasn't. Those are the headlines. Veyron is in a position here that he can gain points on Redline. They're in 15th and 16th at the moment.
Here you're watching the start at the top of your screen. You're going to see it's contact, yes, with Sim RC. Doesn't really look to be much on Ariel. At least his car's completely clean, but he's going to have to get back going. But we know how good he can be in these wet conditions, so there's plenty of time for him to make that back up, considering that his car is without damage.
And he's already back past Veyron. Good grief. Look at that. That is a mess towards turn 3. I still don't know who that was, but that was quite impressive. Ariel is indeed in front of Veyron again. So, despite the fact they're down in 15th and 16th, they are, they are ahead again of Coanda or Redline. EMM Esports, who are it's one of the closer teams, are up in 5th at the moment. So this would be a nice 10-point gain. But of course, Redline and Coanda would stay 1 and 2. As things stand in this race. Greenay and Caruana side by side again. Oh, and contact and off. Caruana, well, I'm not sure whether there was contact, but he's definitely gone off there through the penultimate corner at this racetrack. Michael Kaibas trying to take places, and now he makes contact with Noah Osbaldeston. They're going to make more here. Oh, and they spin in front of the field. Great avoidance there from Augustin Bernier, who is going to lose places himself, but he gets away with it somehow. Osbaldeston there and Kaibak will not be pleased with one another as they make contact again and again out of the final turn.
Yeah, and it's just contact left, right and centre here. Massive amounts of carnage in this field. And to be honest, if you're going to have a race where you spin around and at turn number 1 and lose all your positions, it might not be a bad one for Gustavo Ariel with a clean car. I think he's going to be able to come back and be well inside the top 10 here.
Yeah, I think so. As down the straight for Baz Tarika here for second position. Lorenzo Castellani alongside. Very wide though, and not able to get round the outside on that occasion. Guinet and Comright next. Abo Torres gets past Augustin Bernier now, whose momentum has been rather stifled by that moment a couple of minutes ago. That's a lap car, by the way, staying out of the way of these guys. Every team getting a faster pair for each of our races, so they will be able to get back into the race if they tow back to pit lane and take the repairs. And it looks like many have decided to do that, but it does create the lap cars that we're now seeing here. That's through the carousel. They're all having to go around the outside of a lap car there. And this, meantime, is the avoidance by Bernier. I mean, these two, great avoidance again for Bernier. That was very well done. But Kybek and Osbaldeston there I'm not sure what they were doing, to be honest, through the final corner. That was a big mess.
Yeah, it's super difficult, though, to race in these conditions. If you're on the inside and you're thinking, oh, well, you just give room to the guy on the outside. But now you're on the rubber, so you push out wide, and it causes lots of issues of racing in these sorts of conditions. So sometimes incidents look a bit aggressive or maybe a default of a driver, but it's super difficult to manage when you're racing on this rubber line and trying to drive around the outside of those corners and sort of manage it. So it can look a bit chaotic and a bit silly. At least it's got now under control. Boy, losing quite a bit of time to the likes of Blight, 500.
Yeah. And that is going to be a little bit of a concern, because in qualifying he was a lot quicker than the rest, and that might have given him a false sense of what was going to happen in the race here. But those one-lap qualifying sessions are just very, very different to what we're going to see here in these races. Gustavo Ariel, by the way, already into the top 10 here. I know there's been pit stops happening ahead as Kybak comes into the pit lane now, probably to repair some damage, but Gustavo Ariel back into the top 10 and limiting the damage very well. That's what you've got to do when those mistakes arrive and when those incidents arrive, which they were going to all at one stage. And to be honest, I thought Ariel pulled across, to be honest, on Guinet towards turn number 1. Now he's recovering all these positions though. Dmitry Mariev is one of those who was involved in stuff on the way towards turn number 1. A few cars spinning up in front. And piles into the Williams car that was on the apex there. When you start at a certain point back, there's just nowhere to go, and that's why it's so important, as you mentioned at the time, just to get a lap on the board in qualifying.
Oh! And that's the space project right there. Like you say, I guess just doesn't see or maybe misjudges where he'd need to place his car ahead, and yeah, gone to space.
Well, that's I'll be impressed if we see a car that high off the ground again this race, but let's wait and see on that. Still 18 races to go indeed after this one. Comright just in behind Corentin Guinet at the moment, but they're all being smacked around by the likes of Baz Tarika and Lorenzo Castellani. Not Castellani anymore though. He's in the fence. His rear wings across the racetrack, and that's the end of it for Lorenzo Castellani, who is going to drop down the field now very quickly, and he drops straight out to the top 10 and down the field. What a big shame that is for Castellani. He's one of the more, unrecognisable names in a sea of really strong drivers, some of the best in sim racing around him, but unfortunately has a spin through the kink, and that's the end of his day.
Yeah, chaos then. Just seems to lose the rear end, and once you're gone in a car like this, especially when you've got wings helping you out. When they're pointing sideways against the airflow, they don't really work that well. So unfortunately, into the wall, towed the car completely out of the race.
Certainly out of the running for a good result, and that is a real shame. On board, this is what happened to Castellani. Puddles on the left-hand side, he's just dipped into them. Oh, and it's hard into the wall. Unfortunately, he will have seen that corner 4 or 5 times beforehand and surely should have known that those puddles were there on the left-hand side and that he can't really go near them and try and turn in on them like that.
Really easy for you to say in the commentary booth, but yeah, it's super difficult condition, this sort of weather, and sometimes with spray in front and lap cars, you don't even see it where you need to place the car, and that's one of the challenges. Talking about Ariel, fastest lap of the race, what, 2 seconds, 1.8 seconds faster than the leader right now.
Everyone needs Will just to bring them down a peg or two every now and again. It's It's good to have, keeping me grounded. Ariel is indeed flying up to the back of these guys at the moment. Augustin Bernier is next on his list, and there are a number of lap cars involved in here, as you can guess as well. That none of those are for position, by the way, with Bernier. Oh, and one of them's off in front. It's all very complicated with everybody on different laps at the moment, but as Ariel gets through, it's not complicated anymore. They are nose to tail. One lap car in front, another one off the road into the gravel. Ariel's onto the outside into the kink, just brings himself away from that curb on the left-hand side. There's a sliding car in front of them.
Whoa.
Oh, and one crashing in the background. It's all happening, but stepping through it all, Gustavo Ariel is recovering places very, very nicely indeed, and he's up to 7th now after spinning on lap 1.
Yeah, so another major issue in the kink there. I don't feel like that's the last time we're going to see it. Ariel already in 7th. You'd say he's got a good chance of even catching the lead at this sort of pace. Interesting to see kind of how that develops. But you're going to have to be careful around these lap cars. It's really easy to say, oh, we'll just, pass them normally or pass them on the inside. But, in these sorts of conditions, it's so easy to lock up, so easy to grab a brake, make another piece of contact which can ruin your race. So Ariel will be very aware of that scenario and will be taking a little bit of caution with the lap traffics.
And there goes Ariel, just consolidating that position now. As you say, having to sort of treat the lapped cars the same as how he's been treating those on the lead lap so far in this 6th race of VCO Infinity. Santiago Bastarica is now caught by Karan Sanguine for 2nd place meantime. Jaden Comright not far behind them, Matt Caruana, then Abel Torres rounding off the front 4. And then you've got to Ariel, who is trying to catch them at this stage. Elliot Veyron down to 10th place in the meantime, so losing 3 more points to Coanda Esports at the end of the day. Coanda, by the way, I don't know if you've seen this, Will, a couple of penalty points have been added to their points that I can see on the website now, and that will put them 14 points behind rather than 12. Those 2 points being picked up in the previous race, dropping, well, it doesn't promote everybody else up, it just takes 2 points away from them, so Pai has the effect of finishing 4th, even while he crossed the line in 2nd.
Yeah, and that's to do with the Tulashi incident. So there's potentially more points if it's been protested coming their way for the Williams incident if the stewards were to deem that at fault. Here's your leader, Nicholas Boy, 4 seconds to the good now, 1.2 seconds faster than the 2nd place car last time around. He's in a good position here. You want to be leading a race like this. In the rain, you just want the clearest track possible. And yes, we do have a lot of lap cars that could be causing issues for our drivers out there, but you just want to make sure you've got a clear track, clear vision of where all the puddles are, and you just need to focus on your line. And he's doing that right now, nearly 5 seconds as we start the 7th lap of the race.
I must say there was one stage where I thought that Boy was really going to be caught by the likes of Bastarica and Guine as well, and the rest of them, but he's since got back up to speed again, and he's starting to show some of the dominance that we really saw from him in the qualifying session. This would be the first podium of Drago Racing's VCO Infinity, if he can indeed get there by the end of the day. Let's wait and see, as even the likes of Gustavo Ariel are closing at the moment, gaining places left, right and centre. There's another one. Abel Torres seems to have dropped off the group in front, so maybe had a mistake, but Ariel more than happy to pick him off, and that's another point gain. So what started out as a disastrous race for Redline, it's still got more than half an hour to recover it, and that's the thing with these races. You forget, because this is in the context of a 24-hour race, you think that 45 minutes, actually that's not very long at all, but when you do section it all out, it is quite a long time to recover from a spin like what Ariel had. The problem is if you got damage, and that hasn't happened from what we've seen.
If you were to choose what sort of race you wanted to be spun lap 1, turn 1 and not receive damage, it would be this sort of race for Gustavo Ariel. One of the best in the wet in this sort of condition in the entire game, and I mean he's showing that right now. And ultimately, at the moment, he's been able to close down the leading gap, close down the gaps to the cars ahead of him. He's almost driving a different track at this point. He's 8/10 faster than anyone else on the circuit. He's a threat for this victory. I know it seems far, but he certainly is, especially if Boy makes a mistake.
Absolutely. We'll see whether he can get to second and maybe capitalise on something that happens a little bit later. But for now, he's just got to get his head down here and try and gain the positions one by one, which is all he can do really at this stage. Bit of a slide into Canada corner. But he's very much on his way. And to be fair, Elliot Veyron's not doing bad in response here. Again, trying to limit the damage for Coanda. But you'd think after the spin for red line, you'd hope to gain points. Obviously, the problem for them being that they didn't qualify, so they started... well, they didn't get a lap in qualifying, I should say. So they ended up starting a long way down, did Coanda. And they've got to limit that as well. But as we mentioned, if there's any combination in which you're going to not get a lap in, then it is this one. Guine gets past Pastarek in the meantime for second position. Moves up the field again for Sim RC. So Guine ahead of Pastarek now nicely. But still, what a great drive it is for the Bike 500 team to be fighting for a podium among these teams at the moment.
Yeah, super good drive for them. And it's like what I mentioned, a chance for someone maybe in a smaller team to show what they're made of. Goes to the outside, probably not preferred to be braking on the rubber down into the turn. Guine's able to brake a lot later and therefore retain the position. Likelihood is he will be able to keep this as he moves forward. But going to be interesting to watch. All of those three cars very close together.
Yeah. Oh God, Guine there was sliding over the top of the hill, but you do have to kick the rear end out a little bit in places. Here comes Comright now as he's looking forward and back. It's Pastarek here in towards the braking zone of turn 9, downhill on the brakes, and he survives another braking zone as Comright continues to apply the pressure in behind, losing that very wide line. I know they run quite wide through the carousel anyway, but they are especially doing that in these wet weather conditions. Obviously, it's south the racing line. Comright slides again through the kink, but saves it. Amazing how they're able to kick the rear end out so much and just continue to save it here. Smashing through the puddle as Comright did there. They're taking a few risks with some of these puddles, I've got to say.
Oh, Ariel's made an issue. Like, we'll watch this now, but yeah, like you say, big kick out, but something's happened to Ariel. I think he's maybe had a half spin or something, but he's dropped behind Torres. I'm not sure what happened there. Car looks clean though, so at least no damage for him.
Yeah, car does look okay. Bernier's been overtaken right around the outside. Ariel gets to the inside for the penultimate turn, and through he goes, back to 7th again. So he at least only loses one place from this little problem. Elliot Veyron's not far behind though. This is what happened into the kink. Turning in, he's... Oh my word! How has he got away with this? He's only hit the wall slightly. He's only just been avoided by those on rushing. That is a miracle escape for Gustavo Ariel.
That is unbelievable. If he's got no front wing damage there, that is one of the escapes of the evening so far. At least on my end, I don't think he has. So he's got away with that extremely lightly, and he's still ahead of Coanda.
Yeah, still in front. Although Veyron is now only one position behind him. Guine has now made a mistake from second position, so Pastarek is there, but he's getting overtaken now by Jeden Comright for second position. So they're running side by side into the middle sector. Again, Comright can't get past, much like what we saw on the previous lap. Matt Caruana is able to catch them both as a result of this, but the top two in the championship are locked together. Oh, there are the second place battlers again. Comright trying to get himself past Pastarek, but finding this very difficult for the moment, and the Bike 500 driver just not making an error. While those rise and fall around him, he's just on the straight and narrow, not making an error, at least so far through the first half of this race.
Yeah, I mean, what a drive it's been from him so far, and it's showing that in a condition like this, you really can be a specialist and you can perform super well, and he's doing a great job for his team. Of course, it would be wrong to assume that, like, his team's maybe not got a chance of winning out here today, but they may have a chance of a top 10, and then results like this can really propel you forward in the standings. To the inside goes Comright.
Now Guine with the second incident in the last couple of laps, by the way, but Comright does go to the inside and through. Quite late on the brakes at Canada corner, but you can get away with that in these conditions as Veyron gets past Ariel as well. There's so much going on this racetrack at the moment. Ariel seemingly making... was it a mistake or was it just a nice pass? We'll find out. That might have been no, Torres just slipping through on one of the lap cars there that found itself in the gravel through Canada corner. But Coanda are up in front of Redline into 6th. maybe there is some damage affecting Gustavo Ariel at the moment. It's into the kink again here, and he didn't especially learn from last time, it seems. He's wide, he's nervous on the way into turning there, and again he doesn't hit the wall. Amazing, and Veyron slips through.
I'd say that's more nerves than anything else. You know, it's the first time he's coming into that corner. Since he's made that mistake, he's keen not to make that mistake again, and he just comes out of it. He just backs completely out of it, takes to the grass, and that's a conscious decision from him to ensure that he's not, you know, putting himself at risk of spinning once again. So, yeah, I think that's a bit of a conscious decision there. We've got a battle, a three-way battle for the second position.
Yeah, Bastarka here with Comright alongside him again in towards turn 5. And Matt Caruana's waiting. He's very late on the brakes there as well. Thought he was going to hit Comright there briefly, but gets away with it again here. Up the hill they go, and under the Corvette bridge, Comright's wide again. Caruana's got to try and take advantage of one of these times. He gets to the outside for turn 7, but he can't do it there. And he will have to wait behind, continue with it here. Doesn't especially know whether to get involved, try and get past Comright, or wait for Bastarka to be dealt with, but he's going to have a look down the inside into turn 8. Nothing doing there either. And Caruana continues to apply the pressure under the bridge. Now around the long carousel. Comright, Caruana, nose to tail. It's giving Bastarka a bit of breathing space there.
Yeah, it's important to note here, I feel like a position that someone like Caruana's in is a position of preservation. You know, it's important for him to make a move if he can, but it's also important for him not to end up in a crash because of where his team is in the standings. The chance you have of scoring good points yet again, consistency is absolutely key. So he doesn't want to put it side by side with Conright and have a crash. So increasingly aware of that, I'm absolutely sure. But it looks like Santiago Bretska is just really struggling a little bit at this moment in time.
He is very much on the defensive. It's Project 91 who are right in front of them, by the way, in number 91. 33rd at the moment for them in this race. Shows you how many cars are a lap down. Caruana splits the difference. He goes 3 wide, and he gets the toe all the way down here as well. Oh, can he go one side of one and inside of the other? In towards turn number 1. No, he can't. Comright has been dispatched with, but not the Byte 500 car in front, which is continuing to lead this group through the lap traffic, through everything at the moment. They're still in front. More than halfway through this race now as Project 91 spin in the background. Into the slipstream goes Bastarka again. It's surely going to be holding on again because Comright and Caruana have got slipstream, yes, but so is the car in second. He doesn't know whether to go inside or outside at the moment. Lap traffic playing a role. Going deep though in towards turn 5, and he's going to get through. Comright maybe he's going to try and retake the position straight away from Caruana, and here he goes in towards turn 6. Round the outside, Caruana hangs on again.
Yeah, really risky stuff here with this sort of battling. That lap car was proving tricky all over the grass, almost losing it. God, you can put your heart in your mouth here, and at least from my position, I'm certainly a little bit worried about the current situation. Kawanda, 36 positions up from the back of the field, 2 seconds faster than this group last time around. They can't keep battling forever, or Kawanda will catch.
Yeah, indeed. It's not a very large gap with the remaining amount of time. Just over 20 minutes. Comright looking left and right here, trying to get past Matt Caruana in towards Canada corner. It's not going to manage it. Comright has to back out and go again. Elliot Veyron, meantime, brakes too late for turn 3 and goes wide. He's got past Abo Torres, by the way, live again, but Gustavo Ariel's got back in front, and that's going to be the really hurtful thing here. Kawanda have got to start gaining some of these points, and every time they get in front, they make a mistake that puts them back behind Gustavo Ariel all over again as Caruana gets into the slipstream of Byte 500 again here, side by side over the line. But if this were a photo finish, they wouldn't be. It wouldn't be in Caruana's favour anyway. In towards turn number 1, Caruana's on the outside line. Oh, late on the brakes, but that's where you want to be in the wet conditions. And Caruana through into second now.
A good move from Caruana around the outside, potentially still vulnerable as Conright down the outside, down the inside, through somehow. They're going to be side by side. Going to be a bit of a management of slipstream games between Conright and Bretska. coming down into turn number 3. Looks like Conrad has got the advantage so far, but the toe is really, really big in these cars, especially when you're so close behind.
Yeah, indeed. And towards turn 5, the left-hander again. Conrad, Caruana, Bastarika, 3 in a line, and Caruana and Conrad now would be expected to get away in the next 20 minutes. Nicholas Boy is still leading by a very long way in this race, but there are still nearly 20 minutes to go, and a very, very difficult day to keep the car on the road throughout. So it's going to make things very tricky. A minute off the lead, by the way, for Jack Olivier, who's in 16th place. It just gives you an idea of just how strung out this field is. We're already lapping cars well into the 30s. Indeed, 29th now, already a lap down. Augustin Bernier, meantime, drops down the field. Noah Osbaldeston gets thrown into the wall. Jaden Conrad there, just as we cut away, spun into the wall through the kink, and that must be damage. He's not going to get away with it like Ariel did, and Jaden Conrad is into the wall.
Yeah, Conrad just taking that risk, and that was a pretty hard contact on those left side tyres. His car's still driving, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him, unfortunately, having a bit of damage there.
Yeah, let's see it. His front left wheel seems to be in the air, and so that's never a good sign. Caruana now been overtaken by Santiago Bastarika, so not entirely sure how that's all happened here, because Caruana was in front of Conrad. It's not like he would have been slowed down by the spin of the BS car, but
It was a mistake.
yeah, I suppose so. And Caruana is going to have to win that place back again in towards turn number 1. He's braking late, but he gets through. And the response very near to contact there, and a look down the inside in towards turn 3. Couldn't quite do it, and stayed in behind again. So Caruana back to second. He's got to hold on to this now, though, because you'd expect this would be the minimum he'd be thinking he should get from this race. This, though, is Conrad's issue. He just seemed to break away from him through the middle of the corner there.
Yeah, probably just touching a puddle, touching a bit of the rubbered line at the wrong time. Down towards turn number 3, late on the brakes, has the inside line. Caruana still able to hold on. He could do with getting a gap here in order not to have to defend an attack, because look who they keep making mistakes. They keep swapping around, but Gustave Ferrari and Elliot Veyron are very, very fast, but they do keep making mistakes. Here is the mistake from Gustave Aerial. Top of your screen just goes in too hard. Same as Veyron did before, touches the grass wide. So very easy mistake to make. You can give your hats off to anyone in this race who hasn't made a big one so far, because wow, it's a super, super tricky circuit to drive on.
Yeah, these weather conditions as well. Well, there's Dane's being smart behind the cameras, by the way. There's only one person who hasn't made a mistake, and indeed there he is, Nicholas Boy. I mean, I wonder how he's so good at this. It's quite a niche skill, isn't it? Super Formula Light in such wet weather conditions, but just seems to be miles and miles better than anybody else in these conditions, it seems. Just the way he's adjusting the wheel, smooth on the throttle, just, you know, tentative, coming out of the final turn, to the front straight again, and just no errors made for nearly half an hour. But as I say, I'd be interested to know how much practice he's done in sort of conditions adjacent to this, maybe in preparation for this event.
I think it's more like the lack of mistake, right? Because I think there's people that have done just as fast laps as he has, but just not as consistently. He's been metronomically consistent, hasn't made a mistake. Obviously, he's had the luxury of leading from the front, but he put the car there in the qualifying session. So ultimately, great job from him so far. And I mean, 18-second lead, you couldn't ask for a better margin to have. It's just a case of not making a mistake at the kink, like we've seen so many drivers do so far.
Yeah, indeed. And it's not a forgiving place either to make a mistake, that's for sure. Another car goes a lap down. 27 only on the lead lap now, and Jaden Conrad even is off the lead lap after his issue. At least he's still going. He's still going to get decent points actually for it as well, for continuing. Noah Osbaldeston meantime is having to come in as well here, so that's top 10 gone, and Michael Kaibash, the one who clashed with him, is going to get through into 10th. That will feel pretty good for him, I would imagine. But yeah, Nicholas Boy is just flying at the front of this field, and he's leading by a very long way through the gravel there of turn number 8, as they all get back onto the racetrack and bring all the gravel and the dirt and all sorts back onto the circuit all over again. It's a lead that just continues to extend, and look at that, reactions through the kink as well. Even his car's not actually stable through the kink, but you've got to be wary of it stepping away from you, or even hinting that it's going to get away.
Yeah, it's just a case of managing everything, managing the line that you take, and just having that confidence. The wet is all about confidence. If you lose that confidence and you lose that ability to push the car, you just lose all pace. And he's been really, really good at just managing his own pace and managing his lap times, and there's no one who's got a chance of catching him at this point.
No. Torlassi and Kakkonen seem to have both had trouble in the last couple of moments. Kakkonen's even dropped back straight to pit lane here. So Team PGZ are having a difficult day here, and that's 2 races in a row now where they finished a very, very long way back. I'm trying to see what happened to them in a moment, but this is Matt Caruana, who has now got a lap car between himself and 3rd place. That is a nice place for him to be now. This is the replay of what happened. Oh dear, as they came down the hill here, trying to give each other as little room as possible. Fight. Oh, and there's more contact. Car in the air. And those two will be, oh dear, very, very unhappy with one another, those two, I'd imagine. Torlassi seems to be continuing on here, but I can imagine that there's going to be no love lost between those two at the end of that incident.
Yeah, super difficult incident to call, really, but I mean, both of them making contact. Let's watch another camera angle. You've got the cockpit, like, sort of T-cam. Yeah, that's interesting. That's certainly an interesting one, and yeah, I don't really know what to make of that. Does anyone else have any comments?
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean,
yeah, yeah, it's an interesting one.
It is. I mean, to be honest, from that angle, it seemed that the team we were riding on board with were pretty innocent, to be honest.
Yeah,
just keeping the wheels straight and the carnage unfolding behind. But I'm sure that others involved may have a different view, as is the case with all incidents, of course. And Veyron, meantime, has caught up to these two, and can he possibly rescue a 2nd position from this? It'd be even better for Koano if they could rescue a couple of positions and Ariel couldn't, but I think if one of them's going to get through, then they both will, or indeed neither. But let's wait and see which of those actually happens here, and see if Ariel can maybe make a challenge to Veyron. He's going for a move now at the kink again. Oh, he's going to back out. I don't think Ariel is comfortable with that kink any further, and why would you be after he's gone off 2 laps in a row through there?
Side by side again for the top 2 positions. Brechka is looking to make a position back on the inside line, is able to do so. This is only slowing the 2 of them up, with the charging Elliot Veyron and Gustavo Ariel in the mirrors. So looks like he's got a bit more composure now, has the 99 car, able to get back in front. But yeah, I mean, look, Veyron and Ariel are both really on a charge here, and we know they're super fast. It's just a case of they've both been making mistakes here and there.
And someone pondering in the YouTube chat on VCO Esports just what could have happened if indeed Ariel didn't have that incident on lap number 1. I suppose we can apply the same if Veyron has set a qualifying lap in race number 1 as well. Just how close would they have got to Nicholas Boy here in this race? Because the gap is very large now, but of course they've come through the field so much. It's obviously impossible to say, but interesting to just ponder how much of a challenge to the race they could have put up here.
Yeah, I certainly think they would be challenging. I mean, you look at the lap times that they've been setting when they've had clean laps. They've been matching, if not faster, than Boy, but unfortunately they've both also made quite a few mistakes. I mean, it's amazing to say that considering they're 4th and 5th at the moment and are likely to challenge for the 2nd place. But they have both made the fair share of mistakes, going off in a multitude of time, and I think Ariel getting the luckiest out of the 2 of them with his moment at the kink.
That could have very easily been a big crash into the wall and a lot of positions lost. To be fair, Comright said it hit the wall pretty hard, and it's only 25th, so wouldn't have been a disaster. But this battle for 2nd is starting to really heat up now. Veyron is in the group properly, and with 10 minutes to go, he's got the big chance to gain 2 more points into the next race, into the 1/4 distance of VCO Infinity number 5. So can Veyron get through? He goes round the outside of a lap car there, chasing EMM Esports and Byte 500 for 2nd position. In towards the kink they go now. They all get through nicely. Ariel just over 2 seconds behind them, in pursuit as well. As I mentioned earlier, I don't think Veyron can get through and Ariel doesn't. I think either they both do or they both don't, but maybe this battle springs out into something a little bit more lively. Who knows? They're certainly not going to make it easy for Veyron coming through.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how it plays out, really, because we know they've got the pace, but have they got the pace to actually overtake and gap in time for them to sort of get enough of a margin not to face any repercussions? It looks like Veyron is on the inside there. I actually can't tell. I'm not sure if he's on the inside or the outside. But yeah, Veyron on the inside, able to have a run at thingy. Caruana giving the toe to the 99 car of Berechka. And yes, he's playing a little bit of a game here of where he's going to give the toe to who. And it looks like Veyron has made the move.
It does, and a big slide as well as he seals third position. In towards turn 3 they go. And BS+COMPETITION is going to have to try and work her way back past again, or indeed follow Veyron through maybe, as he challenges Matt Caruana now under the bridge. It's a big braking zone down here at turn 5, made longer indeed by the wet weather conditions we're seeing here at Road America. I look to the outside for Veyron. He is going to have to go the long way round. It's inside for Caruana. Veyron, though, goes straight on. All he had to do was wait for a mistake there for Bike 500, and indeed straight back through again. Elliot Veyron slips back behind, and that is a bit of a disaster. Just as he gained one place, he lets it slip away again as he's trying to gain the other, and he's doing it all over again with 8 minutes to go.
And here comes Gustavo Ariel. Had about a 2.5 second gap to this pack at the start of the lap. It's now 0.5 of a second to the back of Veyron. If this keeps repeating itself, then we're in for an interesting final few laps here. 8 minutes to go, 4 laps I'd say in totality to complete, and the track is only getting drier. We've crossed into the blue rain section of this race, and we're almost about to see rainfall stop entirely.
Yes. Well, it's been a very wet race. I think it's fair to say on your wetness scale, and that's for sure. Veyron on the inside there of BS+COMPETITION is just trying to get himself alongside for the penultimate corner here. He's going to go. Wow, he's going to go around the outside. Well, I thought he was going to wait for the final turn, and he will have to go down the inside here too. But Veyron up into third position through the puddles again, and this is what I mean. If he paves the way for Ariel, then Gustavo Ariel is going to just come straight through as well here. Veyron gets into the slipstream of Caruana now on the way towards turn 1, but he doesn't want Ariel to get through, so he's in two minds at the moment. He's trying to defend his own place and also gain one into second here on Caruana. Inside line, and Elliot Veyron moves up into second. Gustavo Ariel still in 5th, but he's got 7 minutes to get these 2 positions and limit the damage here that Commander Esports can do to them in this race.
Yeah, and Berechka down to 5th, likely to see another battle down towards turn number 3. Caruana does have a run, and we're just seeing how, oh my word, he went left, he went right. It's going to open it up for Ariel on the outside line. Veyron defending very aggressively the inside line, trying to make sure that he's holding that position. They come down into the corner. Ariel on the outside, not able to quite get the run that he wants, and unfortunately it stayed the same. Berechka up the inside of Ariel, unlikely to gain the position.
Yeah, the outside has seemingly worked, you know, every corner apart from turn 5, where if you're on the outside, you're braking, you're often going off the road, as we saw with Veyron a couple of laps ago as well. Now he's on the defensive towards turn 8. They're all interestingly going on the inside there.
Oh, Veyron's made a mistake. Mistake for Veyron.
And he goes to the back again. To the back again for Veyron, and that allows Caruana Ariel back through into second and third. They're back on the podium. It's been a race of those, hasn't it, for Veyron, gaining a few places, then losing them with mistakes.
Yeah, and it's just back and forth. Veyron with a snap in the kink as well. This is really intense stuff. It looks like Ariel to the inside of Caruana as we go down into the final few turns of this track.
And he's going to get it into Canada corner. Oh, he's late on the brakes though. Will that allow Caruana to slip back underneath him? Because the outside of the penultimate corner is not a bad place to be. And he is not alongside. Ariel makes sure of that by diving deep into the corner. It's not quite done yet though. Caruana's still on the outside here for the final turn. He will slip back in behind him now though. Oh, contact! And Veyron tries to take 4th. There's contact with the Bike 500 car. And now, Elliot Veyron's got a big job on his hands to finish in front of Redline in this race. Ariel's going to be overtaken by Matt Caruana again, though, and so maybe there's life left for Veyron, as long as he doesn't have any suspension damage from that, and he goes straight through. Caruana gets straight back into second place.
Oh, it's just no one can lead this pack. It seems like the tow is too effective to be able to lead despite the pace of Ariel and Veyron. Veyron up the inside again, and the 99's wide in turn 2, and he's out of this pack. Ariel and Caruana side by side again. Veyron chasing them down.
It's been a bit of a crazy end to this race after a quieter middle. See the beginning very, very loud, and it's put Coanda and Redline with positions to be gained. That's part of the reason why it's been an exciting end to the race. Ariel on the outside of turn 5 isn't going to be able to make it work either, but to be fair, he's done better than on previous laps for anybody. Veyron, though, will be able to catch up as Caruana defends hard. There will still as well be 2 laps to go, even when they get to the start-finish line here.
I tell you who's not caring about all of this. Nicholas Boyd's absolutely gone. It's 25 seconds now to lead. One of the biggest winning margins we must have surely ever seen in Infinity.
Well, yeah, I don't know the biggest winning margin, I've got to say off the top of my head, of a race, but it has to be up there. More than 25 seconds. It might even be about 30 seconds by the finish because of the way these guys are fighting back here. It is very, very close for second. Abo Torres has had an incident from 6th, but he's got a big gap behind him as long as he doesn't have too much damage to hold on to 6th position there, and indeed will do. Here comes Ariel in towards Canada corner again, and can't quite get through there, so a couple of laps to get past Caruana, but don't forget this is at the moment in the standings the overall top 3. Redline leading Coanda by 14 points. EMM Esports are down by 37 points already, and so they'd very much like to take the points away from Ariel as well with Matt Caruana here.
Looks like Ariel will get a good run here. We've seen how powerful the tow is from this range. Caruana is going to force Ariel to take the inside line, but he's got a massive overspeed. Caruana squeezing him to the puddles, desperately trying to slow him down, but he might have cleared by the time they've got to turn 1. He has taken the position, but can he hold on before we get to turn number 3?
Well, that has been the trouble spot so far, and Caruana's going to look down the inside, isn't going to get through, and as long as he protect the inside into turn 5, he should be fine here, because that has been the place where people have been going wide so often so far in this race. Elliot Veyron's in here as well now, is right in close, and so we'll surely be able to have a look down the outside. It's going to have to be, but as I say, it's been too late on the brakes every time, really. Oh, and Caruana dives! He's alongside Ariel, but not quite long enough. Oh, and there's a spinning lap car in front, and he hits in there, does Caruana. He hits the spun lap car. They all get away with it somehow. Amazing that they've kept their positions, and they don't seem to have any damage either.
I think Gustavo's gone here. I'm not sure whether that contact was registered on the client side, so it looks like the cars are remained undamaged. There's a littering of lap cars right at the end of this race. We've got 1.5 laps to go here. Looks to be a fight for the podium between Veyron and Caruana as things end. I think Ariel's managed to get enough of a gap here to run away. Maybe Veyron has damage. Looks to be slow round the kink.
Yeah, maybe. And that would result into 4th place here at best in this race. Oh no! Trouble in front of Ariel. There was definitely a car making contact with another just in front of him there. How have they got away with that? Nobody seems to have had any trouble in terms of spinning around or anything through that quite narrow section, so we get away with it again. The white flag's waving again here as they come past the start-finish line. Let's see what happened from Ariel's point of view here, from Veyron's point of view rather. He wouldn't really been able to see what's going on here. Shouldn't have any damage, I don't think, but
just looked a little bit slow. Maybe he's just consolidating his position and just saying, I don't want any of this anymore. Yeah. I'm out of this. Let me just finish this race and get the points. Final lap now for the leading cars.
Yeah, indeed, and Nicholas Boy is leading by nearly 25 seconds. I do wonder about that strategy for Veyron, just to say, well, you know, go on and have that, because there's only so much more points that Coanda can start to try and lose here. I mean, they'd be 16 behind if these results hold. And I know that isn't a very big gap, and there's still 18 races left, and that's less than 1 point per race. However, when you consider you're coming up against Redline, who haven't finished off the podium still in these races, you realise that it's a very uphill task.
Yeah, it is an uphill task, but ultimately, I think, I don't know, it depends how much you're risking. Obviously, the car is, he's got a pretty big gap behind, but if he was to total the car on the final lap and have to tow, that is, that's 16th, 17th, I don't know. It's a loss of 10, 15 points, and the gap in itself is only, 12, 13, 14 points, around that sort of margin. So, I don't know. It's hard to say because I can't really explain why Veyron has lost pace. But you're watching your leader. He's been unbelievable this entire race. He's completely commanded everything. We're watching cars spun left, right, and centre. He has not made one mistake this entire race.
Yeah, astonishing. One of the better VCO Infinity drives you're ever likely to see here from Nicholas Boy. Started the day in 6th place in the points. They'll certainly be moving up a couple of positions into 4th, I'd imagine, with this race victory. Their first podium of VCO Infinity 5 as well. Out of the final turn, Nicholas Boy takes an absolutely dominant victory in the Super Formula Lights here from Road America. In the rain, Nicholas Boy masters the conditions and wins by a mile here at Road America. 25 seconds going to be his gap in the end to Gustavo Ariel, Matt Caruana and Elliot Veyron. Those three battling right towards the very end. The last couple of laps are slightly quieter, but only just slightly. Gustavo Ariel, you've got to say, does damage limitation very, very well in that race.
Yeah, and very, very well managed from Ariel, despite the spin that he had at the start and the spin he had in the kink. Second place secured for him, and Caruana on the podium.
Absolutely. It is a good podium for EMM. Only losing 1 point there to Redline. Quite a battle here for 7th, by the way. Augustin Bernier, who was avoiding accidents earlier on in the day there and coming through the start-finish line. Involved in this. Rainer Tauvar getting down the inside and through on him. Michael Kaibach in there as well in the red, white and black, but he can't quite get past here. And Bernier's going to finish 8th at least in front of Kaibach. As all of the drivers come across the line here in a moment. There they go. And close finish, but Bernier gets there. He will finish in 8th place in the end, in front of Kaibach. And you've got Noah Osbaldeston, who Kaibach collided with, of course. Coming across the line in a load of traffic here, but there is just so much of it around the place at the moment. 18 cars only on the lead lap of the 54 that started this race. Many of them not completing a lot of the final laps in this race. A real race of attrition over the course of those 45 minutes for race 6 of VCO Infinity here tonight. We'll bring the results for you in a moment and indeed have a chat to Nicholas Boy. He's put on one of the most dominant performances you're ever likely to see here in VCO Infinity. Quite an astonishing drive it was. These are the last guys to come across the line here from inside the top 18. It's Peter Zuber, done 19 here, then Peter Zuber ending up in 19th position for Grid & Go, who have just slipped away in these last couple of races here for them. The number 1 team, for example, finishing nearly, well, in 20th place in the Radicals. And now nearly outside the top 20 here as well. But lots of damage, lots of incidents, lots of interest in this race, but in the end only one winner. We'll see these results in a second. For Nicholas Boy, there'll be very good viewing. 26.9 seconds it is in the end. Gustavo Ariel finishing in 2nd position, and Matt Caruana and Elliot Veyron. Santiago Pascharica finishes rounding out the top 5, and that's a great performance for Bike 500. Abel Torres next to Augustin Bernier, who ends up holding off Michael Kaibach. Jesse Jones and Noah Osbaldeston rounding out the top 10. We'll whip through the rest of the results very, very quickly here to see where the rest of them are. There you go. Peter Zuber down in 19th, the last one on the lead lap for Grid & Go. Not had a good couple of races. Comright, who was running up towards the front, ended up 22nd for BS+ Hybrid a long way down. PTZ and SimRC 31st, 32nd. Greenay, who was running up towards the front early in that race. Falcon Sim Racing struggles continue after winning race 1 earlier tonight. There's the other Grid & Go car, which was in the top 10 too at one stage. 49th by the finish there after not finishing, as many did not in that race, including Alessandro Ottaviani, who didn't even complete one lap. Let's have a chat quickly to Nicholas Boyer wins that race. Nicholas, congratulations. I mean, that was one of the more dominant performances you ever likely to see in VCO Infinity. Just how were you so comfortable in these conditions compared to everybody else?
Honestly, I have no idea. I did the qualifying lap, and first I thought, like, I don't know, some people just need to get the lap in, and then I saw I was on pole by 6/10. The lap felt quite okay, so I guess it just came naturally, and I think that's a bit of the nature of this with limited practice time. I guess right there, but it was fine. I kept it on the track, and yeah, I don't know, it just came like this.
And how important, just quickly before we let you go, is this for Drago Racing itself? Because this is the first podium you've had in this race. You were 6th place in the points coming into this race. I think you'll be 4th now at least. How important is it to get the first win on the board?
Yeah, I think it's definitely pushing a bit the motivation. We didn't put too much focus on this just because of IndyCar World Championship and all that. So I think the majority of the roster is on quite low hours. So I think this is mainly just a confidence boost, and hopefully we can carry the momentum a little bit in the next races. But I think with the point system, it's just keeping it clean is the most important thing. So yeah, it's that all that matters. So we just need to keep it clean the next few races, and then I guess we'll see where we end up.
Absolutely. Congrats on the win in race 6, and thanks for chatting to us at the end.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Nicholas Boyer there, the winner of race 6 of VCO Infinity here tonight. Well, 1/4 done of VCO Infinity number 5. The rain here at Road America providing a lot of excitement for race number 6. A note to those of you watching on YouTube, by the way, to switch over to part 2 of the stream now, which we're about to switch over to in time for race number 7. If you're on Twitch, you can stay exactly where you are and tune in as Lewis McGlade and Nathan Richards take you through the next 3 races of VCO Infinity number 5. Myself and Will Chadwick will be stepping away after this race. We'll be just going on a short break, but come back in, well, a minute or so. The races keep on coming here in VCO Infinity. We'll be back very, very shortly with race number 7 coming up next.